Just getting PPI data coming through for February. Latest inflation data better than expected here, 4.6% versus 5.4 expected on the producer price index. Again, this is the prices that producers pay to make the goods that you and I spend our hard-earned money purchasing. So 4.6% versus 5.4 expected there. Retail sales month over month exactly in line with expectations, down 0.4% versus down 0.4% expected there. U.S. PPI there month over month, negative 0.1 versus 0.3 increase expected there. The core number on the PPI, 4.4 versus 5.2. So finally, we're getting some inflation data here going in the right direction. So should help things out back to the upside as we do see futures making a move back higher. Still down significantly on continued banking concerns this morning that have spread ever so slightly into the European markets. Basically, the entire financial sector over in Europe down in a big way. A lot of banks halted multiple times on the way to the downside today throughout the EU session. We'll talk about why coming up here. Credit Suisse, their largest backer, the Saudis, saying today that they're not going to lend them any more money. So Credit Suisse falling to all-time lows. That has some of the big U.S. banks under pressure here to kick things off this morning. Seeing more pressure as well in FRC, in PWAC, some of the little ones that we've been talking about over the past week or so. OTLY, interesting move here to the upside. New financing deal coming through for them and a little bit better than expected earnings. Busy day ahead. Let's get into it. It's Wednesday, March 15th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Just getting the prior revised PPI number coming through here as well. Downside as well, 5% versus 5.4 that actually came out. So they revised the prior downside. If you missed it or just coming in a little bit late there, 4.4 versus 5.2 expected here for year over year PPI number there. That was better than expected on the overall 4.6 versus 5.4. Again, much better than expected. 6 was the last print. So finally, we're moving in the right direction here. U.S. retail sales exactly in line with expectation. Good morning, everybody. Going to be an interesting day. Sharif alongside, as always. I mean, not only is it in the right direction here, but pretty significantly.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking, guys, are the inflation prints going to become less relevant as we go on here because the Fed is forced to shift their concern to stabilizing the bank market and making sure that there's no continued effect of this? So you and I talk off camera about what's important at times, and it's usually different economic figures. I don't know. Is this the start of something, Brenda?
Let's hope so. Anyways, I mean, the market trying to get back to the upside here. We were down significantly in the pre-market anyway, but back to just negative 1.15 here for the NASDAQ, 1.5 for the S&P. I mean, we said at the end of the day yesterday, this PPI number not as closely watched as CPI, but let's face it, anything inflation related going to be under a microscope at this point, guys, as we get into Wednesday. A room back, as we've been mentioning. Neil enjoying March breakdown in sunny Florida, guys. Finally, some inflation prints that are positive.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see. It's funny that it comes out. I guess we'll figure out what to do with that guy. I think it's going to be a bearish kind of a day. But yeah, no, good to see here today as we now focus a little bit. I mean, it's like we finally get a good number, but then now we're always looking at financials and what's going on with the financial system right now as some of this is spread over to Europe, where I'm short right now Credit Suisse. And I mean, you can't see my positions, but I'm short right now Credit Suisse right here at 186. So that's working. The bottom has been 179. I do have a bid right there to see if we can get that fill. And then we're short, and I'm also short Wells Fargo right now as well. So I'm short 2 banks early here, and they're not really going to worry too much about PMI. But you know what is going to look at it again is some of these tech names. Just because of the rally that we've had recently and then off that good CPI number, I just feel like, look at Meta right back at these highs again. And then now today, I mean, there's the bump. I was going to say, like, we got a nice little bump up on that number because I've been looking at Meta here, but then there it is falling right back down again. So, yeah, I don't think that the PMI is really going to matter too much. Arun, you were really looking at retail, and you thought that was going to be a little bit more important there today. So there it is. Okay, we just got a fill there on Credit Suisse as it just printed us through 79. So short 186 right now, out some at 79 as we'll continue to look there. But yeah, I mean, the data, it's what's dependent, and that's what the Fed's going to be looking at. And this is nice for everyone. The PMI, it seems like it's working out. Maybe some of these interest rate hikes have gone a little too far in the financial system. Let's see if it starts to flow through to some of these services and CPI and whatnot. CPI, we didn't really get much of a response, but today it seems like it's working on the services side.
Yeah, I was actually spending some time going through all the European banks that were down big, right? I mean, this is where it's all stemming from. We closed the market up at 39.50 or 60 yesterday. Nice 40-point rally right at the end. Come in today, and we're south of 3,900 already. I'm like, okay, well, let's see what banks are having trouble across the pond, and I'm trying to find ones that are dual listed. Obviously, Credit Suisse is one, and then I believe there's a bunch on the pink sheets, and then I believe BNP and Santander are also down. Again, both of them they're all ADS and they're not moving their price so low. Like Santander is SAN, and it is, I mean, it's down big, obviously. It's down, I can't even see it here, but it is down big. It's down at 336, and this just puts it in a price point where I really don't want to play. I'd rather be involved in the actual European side of things, but there's going to be other names on the U.S. side. The U.S. banks are now back in focus here, the JPMs, the Citigroups, the stable banks, right? Apart from the WALs and the FRCs that have already been in play for the last few days. So definitely the banking group and the banking ETF could be in play today. I'm going to go across that list and see what charts I like. I think that's going to be the primary focus. And just as I say, that futures market falls off from that 3,900 back down towards 3,875. So even an attempted rally is failing at this point there, Brennan.
Just watching some of the treasury yields back to the downside here. Yeah, the European banks, just a mess today. Multiple halts I was reading about when I came in here this morning. Here's the 2-year, guys, back to basically Monday's low, testing Tuesday's low as well here. Big move down on this data. Same story for the 10-year. Back to 3.48 here on the 10-year. So decent sized moves to the downside. I was just reading some of this data. Roblox just coming through with their monthly user data and some financial updates. They also said they have, as of March 13th, they've moved all of their cash and securities that were deposited with SVB to another financial institution. So RBLX was one of those that did have some exposure to SIVB. Yeah, so daily active users, 67.3 million, up 22% year over year for RBLX. Still down on the morning here, but a bit of a move on that.
Yeah, not bad. I think this is the second month in a row they report really good metrics here. Hours engaged were also up 24% year over year. Estimated revenue up 20 to 22% year over year. Estimated average bookings per daily active user were up 2 to 4% year over year. So yeah, some good metrics.
Yeah, not a huge response here. We've seen this this number specifically move this 9-10% sometimes to the upside, but maybe just a environment problem here for RBLX today, guys.
I mean, I still like the stock. I mean, it's actually working out pretty good here on the daily chart. I mean, there's so many names, especially some of these newer names that have been beat down pretty good. And Roblox has. It's already come off. Now we adjusted. I was going to say it's already come off of 170, I believe, was something near the high. Now you're at $40, $45. I'm just, you know, I can speak of it firsthand because I watch my kids play and I've downloaded the app and everything like that. And I support Roblox every month with $10 or whatever it is for some of those dollars. But yeah, I mean, look, this 36, 37 area seems like it wants to hold, so that's going to be good there. They do have that consistent revenue stream, like I just was talking about it right there. The more you play it, the more you want to like buy little individual things, and it's one of those games where that's what it is, free to download, and then you go in there and you start to buy little doohickeys and whatnot with there goes WFC. We just took a piece out at 15 right there for 30 cents, but sorry, 20 cents, 23 cents. But there it is right there. It's a nice move back up to the upside. I like it. Wall Street likes recurring revenue. Roblox has that. I don't know. We know Activision Blizzard is getting bought out by Microsoft. I think Roblox, I mean, what was that, 67 million users or something like that, whatever that number was. That's pretty huge. And like I said, as long as it's still a hot game, I feel like it's something that you want to own. But I don't know in this environment. It's nice to hear that. I didn't even know that about SVB and these guys. So I'm wondering if there was some risk in there the last couple days. But again, look how it's held up. I like Roblox here. I don't know if the volume's going to be good enough today. 128,000 shares, not in the millions. I'm going to let Roblox settle down, but I still like the bid. I mean, if it comes back into $40 at any time, that's a good little level. We were there yesterday, right? Yeah, so yesterday, 2 days ago, we were down to 38, and then yesterday at open, we bounced off 40. So the fact that we're at 42, we could easily fall back into this area, and I think we want to pick up some support. Good news on Roblox, should be bought. So let's continue to monitor that name for one of the sort of potential big runners. I think it's safe to put a bid near 40 bucks.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at those individual names. With what happened overnight, I think I'm going to focus on specifically Europe and how I can play Europe without directly playing in the European equity space. So I'm looking at the ETFs, right? So right now, a couple of names that have caught my attention: the banking ETF, EUFN. That's going to be one I'm going to focus on, and then IEF is going to be the iShares Trust. For Europe as well. That's gap down, barely traded. I want to see how this one trades. I've never looked at this one before, so I don't know what the volume on this looks like, but I do want to keep an eye on this, and just in case this one does bring something, it's not like 4,000 shares. Okay, maybe it's probably not going to be something to work with, but again, there's some European ETFs that are going to be active that I want to get involved with. That's going to be my primary focus, I think, going into the day. It's going to be financials, U.S. financials, European financials, and then Europe as a whole through an ETF of some sort. I think that's where I'm going to focus primarily, and then I have a bunch of alerts off as well in the tech space, see if we can grab something there, starting off at Snow and all the way down at Zion Bank as well. So a lot to choose from there, Brendan.
All right, I want to show you this to kick things off here. We'll talk about some of these moves in European banks. So we have access to some entitlements and data over in the European marketplace. So here is BNP in Paris trading right now. This is what has happened straight to the downside all day long, 11%. And again, if you miss it or just coming in, all on this note, Credit Suisse leading the way down 20%. All of these under pressure though, UBS, BNP Paribas, Societe Generale, all down more than 10+% at this point after Credit Suisse's largest backer, the Saudis, come out this morning and say they're done as far as propping this bank up. No more money for them. So let's see all-time lows, as we said there, for CS.
Yeah, they're saying they can't go over the 10% ownership stake. But an interesting article that I'm reading here, Brendo, some people saying that it may be like a Lehman Brothers moment, and that it may be one of those banks that's too big to fail, but also too big to save because it's beyond the capacity of the Swiss government. Here's the trick right now. A lot of people are saying under Swiss law, in order to save your money, you got to get in as a bondholder. So a lot of people buying short-term bonds as a way to kind of because the equity gets equity gets converted into bonds, something like that.
Yeah, I was just actually hearing that the shortest term bond is now at junk status. So it's fallen to junk status this morning for Credit Suisse. So I mean, this has been an ongoing problem for Credit Suisse for months and months. This is nothing new. It's interesting now that, you know, everyone has kind of shone a spotlight on the banking sector in the U.S. that we're hearing more about these problems over in Europe as well.
I remember Credit Suisse having issues when we had the last financial situation.
Credit Suisse hasn't made money in forever, man. They don't even have a PE or anything.
That was one of the top banks that was always talked about when we were through the last set of situations that was going on in the financial sector. And now here it is again, taking a beating. And I mean, rightfully so, I think, at this point. If they haven't recovered anything in the last 12, 14 years or whatever, they haven't improved anything, then I mean, it was bound to happen. There's another bunch of banks, the Italian banks I remember as well, were having issues back then as well. So I think that's going to be something to pay attention to going up. If we're going down this checklist of U.S. banks to now European banks, I think Italian banks are on the table as well because they are fairly volatile when they get going. So keep an eye out for those as well.
I would say what's up to Zeitgeisty. there. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. You did say that this seems like a house of cards and everyone's insolvent, and I kind of tend to agree with all that, man. I mean, I don't know what to think about all of this. Credit Suisse down 30%. Like I said, man, they haven't. I mean, here's what it looks like on Trade Ideas right here. I mean, it's been pretty pathetic. Market cap of only $7 billion, like you mentioned. Like, who would have thought about that? It's been pretty bad, man. I mean, everything. This actually doesn't tell us that much because, again, they're not making any money. I feel like this is a house of cards. Everything's going to fall down here. I mean, look at how pathetic this has been for a while. Short flow, we don't have it on here as a European number, but we'll just have to wait to see. The problem with the European banks here in the U.S. You have one regulator, let's just say, right? As you're looking at different resolves and things like that. Sure, things got to get passed through the House, but they can get together over the weekend, insure all deposits like they did with the regional banks, and then we can sort of pretend to move forward with all of that, right? In Europe, there's too many bodies in there that's, have to get involved with regulation. And then it's like, okay, do the Swiss just step in and say something? Is it the European regulators that have to step in and start to handle what's going on with Credit Suisse? Well, the problem is there's too much money. The Saudis aren't backing them anymore. And if you don't have that continual deposit flow, then that dries up your well. And if that's going to happen, then yeah, Credit Suisse continues to get destroyed. And I wonder if this is a thing. What if the Saudis start to put a run on some of their equity positions and they're not buying anymore? They're not putting any more money into this system. I mean, here it comes to the downside. We're short right now at $1.86. That's working out for us. We're also short WFC. I'm on the bid right now. So we are going to get a fill here at 01s, hopefully, or 02s. I'll have to find out where we're bidding, but we're bidding ahead of 38, and that's going to fill us down into the downside right now as well. So I want to stay short all these banks. There it is. So we just get that fill right there on WFC, and it looks like we're going to the downside in these banks. I agree with you, Arun. I think that the more we focus here today on what exactly the problem is, then those are going to create much, much better trading opportunities for us. I just got a new banner. We just hit 385,000 subscribers. So I'm going to update that banner. Shout out to Liz. Thank you so much for that. I just put it in here, and I said I'd talk about it on the show. So unfortunately, we just put this out a couple minutes ago. Go over. I'll put this tweet in here, and I want to review what you guys are in, or you traders are in. I shouldn't say guys. What you traders are in right now. What's everyone holding right here? I'm short Credit Suisse and WFC. Get in there, and I'll show some of the answers in just a couple minutes here on the thread. So let me know what you guys are trading. And people are short the NASDAQ, Arun. People are short banks. And I just want to see if there's any longs out there. I do like to short, Amazon. So again, retail numbers come in lighter, but as expected. So last month, I think it was 3%, and then we got minus 0.4%, but the expected was minus 0.4. So came in as expected, but still a lot lighter than what we've seen in the past. So that's sending, wow, now WFC is really cooking right here. We're now 50 cents in the money on this WFC trade as it continues to make moves to the downside. We did lose yesterday on BAC. Let's see if we can make some of that back. Well, we already are making some of that back right now on Wells Fargo, guys.
All right, just be aware the CEO of Credit Suisse making some comments right now, which is never a good sign when it comes to these banks. Anyways, we are a strong bank and overshoot all regulatory requirements. Our liquidity base is strong. They're still coming through here, so just be aware if you're watching CS right now, some comments from the CEO. The other side of the story here the past couple of days has been gold. A huge move for not only the individual miners, but gold itself. This is just GLD, the ETF. Look at this daily chart, if I blow this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 days in a row, straight to the upside. You can see huge volume coming in on the way up as well. So, if you're looking for some long opportunities, might be in the gold group today.
Flight to safety, Brendo, and the U.S. dollar is also one that's being run to at the moment. Come to my chart, Bradley, if you can. Since the bottom made here back on the 14th, we've been pumping to the high side on the U.S. dollar. So similar charts between the USD and the GLD 15-minute chart.
Well, that was a while ago, but Wall Street Journal is reporting more regulations to come for mid-sized banks as well. We mentioned this yesterday, or maybe it was Monday, guys, when we were talking about gold, but super strong as a result of some of this weakness in banks.
Back to the gold standard. maybe. Gold as a safety asset. And here we go on gold. I mean, that's up for air. There's been times where gold's gone with the market, and now it's going back to doing what it used to do, which is complete opposite direction. Markets go down, gold goes up. Here we are north of 178 and change. Okay, technically that looks good, knowing that there's been some strength in gold. The ETF I'm talking about, some of you guys trade the GDX as the miners, and then I believe you can also do the spot trade with the XAU, if I'm wrong, XAU with the US dollar?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
USD, so you can do that as well. But we're here trading shares, might as well just do the ETF. So I'm thinking north of 78, knowing that this is the technical level, I'm not paying 179. I do think that this sell is a little, and I feel like it's a little too much right now. It could be a short still, and I'm willing to play in that direction of the short. I just refuse to pay at these prices. With the futures market where it is, there's still a chance for a decent bounce here and still be a short. So with that in mind, I'm still thinking that GLD could be a long, but not at 179. I'm not going to chase after this. I want it much cheaper, closer to 178. So a dollar move back down gets me into the long, and it's going to be a fairly tight trade. 178 against 177 is going to be the play. Looking for that top end breakout that sticks. With the market moving back up, I'm expecting gold to come down a little bit, just enough to kind of just get me the fill, and then we should have enough resistance back up top. And when I say go back up top, we can still go 30 points and still be in a zone where I can find a short. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. 80s right now in the futures, not those prices that I want to work with for shorts. Do I want to go for the longs? Not yet, but I'm open to the short if on a bounce, or after the open, if we stabilize, I might go for the long as well. For now, no full commitments on either side or in any specific stock. I am still looking at those ETFs that I mentioned across Europe for the banks, EUFN, and then IEV on the table as well. But IEV is not doing a whole lot of volume. EUFN is breaking through that damn 1750, so it's barely doing any volume, but I need it to open before I commit to that 1750, because I do like the idea of being short there, but I can't go after this on an ETF that's only done 29,000 shares since we've kind of traded in the pre-market here. So a lot of waiting, typical for me, but a lot of waiting. But once I get the signal that I need, then I'll definitely be involved in some fashion, whether it's to the short side on a bounce or a long on gold on a dip back down.
I just wondered if I just saw, no, I don't think it is. It's another stock, Mint. Mint Mobile, just Ryan Reynolds there. Mint Mobile just gets bought by TMUS for $1.35 billion.
Ryan Reynolds is banking cash
Ryan Reynolds
right now.
is about to own the Ottawa Senators as well. I mean, I don't know. This guy's
Ryan Reynolds, man.
This guy's been in everything. He just sold for $1.3 billion.
He's still got Aviation Gin. He's got that. Now
Mint
he's
Mobile. It's his Mint Mobile by TMUS.
Ryan Reynolds, Canadian. There
Ryan
you
Reynolds,
go.
yeah, well, the guy's Canadian. Yeah, Blake Lively as well, his wife there. Those guys are killing it. So talking about power couple, I guess. Let's go to Barrick Gold right now. I mean, I like everything there. Gold continues to work today. And this is a name that I bought weeks ago when Michael Noss was talking about it. So it was actually into here. So I didn't have a great price. It was like 16.50, 17, something like that. But we were able to buy some more on these dips and getting a little nervous about it. But then now it's back up to the upside as Barrick Gold. Good price to earnings ratio, had 15.9. I like that. And then also 2.4% dividend yield coming through on Barrick Gold. So if you did want to diversify your bonds a little bit, and of course we're talking about portfolio, shout out to Wu-Tang Clan, then I would say gold is a good spot. Gold and energy also, but XLE, I mean, we saw energy yesterday. XLE is actually still holding out. I didn't think it was still holding out this well. This is a name that I'm in, of course. I'm in on the Canadian equivalent to ZEO, and it's close. But you did break just now below right here, this 83, which has been holding for a while. The last time we had this sort of a crisis, not a crisis, but a move in XLE, we came down into this mid-60 area and bounced. So I don't think it's time to buy anything yet. You could fall down even more. And this is the one that you're going to want for dividend and for exposure as well in the oil patch. I did reloaded. So right now we are reloaded right now. So we'll hit a little bit of sirens because we just made another trade here on Credit Suisse. In there, reloaded at 87 and then out again at 82 here on Credit Suisse. So it's not like a huge trade or anything like that. But when a CEO comes out and says, Our liquidity base is strong. My friends, where's the red market? You know, that's going to be a sign right there, as if your liquidity base is strong. The Saudis just came out and said no more. So I don't know where that's going. We're going to wait to see what's up with Credit Suisse. I don't like when CEOs start talking positively, believe it or not, about their stock. So especially when in a situation like this. So let's wait to see what happens now with Credit Suisse. The market is only 35 minutes away, and then we're going to get the answers to some of these financial questions.
I mean, I guess they feel like they have to, but I mean, we were just saying, like, didn't SIVB's CEO say exactly the same thing 24 hours before? It's crazy. So this happened on this PPI. Sharif was pointing out the fact that, hey, we're back to 50-50 here, a toss-up on what's going to happen next week after nothing. There's some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Meta, top of the list. Huge day yesterday for Meta. Charles Schwab on here as well. The CEO making some comments after the close yesterday. Yeah, GitLab, wow, ugly day yesterday, down another 4%. There's Fahad's Veru back to the downside as well. They said they're going to go ahead with that COVID-19 drug regardless of the FDA's opinion on it.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that, to be honest with you, so I won't make
I just asked
yeah.
Fahad, and he seems to know, so.
Yeah, he follows that.
Guys.
I mean, if Fahad tells them to go ahead with the damn drug, that's what they're going to do. So, I mean, I don't think Veru shareholders or anything have really any pressure there from Fahad, but we'll wait to see what happens right there. Credit Suisse on a nice little move up. There was talking about, Meta, but there was something else I wanted to talk about there that I lost train of thought there as we went, but I'll get it back. I do want to get more short on Credit Suisse, but that upgrade there with Meta, there was another talk there that we were talking about. I can't remember what it was. FRC we traded yesterday. Okay, it'll come up to me. Look, Meta's been super strong. We don't need to tell you guys that, up 7% yesterday. What a monster move, especially off the open. It just kept on going. And we're like, oh, we missed it, and then just kept going. And then, bounced back into this 188, 189 area. And that's actually 189, sorry, not 188. We started this little consolidation there right off the open was 188. And I say right off the open, this move started at 910. 912 when they were talking a little bit about efficiencies and cost cutting, and then that's the open right there at 188 where you danced around and then ripped up, fell back, ripped all the way to 192.50, which is a great move off the open. Other names are going the other way, and then right there we came back into 189 and bounced off there, and you never got another opportunity until the very end of the day where we came back into 190 again, and then now you zoom into where we are today, and you can basically draw these lines, pretty clear. There's 189 right there. So I feel like I want to try to get long. I don't have any bids until 188.50 right in the middle there, and then going to look at this 188 level, which is right there. So I like to trade it in this channel if I can get long somewhere in here. Even above would be fine. I mean, if you really want to dance with it, 190 flat could be good. But I'd like to trade it in this channel here for Meta and then see where we go on a dip. Because we could break 188, but do we want to panic sell that move? I don't know. There's other names like Apple that's at that 150 mark that we put down on the sticky note that we really want to look at as well. So there's lots of names that are moving around. And I'm going to think about that one. We were talking about oil. We were talking about retail. I'm going to figure out what it was, but there was one other little point I wanted to bring out. Gold we talked about. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I liked Meta there. You were trading Meta yesterday. Any thoughts on that one?
Was I trading Meta?
Well, we were definitely both looking at it. You were long everything. AMD, Tesla, a few other names.
Meta was the one I missed at 184.
Right.
Because I wanted to wait until after the number. And then it was gone at 188 with that news well before the number, and then it just continued rallying. So Meta was a great trade if you caught in the pre-market. It was a little bit tougher in the aftermarket session because it's all relative. Anyways, I found it to be a little tougher because the trends were all straight up and Meta was already gone at that point. So it was harder to catch at that point. You had to put up more risk to take that trade. But for now, I see you guys in the chat talking about THMO. I got a little involved. I wanted to see what this was all about. I thought we can take a shot towards the high here. You don't see it here. Why don't you see it here? There you go. The high going back to the end of January, which sits around 540 to 550. So I was like, you know what? We're above 5. Let me take a light shot towards that high and see if we can press against it. I got in at 511, and I didn't like what I saw, so I got out fairly quickly. It was one of those quick trades meant to be If I can get it, great. If I can't, yeah, it was that trade right there. So we did make a little bit, but like not a whole lot. It was just a matter of seeing if we can actually squeeze through the highs, because once we squeeze through the highs, it opens the door for a ton more expansion, right? I know a lot of you guys that are talking about THMO got in much earlier. So this is me late to the party, seeing what's happening, and maybe we can squeeze the highs. It could happen after the market opens, but I've done what I needed to do with the stock. Now I need a technical setup, and this is probably not going to be a technical stock to work with. So we'll put it off the table. I'll leave that up to you guys and figure what you want to do there. But I do want to get involved in the futures in some fashion. On top of gold, futures on the table as well. Remember, we were talking about this before. Levels down here, so there's a potential for a bounce, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Give me a bounce off of this so I can actually go into a short. That's what I'm looking at. Whether I get that or not, we'll see, right? If it breaks right through, I'm going to have to readjust my plans and figure out how I'm going to get involved on the futures. But for now, we are still waiting for a bounce on the futures if we get a bounce. And I've still got a bunch of alerts out in a bunch of different names. None of them have triggered just yet. So there could be a mix of longs and shorts. There could be relative strength longs and then shorts that are, I guess, weak on a pop if we do pop. So I have two groups of stocks that I can work with. It's just a matter of what is this market going to do once we open up? Are we going to pop up, or are we going to just continue down with what Europe's done? Credit Suisse also, I'm keeping an eye on Credit Suisse. The reason being, this is so sold out, right? Like, I mean, at some point, especially near the European close, so I think around 11 o'clock going into 11:30, I really got to pay attention to how Credit Suisse is trading, because this is when people need to make their adjustments going into the European close. Just like it happens in the North American close, I think European close is going to be important, especially with what's happened overnight. So 11 a.m. to 11:30, our show was done, but the midday show guys will, I'm sure, cover this. But 11 to 11:30 is going to be an interesting spot to work with across the board in all the names that have fallen off, the European banks and also the U.S. futures as well. Brennan.
All right, let's get into a few other things you need to know this morning. First segment of the show, brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code bottom of the screen there, guys. Shout out to Surge Trader. That'll get you 10% off. Arun, I'll come right back to you here. Let's get a look at what we need to know as far as futures are concerned. I mean, that pop on the number there at 8:30 was short-lived, obviously.
Anyone who's looking short, the fact that we can't move up in any with any strength is a good thing if you're looking for shorts. But at the same time, you got to be aware. At least so I'm looking at this the way where we have some support down here that could push us up a little bit higher. So sitting at 80 right now, 39.80 or 38.80, can't really do anything with it just yet. We need to either hit through the top end, which is 39.20 for me, or we need to break that 38.60. This was around 38.70 earlier, but I've moved it down to 38.60, and that was before we actually broke down to 38.70. Because once it starts getting too close, like around what, 6:30. I came in today at 6:30. Well, I came in after that, and I saw this bounce at 6:30 at 70. I was like, oh, that's too close to the level I want, or I've been using. So I moved it down to 60, and then we hit 65, and we're still okay with that 60. So we're going to leave 60 on the table here, potential buy zone. If we can actually get a reason to go for the long, I'm open to the idea of it. Obviously, with the market like this, I'm not going to I don't want to, but I'm going to have to follow what my system's telling me to do. So if it's a long, it's a long. And then the flip side of that is if we do get that long without the setup and we actually just rally up a little bit, I think there could be some selling north of 3,900 that I can work with on the short side. So this is kind of the play I'm going for right now. Is I'm favoring the shorts, but about 25 points higher from where we are right now. So I do need that pop and I need that fade. And at the same time, I'm looking for gold to come down a little bit so we can time both of those, the long on futures, the short, or the long on gold, the short on the futures at the same time. Of course, the caveat here is if we rally very quickly and very hard right off the open, then hands off, right? That short is not happening right away, and we just wait for the confirmation. But for now, 38.60 on the table for the bottom, 39.20 on top, and then 38.40 would be the absolute low. This is when it comes to the absolute low, it's just a reference point. I'm not going to use that as a primary level. It's just like, oh, what do we do when we get there? Are we going to break through? Are we going to take stops and come right back in? It's the question that needs to be answered, so I just want to put that line down there and make sure it's there and visible for me to see. But I think for me, the primary zones, as you can see, are going to be these two zones that are stuck close together here. Of course, this one's about 100 points away up top, but I think the primary zones here are going to be the 60-point range in between that 39.20 and that 38.60.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that every single morning. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. Very simple. You can scan the QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that every single day, everything you need to know in the pre-market, free from us. Let's go. Banks on top of the list today, right across the board, and we're seeing weakness in big banks as well as some of these regional names continuing their moves to the downside. A few things of note here. Charles Schwab, standing out, CEO, comes out after the close yesterday and says, all is well, tons of liquidity. They're not seeking capital or any kind of a deal right now. So Schwab did get a bit of a pop on that. The S&P rating agency, first of all, came out as well after the close yesterday and said they will not place any other banks on negative credit watch other than FRC, as they did yesterday. That was one of the headlines that came through for FRC yesterday. So yes, it's regional banks that are in trouble here, but still, ton of weakness, 3-4% right across the board today on even the big banks.
Yeah, definitely, Brendo. The thing is, though, somebody's going to benefit from all this flight of money. So what I'm asking myself is who? And it looks like Schwab is one of those ones that's benefiting. $42 billion came in the last few days in new assets. They average $2 billion a day, guys. The CEO putting his own money on the line, picking up 50,000 shares of his own stock, and you know, them saying that they don't have long duration assets on their portfolio and that they have low loan to deposit ratios, Brendo.
Some other people possibly benefiting from this as well. S3 Partners just coming out with this note. Short sellers set to pocket $2.3 billion in the last 3 days in this move to the downside for banks. So yeah, short sellers winning as well.
Well, in order for the short sellers to win, what has to happen, Arun?
Somebody has to lose.
Yeah, and they have to cover also. So that's what I was getting at is that, you know, maybe you do get a nice little run back up in some of these banks if the short sellers have to cover. I mean, the smartest guys in the room are short, I guess. And if that's the case, at some point, they're going to have to cover their book. And I don't know if that happens today. I don't think it would. I mean, the market, I feel like, wants to go to the downside. This Credit Suisse thing is brand new. I mean, it's been for a while, but the headlines are there today. And then I just look at WFC right here, and this is why it's on my book today right now to the short side. We broke below. You know, this was Monday. So, you know, you're right there. We had this huge risk into the regionals, and then we got that little bump back up there yesterday on the banks. And then now today, we've broken below the close, which was 38.50 right there on Monday. So today's Wednesday. So nice little bump up, a couple bumps up on some good news. But hey, the story remains the same. As long as we are below, and this is what the WFC chart looks like, you're running into some possible support down here at 37.50. So if we can get to that, then we'll start ringing some registers. But for right now, WFC is my regional bank of choice to go to the downside. And why? I just feel like a little safer to use. And look, you could still make or lose just as much money trading WFC as you can on FRC. You guys remember yesterday, we finally got positive right at the end of the day when we took a 37 bid into this name. So we were trading FRC yesterday and we were short into here. And then we had that 41.75. We actually waited for it to break that level and then we got that short. So we were shorting 40s. Remember, we shorted all the way up and then eventually, I mean, that's this morning. It was right into here. Same kind of a bump up. It was right in the afternoon, right here, 41. So we can mark that level right there. Sorry, it just looked like that. It was a little bit of a break of the 50 period right there that we shorted 41.75, and then we were able to cover it down here, $37, $38. But we did take some L's on this move back up. And then look, it kept on resisting 37. Do you remember that? And our bid was like 37.60 or 37.70, and we wound up getting out. But now right here again, you're right at that 37 mark, and that to me is going to be something that's pretty key right here. That bottom, let's just call it 37 flat, whether or not it's 37.10 or not. But that's a level to look short. I just prefer to go into WFC other than some of these other banks only because of liquidity. I just don't want to have a couple hundred shares even, and this name halts, news pending, and boom. I just feel like on Wells Fargo, if that were to ever happen, I'd be able to see it a little bit. There's just more volume in these names. Even today, FRC 4.16 million shares, so there's huge block print volume, and WFC only 600,000 shares. So more volume in some of these crazier moving names, but I just trust WFC a little bit more on the levels that I'm going to be reading.
Yeah, and I'm going to focus on BAC here.
Yeah,
I like BAC south of 28, but again, it's a matter of how much of a bounce am I going to get, if I get a bounce at all, into this area. Because 28 was a decent area to work with on the long side because you had a decent support of south of 28.50. Now that we're underneath, we should get some resistance. We got to ignore that 8 a.m. tail there. That's from the block prints that come in at 8. So ignoring that, we are essentially just flirting with that 28. I want to see how far into that 28 we can push before we reject, if we reject. So if we push all the way into like say 28.5 and don't reject, there might be some strength. But if we push to like 28.20, 28.30, and then all of a sudden we end up back at 28, so clearly that resistance is back in play. I can use that to go short. And the risk on this is fairly tight as well. I think we can go 28 to 29. As long as we get the right setup north of 28, the shorts are on the table on BAC as well. BAC is one of the bigger banks too that kind of move here. And then I guess you can play Citigroup as well, but Citigroup's chart looks a little bit different. So it needs to break. That's an old zone. Citigroup needs to break through that 44.50 and then figure out what it wants to do. So given that with all that's happening right now, it hasn't taken out a support zone, so it would take some time to get this trade going on Citigroup. That's why I would favor BAC over Citi at this point.
Brad's back. Feeling better, at least. Thanks, Brad. Let's go to big tech here. We'll talk about, this group has been relatively strong versus the overall market all week long. Back to the upside. If there is an area of the market that is set to benefit from, as we saw, there's a 50% chance they hold and don't do anything next week, the Fed, it's going to be big tech.
Yeah, absolutely. And the yield's really plummeting right now. Bradley, come to my screen. On the left is the 2-year. On the right is the 10-year. They are both decidedly down, 3.8 there for the 2-year. We were knocking on the door of 5% on the 2-year, Brendo, not that long ago. Yep. Likewise with the 10-year, all going down. Tech stands to benefit from that.
Yeah, I saw the inversion between the 2 and the 10-year back to 40 basis points. It was well over 100 at one point going back to the end of last year. A couple of minor news stories here as well for big tech today. Amazon, Bloomberg reporting this. They failed in their attempt to get this California lawsuit dismissed yesterday over inflated prices. Foxconn coming out with Q4 results overnight as well. 10% decline in year-over-year profits. They also talk a little bit about further investment outside of China. Specifically, they don't actually mention India, but specifically India is what everyone is pointing toward, and Taiwan as well. So a couple of minor stories anyways, guys, for big tech.
All right, we just got Credit Suisse right now. We just got another bid out right there at 178 on this move. We just reloaded it at 190 there, or 189 to the downside. Look, this is all you need to see. Brendan highlighted this about a half hour ago, and it's the target rate probabilities here on the Fed. And I mean, I've never seen this ratio. It's 50-50 right here if you come to the screen. It's 0 or 25. Last week, this number was 90% for 50%, or 50 points rate hike, right? Now, that's not even on the table. Like, it's gone. So now you're going to get 50-50 chance that we have absolutely no rate hike in 7 days. So, I mean, if that happens, what does that spark, though? I mean, this is the problem, is like, does that mean that tech names need to, okay, first of all, I was going to look at Amazon right here. Does that mean that tech names need to go up because the rates are going to stay the same? I don't know. Or are we staying the same rates because we have this huge mess now in the financial crisis? So I just want to say that with PMI coming out today better, seems like that's going to, or under the number, so that's better for us, talking about rates. I feel like some of these names continue to work in this environment, and Amazon with weak retail would be something that I'd like to short. As long as we aren't cutting rates, I still feel like retail is a problem. Mortgage rates are at recent highs right now, I think 6, 7, 8%. And then we just talked about the 2-year and the 10-year. Nice to see those falling. That's coming back in. But the NASDAQ's still in a little bit of trouble here as we've looked at it over and over again. And I don't know, like we hit a nice little top yesterday. It was right into here. We even talked about this when we hit it, that we needed to see this top, and I didn't think we were going to even come close to getting there. And then now today, you're retracing right back into the middle of all this sludge right now. So, you know, 12,000 seems to have been a nice little bottom there. We've broken below it, and we've also broken above. So the fact that we're still in the middle right now, I think you want to trade some decent names. But for me, I'm a little worried about Apple. We had Foxconn come out today and guide a little bit lower on that. So we're going to, come on, charts, flip over. Always 150 has been key for Apple, right? I mean, whenever you get that little level there, we talked about 200 on Tesla. We shorted that. We were going long Tesla, remember? But then when it broke 200, we flipped right away and went short, and that got that at 197 or something. So I still feel like you always want to short key levels. So when 150 comes in for Apple, that's going to be a short for me. On the 3-minute, we're well below the 200 period right there. And then we also, I mean, now you're starting to get a little bit of a bump up as Apple's a little bit better than the market. But I still think Apple's a nice short there. The only long in the tech space, and I don't know if you're going to, what you're going to talk about, but I do like that meta that we've drawn out before already. And I guess my arrows and everything, or my lines are gone, but this 189 to 188 level, something to look at for Meta. So I want to be short the tech space today. It's just I want to let this market open up and see where we go.
Yeah, the stock that I'm going to focus on is going to be Netflix. Netflix has been muted, to say the least. Yesterday with that whole rally, what did Netflix do? It came down. It started its day at about 296, end of the day at about 295, and in between, most of the time was spent going down towards that 290 mark. And here we are. I mean, we're sitting at 291 in the pre-market with the spread. Let me see what the actual spread looks like right now. 291.05, but 291.95. Nobody's trading the 91.95, so that's why the print is there. So 291.05. We need Netflix to open and trade underneath 290, but you got to keep an eye on 290 because relative weakness yesterday on Netflix tells me that this will be a great stock if the market can get down today, even just a little bit. Because if you're willing to come down in the face of a flying market, then you're willing to go down if this market can't even rally a ton or even just a little bit. So Netflix south of 290 on the table for me, and of course the lows are there. If you really want to pay attention to back on the 13th, what is that, 285 and change? So 285 on the table, but I think the first level you look at here is going to be 290. And you can probably get away with the tight risk on this one too. Netflix usually requires a decent amount of risk. I think this one, if they take 290 and they can hold underneath, you can get away with a couple bucks or maybe $2, $3 in risk and actually take the trade from there. But for now, Netflix on the table as my primary tech name to the downside.
Let's go to Tesla here. A nice look, was a nice look anyways. Back to the downside. I was talking about this move. Back to the upside here, 182, 183 was coming into play, still 2%. Nice day yesterday. This thing was very, very strong all day long in a bit of an uneasy market overall. Nothing too significant, just this note this morning coming out of Counterpoint Research, highlighting the fact that Tesla was Europe's top-selling EV maker in Q4. Surpassing Mercedes, which I was kind of surprised about.
The Model Y being the dominant one. I thought it'd be the Model 3, a bit cheaper. But Morgan Stanley coming out today, Brendo, and maintaining Tesla coverage with overweight with a price target of 220.
They highlighted the Germany, or Berlin factory, I should say. 4,000 cars a week. They're still projecting they're going to go up to 5,000 by the summer, guys, coming out of Berlin. So more positive catalysts coming.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Berlin plant just sort of saves them on shipping and getting it into Europe and things like that. I mean, it's nice that 4,000 cars a week is amazing for the space and for such a new sort of plant that they've had open there. But, I mean, why is Tesla down 2.5% then? You know, it's down more than the market right now. Upgrades there. Was it Credit Suisse upgraded them? That's hilarious if that was the case. You know, just some nice moves here for Tesla on the day if you're short. I mean, 2.3% here. Looking at what we did yesterday for Tesla, you're right at a level right now that's it's going to come into question, man. 178. I mean, that's where we stopped yesterday, and then did not hit that move to the downside. Right here, that high was 184, 185. I don't know. I mean, you get a lot of barcoded action right now in the pre-market. So, that high is 180, that bottom is 178. That's a small little range here for Tesla. I just want to play it with the market. If the market's going to get crushed today, then this name will go downside as well, being down 2.2%. We're already in the two shorts, but they're bank stocks. So if there's going to be a tech name short, I do like Tesla breaking lower right now on a 1-minute chart. We can check out a 20-minute just to see what's going on right here, right now. But again, you're still kind of in the way here. That bottom is what we were talking about yesterday, 177 right there. That kind of coincides with some levels back here. This is just the last couple of days. So, whether or not we go for a huge run or not, I'm not certain. But 177 would be a spot for me to start to pick this up. So it's 179. If you like the long, let it go down to at least 177 before you start to look at it. But Teslas can work in this environment for sure. As more expenditure goes for EV names, they're quite clearly the winner in that. Randy told me yesterday Volkswagen was opening up a few new battery plants here for electric vehicles, even here in Ontario. So that should be nice. But Tesla well ahead of the curve here on car production, but it's not something that we don't already know. So if Tesla's going downside today and you like a short in this market, I would say it's pretty safe to short this name.
Yeah, Tesla. I was just looking at this because someone mentioned in the chat, FRC falling a ton there, about $7 in a very short amount of time, and wondering why it's not a halt. Pre-market.
Yeah, you can't halt.
That's what it is. There's no book to halt in the pre-market. So NYB doesn't open until 9:30 and they control the halts. So right now, what you essentially have on FRC is mostly done through, you can't see it on mine because they're all stacked here, but mostly done through ARCA and Edge. And I guess you can go through NSB as well. And those are, it's fair game. Everything's fair game at this point until the NYB opens up. So that's why until 9:30, it's you can fall another $10 and we'll be still trading this thing. Okay, anyways. Unless there's like a information halt, that's a different story. But volatility halts are not going to be in play. In terms of Tesla was a name that we were actually looking at yesterday for the long, around 180 with a decent move to the upside, but we never really got it. It was a tight range. It's a tight range, and it's hard to work with because 180. It took a while. We were like, okay, that's a great spot to get that breakout, and then it took a while to get to that 183, 184. I gave up by the time we got there. So the fact that we're back down there, I wonder, is there more support down here? There should be something, right? This is what we were looking at from yesterday. There should be some support here. Whether that's enough to catch a bid in this market or not remains to be seen. But Tesla, after seeing how it traded yesterday in the face of a flying market, I just can't get involved in Tesla. It's controlled, and there has been talk, and you guys in the chat have mentioned that 180 has a lot of options plays involved. So that I wonder if this week, with options expiration on Friday, is the week where Tesla is going to kind of be muted around this 180. So I think Tesla hands off for me. Of course, we would love to be pleasantly surprised. Take that 173, 172. That'll get me looking again at Tesla. Before now, I'm going to be hands off on Tesla and let it trade.
A few more headlines coming out here on FRC plummeting currently. S&P ratings agency downgrading to BBB plus, BB plus. I've said Bed Bath & Beyond way too many times. Yeah. From A minus, cutting their rating to junk, essentially, saying that risk of outflows continues to be elevated. So that is what's happening right now to FRC, getting hit pretty hard here, back down 23%. Let's go on to Boeing. Long story short, February deliveries were not as good as January.
Yeah, they dipped. They're better year over year, 66 so far compared to 2022's 54. But this is a company that recently has not been meeting delivery or earnings estimates. In the past 12 of the 15 quarters, they have missed Wall Street earning projections.
We saw the past couple of days, couple of different orders coming through for Boeing, but orders don't yet equate to deliveries, guys.
Did they not? I wanted to. I mean, I like Boeing. I mean, I think the travel space is going to get better and better here. If and people need to travel. I know all of us are planning on traveling right now, if not traveling as we speak. So I was just looking at WFC here because this market's going to open. I'm going to show you the imbalances in just 15 seconds because the NASDAQ comes out in 15 seconds. I was just looking at this, like this 39.50. That's going to be like the sort of the next area. We're going to keep going short into 39 right there, but I'm going to watch out for 39.50. I just wanted to talk about that in case people are wondering where some of the outs and the targets are for the out. And then for the downside, we've talked about 37.50 as well for WFC. But I mean, Boeing again today, another down day here for Boeing. But I say another, you're still above 200, and that 200 break could be a good one here again, as we've topped out at 220. So now you're down 10% from that into 200 again right now. So it is a nice move here for Boeing. But look where Boeing's come from on the daily chart. I mean, it's been an absolute beast. In October, you did double up from that October bottom of 120 almost up to 220 there. So you add 90% of a move right back to the upside there for Boeing. And that's all on good news, right? So now that these deliveries may be coming into a little bit of question, we'll see if it can fall back in. But that 195 still, to me, 196, I guess it is right there, seems to be a level that wants to hold. We've been down here before making back up to the high. But then this is the thing. You see, you make that move back in, and then you get back up, but you don't break that high. This could be a sell spot right here for Boeing, anywhere in this 210, 215 area if we get back up there, just because we didn't make that new high, and now it looks like we want to test this bottom one more time. So I would say this next bottom break of 196 and 197 does create a fall back in. And I don't know if you go back down to the 200 period, that would be pretty bad of 165, but definitely into 190, 185 here for Boeing. So to me, ultimately, let's see if it holds this 197. I haven't day traded this in a while, and I think if you do, it is more of a hold on the day. So, I mean, just even looking at where Boeing was yesterday, look at this. Huge move to the upside. Failed right back down. So this is like a perfect little shape there, head and shoulders a little bit here with that level of 211.50. But nice move to the downside. We'll see if we can hold this 200 level for Boeing. Always pretty key. And then we just said the imbalances. So let's have a quick look at it. What? Bed Bath & Beyond, the second name here. That's right at $1. Yeah, wow. Rest in peace for Bed Bath & Beyond. Unfortunately, I won't be trading this one, but there is, well, I might be. Actually, I mean, you could just bid $1. Once it breaks, you get out. So that's a Bed Bath & Beyond trade there. Nothing else, man. We talked about gold today a little bit. Rivian still sub 13. Yuck, that's its all-time low for Rivian as well. I just saw WFC there on a sell. We still are short this name. Other than that, really disappointing. There's not too many huge NASDAQ names on here, so that's disappointing for me to see. And we'll wait to see ACB, that's cannabis, downside as well. Or sorry, yeah, downside. So, yep, not much in this market today. Yesterday it was all bids, or a couple days ago. Today it's very mixed.
Brendan?
All right, let's quickly talk some crypto here. Holding up relatively well, considering the market pretty weak here to start things off. BTC just took back 25,000 to the upside, so holding up. There's Ethereum as well, trying to get back above 1680, 1690 key level. We had coin on the board there. Just simply in the sense that this market has been so volatile over the past couple of days. Crypto, I speak of. 2-3 days to the upside here for Coinbase and all the other miners specifically. So worth a watch here if we get going again. Yeah,
decentralized finance proponents definitely pounding the desk here, and we're seeing the results on crypto. So let's see if this continues.
The rundown, guys, brought to you by, as always, Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by basically everyone you see here. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas as always.
And these, yeah, shout out to Trade Ideas. Thanks,
FRC
Trade
going
Ideas.
nuts,
Yeah, FRC is
yes.
going absolutely
Still
insane.
going.
I have it up on my screen right here. It's too bad we can't hold overnight, man. I was just telling Greg in the chat that I was short 41 yesterday as we talked about this yesterday, and we got out 37, and we thought that was pretty good at the end of the day. Now you're down here to 28 and still collapsing on that news that Brendan had brought to you just a little while ago. This is going to halt off the open, so there's really no point in even watching it. So that's one name. WFC falling down now as well. Back in. I mean, it's not even falling that much. We did not get the, it's unfortunate we didn't get the reload because we were right there. It just didn't come into 50. It almost did. But now WFC coming back down. I'm not even going to talk too much about crypto. I mean, we can, I don't like Coinbase. We've talked about that over and over again. We'll see about the crypto space. I just feel like it's too much for me to watch Coinbase and Bitcoin and all these other names. All right, we don't have that much longer to go here. Only a couple seconds now. I don't know who's ringing the bell, but we got 20 seconds before the bell does come through. Google on a run a little bit here right now to 93. I still like a 92 bid for Google. Sorry about talking a little bit quickly here as the market. Credit Suisse, we just got filled on the bid as well. We'll hit that countdown right now with only 10 seconds to go. Let's get ready to rock and roll around. I know there's a bunch of names that we're both looking at, including that Meta, including Tesla. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. There he is, the man with the newly shaven head. What's up to Fahad? Okay, let's just continue to watch here as this market is now open. We'll wait for WFC to do something. Waiting for some opening prints on some of these names. Credit Suisse, we're still short that. We've gotten a couple fills. We'll wait to see if it takes out $2 and just continue to watch these names. And FRC, let's just quickly look at that. I said it would halt right away off the open. Let's see what happens. We just bottomed out at 27. Now you're back up to 30, 31. So yeah, this name is definitely moving around here.
Yeah,
wow, AMD is ripping, by the way.
Yeah, the market's
88.
going up. I appreciate this because this is what I need. For me to grab a short, I need a move like this on the futures market that slows down north of 3,900. That gets me on the short side, as long as I can find a way to get involved. Let's take a quick look at FRC. Is it halted? It's up.
It's going to halt soon, I would imagine. It was ripping. I don't know.
No, it's still trade. No, but there's no NYBs here. So they're not open yet.
It's
not open yet.
Is the NY book open? Do you have a big volume print anywhere? No, it's probably not open yet.
No, it's not open yet. It's not officially open yet. So when it does open, there might be something. Anyways, we'll go through it. One of the other names I'm looking at, obviously Credit Suisse having an issue. I'm looking at through the shareholders on Credit Suisse, and I'm like, okay, who could be in trouble if something were to happen? I'm looking right at BlackRock. BlackRock is a shareholder there, and they broke through that 320 or 624 base that they've been working with for the last few days. So it is on the table there for a short. Man, BlackRock needs to get some volume going though. The issue with a stock like this is the space, it's a $3 spread at the moment on BlackRock. So on the table, if they can tighten up the spread and bring some volume in, I just don't know. I don't trade it that much, so I don't know if this is normal for BlackRock or if this is just for today's case. But definitely BlackRock on the table for potential trade.
Could we get run over? Yes, we can. But will we? I don't know. We are short right now. Apple 151.60 right now. I mean, the NASDAQ is really going. I was just shorting this against this 152 here that I thought, Apple wanted to see that 150 here today. So we'll just take, I mean, it looks like we have a bunch of averages in here, but we don't really. I was like, oh man, I missed it, so I punched a little bit in there, but there it is. Now we're coming back into the downside here for Apple. So we are short 150, 157 here. I'm going to put some more bids at 151 just to get a piece out and see if that can work. We also did want to short and are short Amazon right now. The thing about Amazon is it's getting close, man. I don't know if I want to be too short. I was going to say 95 up here, this sort of bunched up area, but honestly, Amazon's ripped my face off lots of times before, and I've been wrong on it. It's also one of my best stocks. It's just when you're wrong, you got to get out, because I feel like a lot of traders want to short Amazon, and it gets a very, very heavy trade. So I'm going to wait. If that breaks that 94.25, I'm going to be out of this one, and then just rest on Apple, because honestly, that's going to be, here it goes right now. So we are going to, now it just broke it. So I did not get out, but yeah, that was a little bit of a quick move. Shoot, now it's going. Okay, let's use 94.50 right now as our stop. And again, This is a little bit of irresponsibility here because we do want to get out of this name. There it goes, man. Now it's really ripping to the upside. Here goes Amazon. So looks like what we'll make on Apple, we'll be giving back right now on Amazon. This is a 50-cent loser, or almost 50 cents now. It will be once we get stopped out. And then it's Apple's the other way right now, 25 cents in the money, as we just got that 151 fill right there for Apple. So that was really the good one. But it looks like Amazon right now is the one in question for the short. Credit Suisse and WFC not really doing anything.
Yeah, I grabbed some PayPal shorts. I mean, it's a tight risk on PayPal. I'm trying to use this rally to go up against the 72.5 resistance level. Now, of course, they could double bottom and then completely rally off. But at that point, I know the risk is fairly tight, right? It's $1. It's pretty much sitting right between there. If we get up in here and we start to hesitate, I thought we had enough to. So I went for the short sub 72, but now it looks like we are going to go a little bit more with this market now getting to 3,900. Again,
oh, there goes Amazon.
This is what I need in terms of information for the overall market anyways, which is how are we going to trade north of 3,900 with the expectation that given how weak the market's been, are we going to just come off a little bit here? But respect the strength. For now, the market is coming off. Or going
market
up.
Going ripping.
Yeah,
right
I mean, it was not expected, but it shouldn't be that much of a surprise when a market's this aggressive to the sell side coming into the day as a result of Europe. So we do need to get some buying done and out of the way. I'll try to use this to find some trades on the short side, specifically gold. Where are you? I've got a bid down. Nope, I need you to come down a little bit more on GLD so I can get that fill closer to 178 and change. So we can get that move going there on gold. Again, the risk on gold GLD as well is not going to be that high. It's going to be about $1 or so from 78 to 77. So we'll try and use that to get some shorts there. Or no, longs on gold and then some shorts on some other equities that I can find that are near the top end of the ranges. I'm trying to time both of these where the market rally is going into top end ranges, which I can fade across the board on anything if I'm going to continue this idea of looking for shorts on a pop.
All right, so we got, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like I said, man, Amazon did go for that run. It's right back in. We did get stopped out on it, so that is a losing trade, but it only goes up. There's that 95 that we were like, yeah, maybe we want to short into that 95 level. We should have probably done that instead of 94.50, but we did get out of the way on that one. And then just right now, we'll go sirens up because WFC, a good trade for us, as well as that now is working back down to the downside. And we got that reload at 50 there, like we said. So we actually got 57s there on that move up, and then there's the out on WFC, so not bad right there. Oh God, now my Amazon bid fills, like that's ridiculous. That sucks because that's where we were short, and I just got a fill on my bid there on Amazon. So it looks like we did get stopped out a little too early on that name, and that's AMZN, but that's okay. Oh, down to 94 now, Arun, that sucks. Not a good enough stop order for me there on Amazon, so price paid for me on that one, so that's kind of sucky, but that's okay. That's what you have to do if you don't have the right stop orders. Oh man, Amazon getting crushed down to the downside. And now of course Amazon's getting crushed and Apple's going back upside now. So we're gonna have to just sort of settle down a little bit here. Watch out for this market as Apple once again trying to touch some of these highs. I don't really believe in it. Let's go a little more short here on Apple. So that's what we just did there at 151.50. You know, okay, so that's good. Just fell back in. See if we can get some 35s quickly on this one. And then we'll work it back down to the downside. So we are now short Apple again a couple times. There we go, just put it on again. Let's take out some more here into the mid-20s. There it is, a nice little move downside. So, you know, we're making money back here that we lost there on Amazon. And here it comes, nice little move downside. And then look at WFC as well. Back into the teens, man. We got to put some bids out there. As this is kind of, there we go. We just got a 16 flying around today, man. We got some bids down here at 38. Hopefully those will fill as we just continue to watch it. Credit Suisse, not doing much. We're waiting for $2 actually to get short, and then our out for Credit Suisse, if we're going to be wrong, is right around here, 210. Look at Amazon. That I really.
What is happening on Amazon? I haven't even seen that.
Oh,
yet.
what's happening on Amazon was that I lost on it. Now it would be almost $1 in the money, but there goes Amazon to the downside. But that's okay. We've got Apple.
All right. Okay. All right. So PayPal back flat for me. We haven't done a whole lot on PayPal in terms of movement. It was out 20 cents with the market pop. Oh, it's back out 20 cents as the market popped up to the upside here. But I am trying to use this to get some shorts. Specifically, we talked about this with Brendan earlier. Boeing. Boeing is now underneath that 202 mark. So here I am using this pop to get some shorts here on Boeing south of 201.5. I'm willing to play this up to 204-ish with slippage as well. So we're going to play this towards that not just 200, but it's preferably towards that 198, which goes back to about the 10th or so. So I'm playing those two names there on the short side using this pop. For now, I talked about this earlier. I've got the order in. I just don't like the movement, but I'll leave the order in because I want to participate in this banking move of some sort through an ETF. So I am trying to get my hands on some EUFN as well. It's done 800K, so there's volume being traded. So let's just see how this trades going into this, I guess, the next 20 minutes or so. If I get a fill, I get a fill. I want to try to take this no later than 11:30, 11:35. As of 11:35, I want to get out of this, EUFN, because at that point, Europe's closed, we're done here. But for now, there you go. There's a EUFN fill north of just underneath 40. So we are short 3 times there. BA up 50 cents, PayPal out 20, and then EUFN flat on the day for now. And I'm still waiting for that GLD fill if I can get it. By the way, I've given up on BlackRock. Mind you, I don't pull up the BlackRock level to a whole lot. So seeing it like this, where it's like a $2.50 spread, no. I'm not trading that. I'll leave that alone. So we'll move on from that. And I am still waiting for that GLD fill here closer to 178. So 3 shorts, potentially 1 long, and maybe a futures trade if we figure something out north of 3,900. That's pretty much what I'm going to carry for now, unless something else pops up.
Okay. Yeah. So right now we're carrying. Okay. Yes, sir. Man, I'm not going to be able to live down that Amazon trade because where it is right now, guys, I mean, darn it. I mean, the thing is, that's why I just should have got out when we broke 94.20, like we said that, because I gave myself an extra 30 cents worth of risk that we didn't really need to, and then it pops all the way to 75. Look, right into that level right there, and now you're down $1 from its high. So that was definitely a mistake by me. But what's not a mistake is Apple. Apple's really coming in. This was a level that we were looking at from before, man. This is where we were when we thought 150 was in jeopardy. So let's hold it. We were able to get a little bit of a Christmas gift there. Now it just bounces back up. Let's put something at 90. I just said, let's hold it. Let's put just 5% of what we have. Every out now is going to be smaller because of this sort of move that we're seeing here to the downside. We did get reloaded on Credit Suisse as well. So that's going to be a name here that we just got it in. So let's see where we want to fail now, Credit Suisse. We'll put some bids here at 89. Hopefully we get a fill there as we are short 193. It's not like it's a huge win, but we just grab that near. I told you $2 was what we were looking at. So we got a 197 there. So hopefully we can fill in now this bottom and just make a little bit of a move down. This is obviously going to be very news dependent here today. So with that being said, we got Brendo. What up?
Nice move for SMAR. Smart Sheet up on earnings. There's still a few earnings trickling through. Price target hikes across the board from analysts as well after their margin outlook and forecast beat. Up 15% here for SMAR.
Okay, I don't have much going on with that. WFC, we have reloaded that as well, right there at the 200 period, so it's failing to the downside. We'll hit the bank fail right now. Let's go WFC, a nice little reload back down to the downside. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite Amazon, and I'm going to keep talking about it, but there it is, nice downside move. But here comes Apple. It's the banks that are giving me this win right now. Apple just retraced back up, and it's a good thing we had some of those outs again right there on Apple, back down into 150.90, so I don't know, man. The market's trying to bounce around here. The DXY is holding right now, not bad at 104.80. So that's moving around a little bit, but not really a whole heck of a lot. So let's just continue. Okay, there goes Apple. Now Apple's blasting. Now we're not at the highest spot we've been at all day as this NASDAQ continues to go upside here. Let's just, I want to keep looking at Apple. I guess it's just that 152 for our out. I just got to make sure where my out is. Oh, I don't even have an out for Apple because it was working so well. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I mean, that's that level that we're talking about for the Amazon. That seems a little bit high up. Let's just wait for like a 152 break for Apple to be wrong on this one. We've already cashed in on it, but there is a potential good reload spot right here for Apple as we get right back to the day's high.
Yeah, okay, I've got 3 shorts. EUFN still kept rallying, okay? Tight risk on EUFN, that should not require more than about 20 cents or so, 20, 30 cents. It should be, I think once we get above 60, I think I can call it a day on EUFN. So about 20-something cents here on EUFN if it goes bad. PayPal, with this rally, okay, let's see what else we can get on PayPal. PayPal rallying back into the zone, that's fine. That's the resistance area. Amgen is the one that's in trouble right now. So here I am, 229, market rallying up, and this Amgen was breaking through the 229. I'm like, okay, good. Relative weakness right through what I would have expected to be a break point, and they catch a bid and rally up. I'm like, okay, well, the risk on this was about $2. Let's see if they actually find a secondary sell, because this is nuts that the weak name that with the market rallying, this name, which was weak, all of a sudden catches a bid, and this market, all of a sudden, starts following this market. So this could be a problem here as this one rallies up. So we got EUFN, PayPal, Boeing, and Amgen all on the short side. BA up $1 and change. Amgen obviously out $1 and change. And then we got EUFN about a dime out, and then PayPal's been about 20 out for a while now.
All right, you know what's working, man? It is Meta. Meta working right now to the high side like crazy. I just want to get some more orders here. That's WFC, just fell back in a little bit. I was trying to work with Apple here. I feel like we want to sell something a little bit higher than this into that 152. So let's go to like a 79 or so to get a little bit more shares here for Apple. I want to have a decent spot on if we do get back up to the upside. So let's just go right there just to try to short that high, which is 79 right there on the day. And here it comes right back in again for that. I just said Meta was going absolutely insane. This was the number. Again, oops, was that the right amount of shares that I just put on there? What did I just get short at? 79? Okay. Yeah, so okay, there it is. We just got, wow, okay. That just came in pretty good off that 79 short. We just take a 50 fill. We'll take another 50 fill if we can get it. And then we'll take something in the 30s. Wow, that's a good, whoa, sorry, I wasn't even on Apple, I was on Meta. There it is, we just got a fill right there on Apple, and then we just took it back in. Yes, let's go. Nice little downside move right now, okay. So we're back into this game right now with with Apple. Let's go, nice downside move here as Apple's starting to crack lower, lower, lower. This is what we're talking about here with Apple. Hopefully it can make that move to the downside. I got to get some out, man, and I know I'm kind of trading pretty quick here, but this is the name of the game for me, getting in and out of all of these names if we can. And look at Credit Suisse, man. Nice downside move for this as well, as WFC also going back. Wow, we are el fuego today. A couple good trades here. WFC, nice downside move off the reload. Credit Suisse as well, nice downside move, and we got to get out first as we look to put some more on the bid here for all of these names. But so far so good, including, man, I'm most proud of Apple. We've stuck with this name. There it is, down to 30s. Yes, I mean, the reload, everything working out now for Apple. And we are huge in this name as it continues to go to the downside.
Yeah, well, another name that's heading to the downside, BA. Thank you. Okay. With the way things are sitting right now, I need BA to keep going to the downside. So here we are making a move south of 200 now. We're short at 201.5, just underneath 201.5. And now we are broken through 200 and looking at that 199.5. If we can get into the 198.5, this is where I've got that line drawn off. This is where I'm looking for my first target, right through there. So if we can get down there, that'll be my first target. And then if we break through 197, then we're essentially going to trail this anyways. But we do have a ton of space if we end up making it through there. So let's pull it back to a bigger chart. What do you got? That's it right there. That's the support area that I'm trying to avoid here, holding through. So we'll make that the first target. We'll manage as soon as if it gets underneath 199, we'll start getting a little bit closer with the management on the portion that I want to target for the exit. But right now, as it sits, $2.38 in the money on BA to the downside, and we are going to give it a decent amount of space to move around and hopefully hit that first target, and then keep going on down through that 197 for the second. Well, we don't have a second target. We're just going to let it go, really, after that point. But for now, market coming back in, good sign. Did I get my gold? No, I did not. Why not? Because it didn't get close enough. Damn it. It went as low as 24 and then bounced all the way back to 61. So clearly not low enough for me to get that fill on GLD. But I'll leave the order there. I'm still okay with that fill on GLD. If we got to come back in later and get that fill, fine. I'll let it be. And let's quickly take a look at FRC. Has it done its craziness? Oh, wow. Did it really make its way back to 38?
FRC did?
Yeah,
They
damn.
sort of left that one alone.
It was at $30 in the pre, and then, or 29 or whatever, was falling apart, and then it opens, and then starts at 31, and there it goes all the way up, and it looks halted right now at 33.79. Wow, quite the ride on FRC there, Brennan.
You can make the argument as well for some rate cuts or rate hikes or smaller rate hikes, benefiting some home builders, guys. We had earnings from Lennar coming through in better than expected fashion today, or after the close yesterday. So a little bit of relative strength here for some of the home builders as well.
Okay, I mean, I'm still doing the same kind of stuff here, watching these markets and seeing what's good. So WFC again, huge trade, man. Huge trade for WFC. It's the #1 name on the sticky note today. And we talked all about shorting that 39 level. Guess what the high of the day is? I mean, if you're not, I mean, I see some people on Twitter asking, and big shout out to Arun, man. I mean, me and Arun killing it here, I feel like, as a tandem, as Neil's enjoying Dunedin. He'll have a good time here. Oh, I talked about a little bit of studying there and how important that is. But there it is, WFC, 39 short sell. 9.5 million mixed shelf, not great. Nice little downside move there for WFC, 39 short sell at Trader TV Sean. You can find that. There's the high right there, 39, 38.90. So yeah, so we're banking right now. Let's get some more out though, if we can. Why not? Apple also as well. Apple, for some reason, I mean, my chart looks a little bit messy because I have all these outs, but it just keeps on resisting this VWAP like over and over and over again. So I don't know, man. I'm going to put some more bids out on this, even in the 40s. Then back, see, there it goes. We just got a 40 fill. Then back here in the 30s. Let's layer some outs. I mean, I still want to be here if this collapses in, but the NASDAQ's holding out. So, I mean, there we go. We're getting some more fills now. I just bid some 34s and some 30s, so hopefully we can get some of that. And then we'll be lighter, and then I'll complain when it goes back down and that we don't have enough shares. But right now, the NASDAQ is trying to hold. Here we go. Now we're starting to fall. So there goes Apple right back in. All right. One more out here at 20, and then we'll hold the rest and see if we can't get a bigger fall here in Apple as we go. But we're going to go 3 for 4 today with Credit Suisse. There it is. Yes, sir, Apple. Credit Suisse, good outs there at 188 off at $2 short. But what can we do? WFC right now. And down goes the big dog as Apple back down to 151 again. So I'm going to put a bid at 151 flat. I mean, I said I'd wait for it. I got 80 cents in the money here. Like, we got to spin this a little bit. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit all of that, man. You got 2 more days of Arun. Should be a lot of fun. And then we're going to see what happens after that with this market. And not too many more big releases coming through, but we're going to have Fed speak and whatnot. So these markets aren't stopping for anybody. And here's a nice little downside move for Apple and Wells Fargo back into 40 again. But Wells Fargo keeps on bouncing off this level. So it's like, my spidey senses tell me I need to get out of some of these trades because they're bouncing on these levels and the market can't decide what to do. But I'm still feeling the short, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this market's taking us. Again, I've been looking forward to this rally. As long as it was a muted rally, I was okay going short on it. So here I am sitting on 4 shorts with this rally happening. Now, if we can just get this market to turn around a little bit, I can jump on board on the futures as well, on top of all the equity positions that are short right now for me. So this market doing exactly what I needed to do. Almost everything. I just need one more thing from this market, which is give me the reason to short the actual futures contract as well, on top of just the equities.
What level are you looking for that?
It's not necessarily level, it's movement, right? I want to see how it moves through these 90s, right? I don't want to see this back and forth. I just want to get through the 90s and then slow down in the 85s, and then I can probably use that to get some shorts, get some shorts going on the futures. But for now, we're just riding that exit. Are we getting this exit on BA? Oh, I set the wrong price.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, let me fix that.
What'd you do, dog?
Let me fix that.
All right, let's let Arun fix that as he waits for that moment to short the futures. But your boy is short right now. So we're printing a little bit of that right here as we are, again, we've talked about like not saying like daily goal met and things like that, but you know, if you've been short today, it's been hard not to have met your goal, hopefully, so far here today as we just got another fill. I'm so happy with this Apple position. It keeps on bouncing off levels, man. So I'm going to take another out as we get right back to VWAP 25s. I mean, we're short at 80s. So, you know, the fact that I'm boo-hooing about taking 90 cents or 80, there it is, another fill to the downside, you know, really, let's just watch to see, like, this market, again, is at the 50 period. Let's just check out FRC quickly before we go over to Brendan. FRC 32 right now. We've only halted once and maybe twice right there for FRC. So, again, another wild ride happening right there for shareholders of that regional bank, as WFC right now making some more lower lows of the last Oh, there it is. So now, okay, now we got to get on the bid right now. All right, I'm going to take some more out here on WFC. Hopefully, there it is. We get that 30 right there, so we'll go bang. What a day, Brendo. What you got?
Elevation Oncology, a few people mentioning this. Just be aware it is relatively low float, 8 to 10 million, 15, depending on your source. For ELEV, they reported earnings yesterday. Tried to get going late in the day here, but nice little squeeze underway here, 50% for ELEV.
Elevating is Boeing. Hey, Boeing, thank you for the $3 there on that. Nice little short there. We got it out. I mispriced the exit order for whatever reason. So we did fix that. We got the out closer to that 198.5. And now, not all of it though. That's my first target, like I mentioned, right? $3 on the first target on Boeing to the downside. And why is this going to be the target? Well, this reason. This is the exact reason as to why. So we have hesitated here before, so I expect some hesitation. I am trailing the rest of this now. So even if this were to bounce, catch a bid off of the expected support area, and we bounced, I would still lock in about $1.20 something on the rest of this. So it's not as great as $3, sure, but it's still $1.20 something on this move to the downside. And I need as much as possible because right now Amgen is refusing to cooperate. It didn't want to go up when the market was going down, and now the market's kind of drifting down and doesn't want to go down.
Wow.
So Amgen, what a mess. I hear Microsoft talk. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft. What's going on here? Ooh, okay, 262 to the upside. Nice little pop there. Okay, let's quickly look at that. Could you? Oh, you know what? It's at 263, but I still like Microsoft. Thanks for the call out, guys. There, I still like it. Even if it comes down, I will actually send an order in to grab a fill there, closer to 262, which is $1.30 down. But I'm still on board with this.
You're also on board for the long?
Yeah, on Microsoft, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's breaking. I mean, everything's breaking. I mean, let's see what Meta's doing. I mean, it's really strong. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, Meta's not, I mean, Microsoft. Is there independent news there on Softy there, Brendo? Because, yeah, but that was yesterday. Yeah. GPT-4, I mean, whatever, man. They already have GPT-10 most likely. That's the thing about, I was talking with Greg about this before. It's like all these companies, I mean, this is not rocket science. You know, Intel releases, let's just say their A10 chip. They've already got the A30 chip. They just, you know, they got to make us pay for it first. It's like the iPhone releases, you know? It's like, this is our best camera yet. I mean, we have a better one, but we're just going to wait a year to release it, and then we'll, you know, be able to get everyone in that upgrade cycle. So, but Microsoft anyways, huge move upside, man. I don't know. We're short Apple, but we are not going to be short Microsoft, as this has been a crazy move. Right there goes Apple again. This is going to suck for me because I'm going to do the same kind of talk again, that as this market collapses, I'm going to be light on Apple because we gotten it all out. But still, Apple's an absolutely banger for me today, and we're happy to trade that. WFC, we just got Daryl. What's up to Daryl in the chat? He's been sort of PMing me, not PMing me, but hitting me up in the chat there for these WFC calls. And that's exactly, I mean, print that cash to the downside, WFC. So that's a nice move right there. And we're just doing exactly that. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a win here as this market wants to retrace a little bit back down to the downside. So that's what we're looking for. There it is. We finished our WFC trade. We are now out as we get that 38.20 fill. And again, it's going to, you know, I might look silly on this, probably will. What else is new? But right there, WFC out finally on some of those pre-market, I mean, the pre-market lows down here, but on some of those levels. So a nice little short from 39 all the way back in. We can now cancel WFC well traded today, make back a little bit of that, or a decent amount of that money that we lost yesterday on Bank of America. So far so good here. I hope you guys are enjoying the day. Great trade by Arun there on BA. And that's that. You guys can see that I've been a pretty active character here today as well. So far so good here. As, hey man, I hate to say it, but goal accomplished.
Aim higher, Sean. Come on now.
I mean, that's the thing, I've aimed higher. So now new goal accomplished. Hit. So that's hey man, I'm aiming higher. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The one thing as a trader, as you know, Arun, to be complacent about something is definitely, ooh, Robbie, refresher. Me and Brendan always laugh about it because Rob asks in the chat, but I'm way too busy doing everything. Every time I want a reload in the coffee. How are you doing for the tea?
I only I could try to limit
Where are you
myself.
going, Professor?
I go one cup.
Professor going
of tea
for a
in the
walk.
morning to start the day, and then I'll do another cup here as I start the afternoon show, and that's it. During the rest of the time, I'm doing the water.
I mean, Rob is so nice to do this. I feel like,
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
I don't want to be like, yo, get me a coffee, but I mean, I'll take one if there is one. I still have a little bit here.
To be
left.
fair, how many cups of coffee do you
so
actually
far
have?
it's one so far today, and it's 10
No, but
o'clock.
like typically on a normal day, like yesterday.
Maybe 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
With the amount of reloads that you keep.
No, because I
talking
don't
about.
ever get a reload. You think I get reloads, but I really don't.
Okay, espressos then, or whatever.
No, I'm talking about caffeine, period.
Okay.
It's maybe...
I feel like
So,
it's more
so what
than
I'll
that.
do is, okay, for example, I take one coffee in the morning, and then Rob will refill this one, and I'll probably have half of that, so that's 1.5. And then
Okay.
generally in the afternoon, I will go and grab a coffee every once in a while,
Okay.
which would be one other coffee, so that's 2.5. And then maybe I'll top something, maybe 3 then, max.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not that
I thought
much.
these guys were
the thing
like-
is, it doesn't affect me. That's the other thing, right? So, like, coffee does not have pretty much any effect on your boys. So, so far, so good on that one. But no, I don't. I'd say 3 is a max. The fact that I've only had 1 now and it's 10 o'clock, I mean, that should pretty much tell you everything you need to know. So.
All right, well, this market's taking a coffee break as well from
Yeah.
moving on up, because here we are sliding to the downside.
on
Microsoft, oh man, maybe I spoke too soon on Microsoft. Yes, it's a beast, but it is.
Is it coming back in now?
Yeah, I mean, this market was coming down. The thing with tech is, like, I'm noticing all the tech names from the open, not all of them, the major tech names, specifically Microsoft, Amazon, are up off the open, Apple's flat, and this market has rallied. So I'm trying to figure out what they're, like, there's, obviously tech is very different from the financial side of things, and that's why the S&P, because it's more financially geared, is down 1.7%, and NASDAQ's only down 1.1%. So clearly there's a big discrepancy there because of the banks. I mean, JP Morgan's down 4% on the day. So there's got to be a way to play Microsoft, and I'm not sure. I take my words back. Maybe Microsoft isn't the long for me right now. I'm going to have to reassess the situation and come back to it. We'll go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, just like that, 10 o'clock. Let's get you caught up on what happened if you missed it early on this morning. 8:30, we got PPI numbers that came out a little better than expected, to say the least. 4.6 versus 5.4 was the headline number there. Retail sales month over month, negative 0.4 versus exactly that expected. The month over month PPI, negative 0.1 versus a positive 0.3% expectations. We were talking about a ton of things. I'll show you the board here as well, because why not? It's still red, but much better than about an hour ago. NASDAQ composite 1.3, 1.07 there for the 100. Still trying to lead. Still some underlying weakness there for the Russell 2000, where most of those banks are housed, the regional banks at that. So we were watching all of them. We saw even the big banks under pressure in the pre-market continued that way. JPM, GS, even BAC, talking about all kinds of inflows and deposits coming in from some of these regional banks, but still a lot of uncertainty remains. Tesla, yeah, number 1 in EV sales in Europe in Q4. Nice upgrade from Meta as well. There's this one. A lot of people talking about ELEV still. Yeah, trying to hold on to $2 there, but might be running out of steam. Watch the volume down here. Not a lot. More on the way up than coming down, guys, for ELEV. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit the like button first off and then subscribe if you haven't, guys.
I feel like this stock is right up Neil's alley. It's low priced. It's got some news on it.
Which stock?
ELEV. It's just, like, I can't figure out a way to trade
I'll
this
tell you
with
when
the
you'll do
chart.
short.
Oh, you'd be making money on it, though.
Would he?
Yeah, for sure. Because it topped out 225. I look at a quick 5-minute chart. Where does it top out? I guess not. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to trade it. I still don't know how to trade this one. I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm going to go back to the ones that I do have. BA still flirting with the 198. Good stuff. EUFN PayPal relatively flat. Okay. Amgen, what are you doing, Amgen? Come on down.
Credit
This is
Suisse.
this is nuts here on Amgen, refusing to. The one time the market decides to come down and Amgen refuses to actually follow the trend it's been in for the last little bit. We'll leave it alone, though. We've given it the space. We just need to let it trade out. I am still looking for names. Roku's on the table, but I just don't know about Roku. Like, it's on the table. It took out that 60 even mark. prefer a potential short here. Market's coming back in. I'm just looking at Roku going, is there enough space for me to take a short at 60? Because if I were to take a short at 60, stop on this would have to be the high, which is 63, right? So $3 in risk, and I'm looking down at 60 to 57. Yes, but we still need to clear that 59 half, that 59 even. There's a lot to get through on Roku. It's not a clean break. So that's the only reason that I would hesitate on something like this. And it would require Roku to trade a little bit more. So no rush on Roku. It's the only one that's actually gone off on the alert for me. So we'll leave that alone. But Roku, potentially something there if everything falls into place with the way it trades on a bounce back up into 60, 60 half. And then it doesn't go too far, and you got to wait for a bunch of different conditions to kind of set up. But the easy trade, obviously, BA, right? You get in, it does exactly what you want it to do, and then continues on down all the way through. So here we are on BA through the top end, and we're just going to leave it alone and ride that one as far as we can. And the rest, well, Amgen, if it cooperates, it cooperates. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then EUFN. Remember, EUFN is the ETF, the financial ETF out of Europe. So that one, I've given it 20 cents in space and also put a timer on it, meaning if we don't make a move by 11:30, I'm done with EUFN because this is meant specifically for Europe. And by the time the European close comes in at 11:30, 11:35, by the time the prints come in, I don't want to be in that trade anymore. Whether it's up or down, I'm done. I walk away from EUFN at that point. And then market coming back in. Okay, still some strength there. Like I said, some through 90 into the 85s. What are we going to do? We catch a bid apparently. So here we are popping up. Okay, this is why I didn't commit to the market short just yet. We're still on the table that is still on the table, but not yet. Clearly, there's something to get through here through these 85s. So good stuff. Waiting on, and we're just going to keep waiting for this market to figure out how it wants to play north of 3,900 or through those 85s that we just bounced off of.
So right there, we've got a new position alert right here, and that is going to be AMD. We just took that out for 20 cents real quick. We still got the position on board, but we did take a piece out there as we went long 88, 86, 85 there and out 10s or 5s, whatever that was there on advanced micro. And then also, man, we did get a good fill on Apple, as I don't know what this market wants to do right now. I do have a bad trade on Credit Suisse. We will talk about that. We're about to make another one right now as we're short. I'm just looking at it. Okay, let's go over to Credit Suisse quickly. So here it is, man. We already got short. We already got out at 211. We were going to play that break of 210. It happened. It punched us out. So we do take an L there. And then I got back in at 07 because it did fall back to $2, thinking that maybe we just got like temporarily stopped out on a bad, not a bad, well, we're going to get stopped out again right now as it's taking out 12s right there. So here we go. We're going to get stopped out on Credit Suisse again as we tried to short it. This one, it's fine. It was short early, and now we're not going to be stubborn about it. We're going to do, as we've been talking about it, and getting out when we're wrong. So one more penny upside, and we will get out of that CS right there, Credit Suisse. And then I do like Advanced Micro. This has been a name that's been strong. We've seen it rip early, just like Meta, just like Softy. Lots of potential here in AMD. So we're going to try to hold that long as well. And the long, I think, until 86.40, which is that bottom there. So we'll have a look at 86.40 here for a bottom on advanced micro devices right there. So if it does come back into the 70 area or so, we'll pick up a little bit more. But for right now, I'm pretty happy with this position on AMD, looking for more shares back down near the 70s. And honestly, the market's well above right now. So I'm almost thinking that Apple still, let's just hold the Apple short. We only have 10% left of this position, and I don't really want to reload it. But if it does come up to that, we'll look at it. But there goes Advanced Micro again, right back up to the upside. So that's going to be a nice trade that we're going to have to get let's get something out now. If we get something out near 20, that would be good. Hey, man, it's just a 30-cent winner right now. There it is. Yes, sir. Hit the bangs for this one.
Like and subscribe today.
What's up, Kat? Right there. Cat's loving. Look at AMD. Everybody loving this AMD trade as it just goes back up to the upside. 87.40 right now. Those of you, we did get a reload of coffee, so those of you want to keep track, Arun's going to keep track today. Number 2 coffee right here. So that's what that is. And for everyone saying like, oh, it must be on something, This guy ain't on anything. I'm just high on life. And if that's not you, then I'm sorry, man. Go back, have a little sleep, and just relax. But I'm doing me every single day here, and I'm excited to be on air with everybody. And yeah, all natural besides one coffee this morning.
All right, just taking care of some business there. Market coming back in. Well, okay, market taking off here a little to the upside. That means we gotta get out of Amgen. We have gotten out of it. It did not do what we needed to do, which was to rally, well, to respect the existing strength that was, or expect to continue following the expected resistance that it was putting up over the top, which was sell side. So damn Amgen, you couldn't just follow the trend that you were in for the last little bit. Nope, they had to break it on this one day where we're doing a whole lot of nothing. So that breaks the trend. That cost me about $2 and change. So we are out of that, but hey, we're making what, we've already locked in $3 and we're still up another $2.50 on the rest of this BA trade. So we're still net positive, good stuff there. Shoot. And then I've still got PayPal and EUFN. EUFN, I'm probably going to get out of fairly quickly. They're getting a nice little rally, it seems, across the European banks. So we are going to walk away from this fairly soon. The risk on this was going to be about 23 cents, 20, depending on slippage, but it's getting fairly close to that exit. PayPal is the one that we got to check in on. PayPal actually had a technical short, and what did you do? Oh, we're still okay. We're just kind of moving a little bit further into that resistance area. So PayPal, it's out 50 cents, but I'm okay with what it's doing. Don't have to worry about that one just yet. Futures market, are we getting closer and closer to finding a short? Maybe, dare I say, there could be a short on the table fairly soon.
Good, I'll hold Apple.
I don't know. I'm watching this going, this action above 3,900. I like what I see. I just don't know if it's enough to take the short just yet. So we are getting closer to figuring out how I'm going to play this futures market, but not just yet. Timing is everything in this market, and I think the timing for the futures, we just need to wait a little bit more.
So you're going to see a little bit of a different price here in AMD. It's because I made a keystroke error. And again, thanks for that. Someone there in the chat says you don't need to explain yourself to a lame. I don't know what that means, but and I'm not trying to explain myself to anybody. I don't know who the lame is, but you know, I'm just sitting here, and like we said, man, getting high off of life, and if that's not you, and you know you need other things, that's good too. But do you as you continue to go on. And what we're doing is this. Money. So we'll keep spinning it again, man, again and again and again. Like I've been really proud, you know, to be able to sort of put up the numbers that I've been doing, and honestly, it's all good. So let's just continue to go. There's AMD. Oh, the keystroke error that I said was this move right there. I mean, it's fine. We went long again, but we were waiting for a little bit lower. I put 87.70 instead of 86.70 that I wanted to buy, but that's okay. We do go long on that one. We're still 50 cents in the money on Apple. We're 30 cents in the money, 20 cents in the money on AMD, and that's it, man. Two profits right now. Meta. I cannot believe Meta. Trust me, I see it. It's just I chose AMD on a pullback instead of Meta and Softy. Probably should have looked over there as well. But let's go over to Brenda. What's up, dog?
Interesting note from the NYSE guys. Actually saw the same from the CME going back to Tuesday, but the owner of the NYSE saying options and futures trading volume hit new all-time highs on March 13th. Yeah, CME was yesterday saying the same thing. So Monday, crazy volume right across the board.
Yeah, that's when you get that kind of action, right? When there's like volatility for a market that's been somewhat muted for the last little bit. All of a sudden you give us a day where the market goes nuts. You know people are getting involved in options. Options is the easy way to play, also to hedge. Futures, accessible. Yeah. Again, another hedging way to hedge against your positions. Also, for a lot of retail too now, is the MES is available. So I assume when they say volume, it's across this, including all volume, all asset classes, including the smaller contracts. So even though the value might be a little different there, that still brings in some volume. So you have a lot of action here, and this is the kind of day you want it. For the last 3 days, I think Thursday, Friday, and then Monday. Just absolutely nuts in terms of action. You could feel the market, the way it was moving, right? It was moving like 20, 30 points in a shot. We got a 40-point move in half an hour yesterday, and that wasn't even that. It didn't even feel that bad. That was just like, oh, you know, it's a buy imbalance. Or at 3:30, we're going to do a buy program, and boom, it's gone. But that kind of stuff was happening intraday. So it definitely makes sense that there was a lot of options and futures volume. I also wouldn't be surprised if individual stocks had some record volume as well in terms of trading, because they all have their own news sources, right? Or reasons for moving. Okay, we're right back to doing man, I'm looking at this chart going, okay, well, this is what happened yesterday. You're not going to catch me off guard like we did yesterday, where we were doing just a little drift up and then all of a sudden trip the switch, 65, 60, and then boom, down to 25. You're not going to catch me off guard. I'm paying attention this time. 3,900. You're giving me almost what I need to take a shot on the short side. We'll see. We'll see how you want to play this a little bit more, but a little bit more, and then I might be able to make a decision on this. BA is coming back in. We are putting the trail stop on BA. It is going to be right here. It's going to be north of 200, not too close. I would prefer a little bit closer to 250, 200.50 if it does come all the way back up. Now, this market isn't rallying, so to have BA rally, that just means there's some shorts getting out. I don't want to get out just because some shorts are covering and this is just a small drift back up. I don't want to get caught in that mess if this market does turn around. So I'm going to give it some space, but at the same time, I have to lock in profit, right? $3 was great. We're going to still lock in about $1 with the slippage here. It's probably going to be $1, just over $1 and change, but trying to avoid getting taken out just because there's some stops covering at the moment. PayPal doing what it needs to do. Amgen still rallying. I still have it on my chart here, and they broke the trend and they're still going to the upside. So clearly there was some strength there on Amgen that we went short into, and then it just kept rallying up. There goes the market to the downside now. Can you stick is the question. We've done this before and you've caught a bid. Let's see if you can stick around to the downside here, south of 95. I think that should give me enough to work with if I am going to step in on the short side. If you can't, well, then we're back to waiting a little bit more.
Yeah, if you don't know, now you know. Thanks, Arun, for that one. There it is. Let's go, man. I mean, there's another one right there. Apple, we hold it all the way to the downside. We'll take $1 on Apple. So that's a good little trade there as that's continuing to go to the downside here. AAPL continuing to work downside, and we'll take our bid again right there. So another name that we had on here, WFC short 39, Apple short, Meta long. I mean, we hit it again today, and we're just going to continue to do this, man. I mean, hopefully every single day I'm learning something, you guys are learning something, and we can, just trade better as a group. And that's the whole sort of the point of Trader TV Live here is to help everybody out, help ourselves out, and give you guys that good content. So hopefully you can hit the like button if you like to, or the subscribe, and you'll get updated all the time on what we are doing here. So, okay, let's just check out some of the banks one more time here because we haven't really talked about them too much here as FRC continues its move. Let's zoom back out a little bit. You have that 200. I mean, are we really going to use things like 200 periods and things like this on FRCI? I don't really think that this is a name right now that we're going to use like too much technical analysis unless you're sort of looking at levels of support and resistance. So I would sort of just say like maybe 40 again, just an even dollar level. But I don't, does this stock really care? I mean, it's so news-based right now. It's a nice move up. We only halted twice, it looks like, today. Pretty orderly as we go. We'll keep our ear to the ground and see if Brendan comes up with anything for us. But for now, that name for me is going to be that short. So we'll just wait for it around that $40 mark, I think is a decent play. Again, you were looking at I don't think you got into Netflix. No. We could talk about that. Is it still sub 300, sorry. Yeah. 296, I believe. Yeah, so 296, 297 here for Netflix. So, that's a little bit of an area of concern there as there's the move. Yeah, so the short was definitely not in there, but they're at 300. Wow, what a good short that was at $3. So you could have looked at that. And then here we go, man. We're now in. Look at Apple. Apple's absolutely collapsed city. This is exactly what we thought was going to happen, but we weren't able to hold it, unfortunately. So that's on me, and that sucks because we were back and forth with this. We should have probably held everything, and then we'd really be laughing. But right now, we'll see. He who laughs hardest laughs last. Nah, that's probably not right. But there it is, a nice move down to 150 again. We're going to see what happens at 150. At least we got a piece on. All right, and then now here we go. AMD. Yes, sir. I mean, wow, AMD. Let's. Money. I mean, I don't care. Honestly, guys, I would. Holy crap! What was that level I said on AMD? You probably don't remember. No. 86.70. Okay, so we just got long 86.70. We just got some out at 87.10 in the same minute. So there it is, man. We are really on one again here today. Let's get some more out, 05s, 04s, whatever, man. There it is. Like, that actually happened right there on AMD. So there it is. I mean, you guys are going to say, yeah, there's no way, like, you know, that didn't happen. Check your charts. Right there. Here it comes right back in. We're out of more than half of that on that move back up. There it is right now again. You know what? Let's just reload a small piece there at 71. Our out is 50. This market is a lot more violent than I thought it was at these levels. So here we come in. Now we're going to lose. So we're going to go flush down the toilet very soon, because there comes AMD right back in again, right into that 50 level. And we're reloaded right now. So if this goes back up, we have to get something out as the market's coming in a little bit here. Especially AMD is what's coming in. The market's not even coming in that much. We'll still be positive, but not for long on AMD as it's coming back in. What you got for us, Brendo?
Another big mover, Freshpet, FRPT, trying to get back to day highs here. Struggling at 50 though. A bit of a level here for Freshpet is 50 even. They announced a $350 million 5-year convertible bond after the close yesterday, to which Jana Partners, which owns about 8.6% of the company, said that is a obviously terrible idea if you are a shareholder. So back to the upside though so far, but struggling here at 50, guys, for FRPT.
Yeah, this
man, we just
futures
got
market. There's something must have come out, because that was unusual.
Was it a number? No.
No, it wasn't a number. I'm sure there's a comment somewhere if we look hard enough where this market has come off. But I use that to get short. So around 95-ish, pretty much where the market is right now. I am short here, looking.
So short the futures? Is it the ES or the NASDAQ?
This is the ES.
Okay.
This is the ES. So I am short here trying to play this, but this is getting volatile, to say the least here. It ripped right through me all the way north of 3,900, came all the way back down, broke through 38.90, and here we are right back to that 95, 96 area. So I am short. I'm going to play on the short side on the futures. We'll see how this one plays out. This is unusual volatility for this time of day, because what is it, Wednesday? No, we don't get nat gas and oil. Maybe oil at 10:30. That's possibly on the table. I got to double check the calendar.
Yeah, that's on the table, but is that the, like...
Yeah, I don't know what the reason is.
So
I'm
many
sure we'll
big
find
moves
out
in the equity market right now.
In a few minutes or in half an hour. We'll find out that there's some sort of comment made somewhere after it's all digested and posted everywhere. We'll be late to the party, but at the same time, I'm still sticking to what I wanted to do with this market, which was get enough information north of 3,900 to go for the short. I think I have enough. I could be wrong here, but I am going to put up the risk to see if I'm wrong or not. So we are short on the futures market there. And Boeing is still holding up well inside of this volatility. Okay, great. And then EUFN, I actually should be getting out of EUFN fairly quickly. That's not working out. And then PayPal still at 50 cents or so out. And there goes the market to the upside, of course.
Ye of little faith, man. Ye of little faith is I. All right, so we got a little nervous there. I mean, look, it's still a great trade for AMD. It's just, it's fine. I mean, we just got a 50 fill. I mean, 80s now. I mean, what a 90s now. This name, man, is just a money, like, if you have the sort of wherewithal and ability to hold something, and you like a long, like these AMD dips, as if, like you just mentioned there, Arun, like as if something came out here about AMD or about the whole market itself. It just, like, it dipped down, we got that long, it ripped back up, we made that 30, 40 cents. Then the very next candle down, we come back in again to that same level, and then we get it out, and now we're making 40 cents back on the long. So yeah, man, here we go again, Arun. Like, nice moves here. I'm glad that I'm not glad you're in the short. I'm long. I'm one short, one long. But we just took out our Apple down there at 150, so we're getting lighter. It's only 10:22. I mean, this market still has all day, essentially, to go. And we will look out for that oil number. I think that's a good look as well as we get ready for oil to come through at 10:30. So we'll watch out for that. And here we go. Oil right now. It's good. I got to gas up tonight. Not that it's going to hit the pumps. You ever realize that? You know, oil will be down 3, 4, 5%, gas up or something on the day. So shout out to our lovely dependence on oil and the fact that we can't do anything about it. So, all right, we're going to wait to see that. Here goes Apple. I know that's not how it works. I know it's all futures prices and whatnot. It's all storage. Oh, by the way, I'm excited for today. by the way. They're going to cut Ezekiel Elliott. I just saw that right now. So I had to pause what I'm doing to mention that to Sharif. And then today also, we get the most drama queen in the whole NFL, hopefully makes an announcement on the Pat McAfee show at 1 p.m. We'll wait to see where Aaron Rodgers, if the Jets have met all of his requests or not. So we're going to find out about that coming later today. But for right now, the only request we need is Brendan Wickens on the mic.
Hey guys, just seeing this JNCE back to the upside, another little one that's been flying around so far this morning, $1.60. But yeah, let's talk about some small caps moving so far today. It has been relatively quiet as far as the week is concerned anyways for small cap world. This one, THMO, standing out this morning on a new product launch as well. A number of headlines. They updated their financials this morning as well. So nice day, but look what's happening as per usual with these. 450 ends up being the top. We're back below $4 already for THMO, getting into significant levels on the daily chart as well. A couple other ones worth noting, but no real significant catalyst for these 2 days in a row here for ELEV, as I mentioned, back below $2 though, coming off a little bit after a nice move yesterday. MVLA as well had a huge move to the downside over the past few months, gapped up this morning to 250 and gave it all back even before the market opened, guys, for MVLA, I should say. Back over to you.
All right, let's go, man. It's 10:24 right now. I want to say a big shout out to everybody. Please hit the like and the subscribe button if you can. And again, I feel like we're doing another great job here today for everybody on the stream. So if there's any sort of names you guys want us or anybody wants us to look at, please put it there in the chat. Yeah, Zeke is pretty washed up. But the thing is, someone will sign him and he'll get, I don't know if he'll get a minimum contract or what, but we'll wait to see. Shout out to anybody there that's a Dallas fan, as I know the professor right here is. Dallas just signed Gilmore. Dallas is going to be a hot team, guys. I mean, there's absolutely, my opinion, no doubt about that. If you're in fantasy sports, you're going to want to draft the Dallas defense. First overall, I would say, I mean, them and San Francisco are going to always compete with each other, but that's going to be a good defense to grab, I would think. Anyways, so try to do that if you're in fantasy sports. But okay, so right now Apple just continuing to fall down. I know you're short the futures as well, so that's going to be a good trade there. As right now AMD, man, I'm so glad that we're able to get that all out. We now have a third, or actually half left on AMD as we wait. Sorry, half left. Third left of AMD. We're waiting for this 39 to break right there. Once it does, we're out of AMD, and we'll just watch our Apple get to the downside. And yeah, what a good day again here right now for everybody. I want to give a big shout out to my guy Raj in the back, crushing it as well. And so big shout out to everybody. Congratulations if you're trading today. And hey, every day is a good day. So just always remember that. Be blessed for what we have.
Yeah, and what's coming up? We got to keep an eye on this one for opportunities, because the crude. I'm going through what the expectations are. So it's the previous was a draw, and they're expecting a build. So anytime it's one thing to have a build and then expect a different number on a build, but to go from a draw to a build opens the door for some volatility here, because they can miss by a little bit, they can miss by a lot, and the crude contract or even the USO will go absolutely nuts on this. So I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on 10:30, which is about just over 3 minutes here, for potential trades here. I'm looking at the CLF, clearly CLF down. This is the crude contract. Well, I'm saying CLF, but it's the CL contract. I'm using a consolidated chart, which is the pound F portion of it. But CL contract to the downside, it is down almost 4% at the moment, and it's been nuts for the last few days. And we saw this when it started its move here late in the session here. Yesterday, it broke through that 72, came back into that 72, and what do? Catch another offer about 4 or 5 a.m. This falls right into Europe as well, and then just completely fell apart. By the time you got to 9:30, the market open, it's done nothing. All of this was in the pre. If you're trading commodities, you've got to jump on that stuff when the markets are open. And there goes the futures market. We're sitting in a 7.8 point winner right now as the market falls off a little bit here. Let's see what happens south of 85, because 85 was the last time we made that quick pop up north of 3,900. Let's see how they handle that as we come on down. Futures doing exactly what I need them to do, helping the situation. BA already had made its bounce back towards 200. I was sitting north of 200 on the exit. Coming back in. Everything's timed out well, it seems. Now we just got to wait on crude. All we need is for crude to start moving, add some volatility, hopefully in the direction that we need it to, which is to the downside, and then we can make some more money and potentially some opportunities there on crude as well.
Crude volatility, nah. Nice trade for my guy over there, Arun. Shout out to Arun. And again, Arun filling in for Neil, guys. We did this yesterday at the end of the day. Put some ones up in the chat there to appreciate Arun here so we can all see that. But you guys already know it, and so do I. So it's very, very, very nice to have Arun here. And it's a completely different style, right? So it's just rocking differently than me. And again, you know, both of us today, well net positive, and Arun focuses obviously more risk on the futures than on the equity side of things. And then this is what happens to me when I trade. That sometimes will happen, and we got to have our last third there. So that reload, positive on the reload. We're up on AMD today, but we just got stopped out, which really does suck on that play, because we got that stop out right there on AMD, and then it just ripped back up 50 more cents. So I think I'm going to leave AMD alone for right now. It seems a little bit volatile, needless to say. And I do not want to ignore, there's all the ones in the chat. Thank you so much. I did not want to ignore a super chat that was in there for WAL. So again, Western Alliance Bank Corp. If I can find that super chat, I'll show it on the... Yeah, now there's too many ones up in there. There it is right here. What's up to Hayden Griffin, my friend? Thank you so much for the $5 Griffith. Sorry, shout out to you and your $5 super chat. Thank you so much as we continue to, use the super chats, to pay somebody like Arun to come in here, and then of course Sharif wants a raise, so we got to do something with that as well. But right now, this is what we're looking at. So you get a $5 raise. Weekly though. Don't get too carried away. Right there. Okay, so that's $30 coming in. WAL again, a nice little move back up to the. You're welcome, man. I mean, I got you. There it is, a nice little move back in for WAL, back to the downside right now. And what are we looking at here? So that's Western Alliance. It's halting. It's actually only one halt, so maybe it's not too bad. I was always looking at some of these levels from yesterday. I mean, what's been happening today? So right there, 39.40 again. I mean, it looks like FRC at that level, $40. But again, right back into there. We made that little wick high yesterday afternoon, just after a halt, and that was $34. And then that matches with the $34 right there. So back and forth comes and goes with these markets, but that's WAL, Western Alliance. I like that 34. I think you might have found a spot right there into that wick. So what are we trading now? Short 32, 33? Yeah, so you might want to short in and around here on WAL against that 34. I mean, where we've been today, 26, 27. So the risk to reward here, I think, is panning out for anybody on this Western Alliance bank. So Bank Corp. We had to talk about it properly. All right, Credit Suisse, again, a name that we were wrong on today, quite frankly. And I mean, and this is, okay, so we're wrong on it, but we're not down. The only name that we're really down on is Amazon after screwing up that short, which I want to go back over and look at that. But right now, Credit Suisse back to the upside, and now only down 11%. I mean, that's a huge move for the bank today. These guys were all the rage and all the talk when I was on my way in here listening to Bloomberg radio and whatnot. That's why I was like, okay, we got to short this. They had so many talking heads on there talking about this, and we sort of agreed, and we did that. The money was really made on WFC, though, today. We got that great short, and we're right back into that level again. I just got to make sure I don't have any orders. Just because we went long once doesn't mean we go long again on some of these names, right? Short. Again, we're going to have to reassess all this as WFC making its way back to 39. I am not going to reload these shorts as Credit Suisse is upside now. Western Alliance is moving again back to that 34 right now. So yeah, I feel like it's a safer play just to sit around now and watch some of these banks and wait for Brendan to give us an update. Here's Senator Warren. Banks should not be conducting their own stress testing. Thanks, Senator Warren, for that one. And then that's just one little update here. We'll find out what that means exactly. But let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
Just be careful here, guys. Senator Warren on CNBC right now talking about everything that is going on. So some comments could come through as we continue along right now. But here we go. Interesting note, I was just reading through this on the banking crisis as well and how it's going to affect crypto. This note essentially suggesting that we could actually see more and more crypto firms get pushed offshore. That didn't work out too well for FTX, but it depends on how this plays out, obviously. But interesting opinion there anyways from CoinDesk. Back downside right now for Bitcoin. We are still positive on the 24-hour period, but only just about 0.5% once again back below 25,000. That's Ethereum leaking a little as well, back towards 1660. Trying to hold on to some of these levels. This is an hourly chart, so we have given back a fair amount from that past couple of days. The move to the upside. This is 12 hours, I should say. 4.6, 4.7. Back to the downside, 24,693, 1657. Mixed board so far today, guys, after a very volatile start to the week anyways for crypto markets.
Yeah, it's still, even though it's contained right now, the market as a whole, it's still volatile inside the range. By the way, I got out of the futures contract, the futures position. The risk on this is changing and shifting, especially once that 85 comes into play here. So now I start to realize what's happening at 85. I really shouldn't be pricing at 90 or 95 because that's too close. So although I'm using the 20 as a stop, I thought I had enough space initially to go after it. As soon as I realized I was flat going into the crude number, I was like, you know what? It's a 50-50 shot on what crude does. And when crude did come out, the market or the futures contract did drop like 4 points or so. But I'm going to need some resolution to this because this is nuts. I'm going to reprice. I still like the idea, but it's not going to happen here at 95. It's probably going to have to happen closer to 3,900, or we get a nice breakthrough 38.80, at which point I can come in and start looking for shorts in the high 80s into the low 90s. I'm open to the idea of that. It's just got to be done in a different way. You can't just step in and say, you know what, let's put up 25 points and hope it breaks another 10. And now it's breaking, but is 86. That enough to the downside? But for now, we're still riding BA to the sell side. That's a great short, $3.21. Looking at the lows. Okay, let's see if we can keep going on down. Futures market taking a dive here. Okay, This is good. This is good. This is really good. This is what I needed earlier, but now you're going to give it to me now. That means I can probably price something in a little bit. It'll have to be a little bit lower than what I had initially, but this gives you more confirmation. What's up, Brendan?
Arun, you were mentioning the oil inventory number there, basically in line with expectations, 1.5 million or 1.55 million versus 1.5 million expected. So basically in line there for crude.
All right, we're going, okay, good call on that one. We'll see what crude's doing right here. Nice move up and a nice move right back down, still down that 3.57%. Arun, I know Arun will talk about nat gas futures and some oil futures. Maybe we can have a look at that as you're out of or you went back into the short?
No, I just got out.
Okay. So just as a quick little play here, as the market is just up and down and around, it's maddening right now. I'm going to have to look at NVIDIA as that's dancing around as well. So I want to be short Meta until 192.50 breaks. I just thought that was Meta's not a name that I want to be short. It's just I am short right now into it. And again, the reason why, here we go, there we go, we just broke it right now, back up to the upside right here. But the reason why we're short Meta was I thought the market was breaking there. And Meta was down that 1 point something percent. We just touched the 200 period right there as well. So Meta with some high wicks up to 193. We're actually not, you know what? Let's take a little bit more here on Meta, and again, let's take something like 75. I'm just noticing right now that if we're going to be in something, let's not just get out right away because like we did on Amazon, that came back in. And the thing about this trade here, Meta we know is. Or we know can be and is super strong at times. So right now we are giving some back on our day here shorting this name. I just thought the market was breaking. There's 193. We've topped out of it a couple times. We're back up to the 50 period. I thought Meta was going to break, but we did not break that 50 period right there. So a little silly, little in a little bit too early, but there it is now into our last average in here for Meta. And again, Like, I apologize for it, but again, this is just an idea that I had to go short here on Meta. So let's try it out. I'm going to put something on the bid here, even a little bit lower. If it does crash back in, then we will try to take that trade for Meta. So let's wait to see here. If it comes back in, we'll take some out on the bid just to take some relief out. We're short right now at 28. So maybe a little bit of a bid here at 50 if it prints us. So we actually get that bid, and now we'll hold it down a little bit more here for Meta as it's trying to fall back a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just paying attention to Coinbase here. Coinbase, it was one of the alerts that went off, and I finally got around to looking at it. I was like, oh, you took out 66? This would take you into the highs from yesterday, and then immediate failure right back down through 64.5, now sitting at 64 and change. This will be interesting, a double top on Coinbase after a strong move yesterday and a failed attempt today. This is good in terms of finding a short. Can we find the short right through 67 now at this point? This is establishing itself as a nice sell side area, okay? Come back in through 64, potential double top, not even just a double top. That I'm gonna expand this area from the 8th or so. So you're going back a few days. It's gotten into the zone a few times now and it's rejecting. So this could confirm. If it can confirm, I think that'd be a decent short as well. The risk on this, $3, south of 64, up to 67. Yeah, you can probably get down to 61. There's enough space down there to make it happen. So it'll be a 1-for-1 if you can get 64. If you can't get 64, then probably not worth it at that point. But I'm going to keep an eye on Coin. That could be on the table here, and for another short. Well, I mean, apart from the shorts that I have, remember EUFN and PayPal have been, for the most part, drifting negative, but they're out 11 and 20 cents. And then BA's been the one that's been running. So BA is actually up $3.24. We've already hit our first target, so we're going to let it go and see if we can grab some more extensions through the bottom. And then, of course, Amgen was that loser from this morning that actually BA is covering the loss for. So at this point, I'm just waiting on this market to give me some clarity. I thought I had enough to work with, and then they kind of started doing this, and every time I think maybe this is enough, it pops right back up like 10 points. So it was down at 82, and it bumped right up to 92 when Brennan was talking about Elizabeth Warren making comments. So I feel like that's going to be more of what's happening here. But it's getting pricey to trade in these 90s. I think it's got to be closer to those evens, or this thing has to make a breakthrough 80 even and actually break down for us to be willing to take a shot that makes sense in terms of risk. But at the moment, it is definitely range bound, and it's going to have to require some patience here. But oh, there goes Coinbase through 64. Okay, Coinbase, I see you. That could set up the short for a double top, triple top, whatever you want to call it. There's some resistance up there. That could work on the short side if this holds up here south of 64.
All right. It's 10:40. Shout out to everybody there today that's watching us. Thanks, Arun, one more time for everything today. The professor's getting ready to get locked and loaded. In 20 minutes, you're going to have Luca and Sharif on the ones and twos. So if my voice has become too annoying, that's what's going to happen. All right, 150.30 right now. I mean, we are going to win on this one, man. Awesome. Today, it's been such a great short for Apple all day long. And unfortunately, we don't have the biggest piece on, but we still got a piece on. And that's all that matters here as this market hopefully will break lower, and then we'll watch out for a 150 break. We are short Meta as well. That's the much bigger position as we only have one out on Meta. And I'm waiting, again, like I'd love to see this bottom. Like I have a bid right now at 192 because our out's going to be 193 where we sort of topped out at. The last couple times we've gone for a little jaunt to the upside. Meta wants to break. So unfortunately, we went short on Meta because we thought the market was breaking down here, and it didn't break. So that's the problem. Like if the market starts to rip, Meta is actually the name that I want long. So we are being very, very cautious with this trade, and going to get it out where we say we are, right there on a break of 193. And actually, now that I see this move coming back in a little bit, let me just put something here on the bid in the low 40s. right where we just bounced off of, just because I want to take a little piece out. I'm talking myself, I'm talking myself into this trade or out of this trade, which may be bad. But again, we've done really well today so far. We've had some, there it is. We've had some great trades on. There we go. Now we get that fill. So now, okay, let's pull back. All right. Holy man. Now we're really cooking with gas here. We'll take an 09. Okay, this is now getting to be, I like these markets. I like a lot right now as these just continue to fall down. Apple, $1.50 in the money, 70 cents now in the money on this meta trade. And honestly, like, I was just talking myself out of it. And sometimes ye of little faith, I keep saying that to myself. It's like, stick with what you're doing, stick with your guns, and just go with it, right? I mean, if you think you have a read on something and you've sort of been, feeling it lately, it's not bad to just sort of hold on to something. But we are now out. We're out of half of this meta trade down there when it went to 192. I mean, told you that's where the target was. So we have a couple outs down there. And when I saw that happen, it was almost instantly offering or bidding out of some of these. As here it comes again. I'm going to do it one more time in the mid-20s. There we go again. We just take a 25 fill. Let's go again. I'm going to go again. Let's go again. 13s here. 15, sorry. We're bidding 13 right now. There it is. Give us that. Ooh, give us it. Ooh. Give us it. We'll see if we can get it there at 13. We did get touched a little bit down there at 13, but not enough. So let's see if it goes back into the money. Then Apple, man, what a good day. And I'm glad that Arun said, man, change your daily goals, because we've done that, and now daily goal hit again. So that's a good one there as we double it up. And so far, so good here. Let's just continue with the fun, guys.
Yeah, this market,
meta out again, another one.
This market looking like it wants to break. Okay. By the way, Coin has not just broken 64, but has also broken 63 now. So Coin having a rough go of it after hitting that resistance level north of 66. And the futures market definitely leaning to the sell side. Now I'm starting to think about pricing of where I can possibly take a short on this against the bottom there. Let's see how this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to start pricing in some shorts here in the high 80s as this market is looking at 80 for like the third or fourth time in the last little bit there. Let's go to Brendan with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you a quick look here at the S&P 500. My board is having a data issue today, so shout out to TradingView, going to provide you with the heat map. You can see Refinitiv having a bit of a problem here so far today as far as their heat map is concerned. But there you go. Still a bit of a mixed performance so far for the overall market. Nice day for Microsoft, up 0.5%. You can see some of the other big tech names back to the downside, including Google and Meta. Under pressure, Oracle under pressure, IBM as well, downside as well. We saw Netflix yesterday. Was very, very volatile throughout the entire session, kind of muted so far today. There's Apple, obviously 1.3 to the downside, and NVIDIA downside as well. So some of the chip makers coming back under pressure after a little bit of strength late in the session yesterday. Healthcare, basically flat on the session so far, really no significant moves as far as they are concerned. Retailers as well, outside of Amazon, 1.3%. You can see the rest of them. Walmart, Costco, Lowe's, all unchanged on the day overall for the retail sector. But individual names are in this group showing a little bit of strength. Individual names in the consumer discretionary names are group as well, also showing some strength. PG and Pepsi, both in positive territory. We spoke about Nike a little bit yesterday as far as the Chinese connection is concerned. But downside again today, 2 days in a row. 2% for Nike, guys. Bit of a mixed board so far today.
Mixed board, mostly negative, but again, in terms of, it depends on where you are, right? Because most of it's focused on S&P names, financials, overseas financials, and then you have some of the tech names that are up. Microsoft up 0.8 on the day. Okay. And then you have Amazon and Adobe both rallied after the open. So they're still negative, but they rallied after the open. So clearly there's some strength there in the tech space. And we're starting to see some movement. Futures market, it's stalling to say, it's a weird situation right now because they want to go down, but they keep hitting some buy points around these 80s, sub 80 initially, essentially from the time we started, 9:30, this 85 to 80 has been a problem. Every time we come down there, we catch a bid. Every time we come down there, we catch a bid. We tried a bunch of times to bounce up and try to sell right back into it. Crack 80, what do you get? Another 5-point bid, 5-6 point bid to the upside. And at some point, something's got to give, whether it's to the sell side or whether it's to the buy side. It really doesn't matter. I just need some resolution because I want to take a trade. I just don't know where it is just yet.
So just a quick question, like what made you get out for flat or a small little win on that position? Was it?
Once I realized that 85 to 80 is a problem, I'm priced at 95. My risk is up at 20, so I'm putting up about 25 points in risk. All of a sudden, the 85 is becoming an issue. I don't have that much space to the downside, and I would prefer the pricing closer to the evens, so the 3900s versus the 95s. So, and also, I had the crude number coming out.
Right.
So I know crude isn't a big thing, but at the same time, it's something. And if I'm flat and I can get out and then get back in once I see what crude's doing, then I can, I feel better about it if I can get a better price too. But I mean, that's the reasoning. It just didn't make sense at that point in time. I still like the idea, but it just didn't make sense at that price at that time and with what the market was doing. So I wanted to reprice, and then the market is just kind of heading back down towards 80. Sometimes you kind of have to give up on those trades because the risk doesn't make sense or all of a sudden something's changed. It doesn't mean the read is over. It just means that you just can't do it at that point in time. And if this market can get through 80 towards the lows, we might be able to set something else up. I just got to pay a different price and got to be willing to pay that different price. But the read is still on the table there for potential shorts. We just got to figure out how we're going to price it in once it does. One thing we don't have to price in, BA, still going to the downside. Here it is, 197.30 something, 36. Now we're up $4 and change, $4.20 on BA. That's where the short is. That's where it is right now. It's broken through that support zone. We got the initial target out there at the support zone. We didn't know if it was going to hold or not. It held up for a little bit. They went back to 200, and now the second leg has started on BA to the downside. So we're going to ride that one as far as we possibly can. Keep in mind EUFN, the other short that I'm on, well, PayPal as well, but EUFN being the European financial ETF. That one, like I said earlier, has a timer on it, right? It's out 10 cents, but it's only got about 40, 45 minutes left before I get out of it, wherever we're at, because I just wanted to play Europe going into European close. If it does nothing going into European close, then I'm out and I can walk away from it. But for now, we are going to be holding on to EUFN and PayPal. And of course, Boeing is just the easy trade. When it starts moving like this, that's just easy to manage, right? You just got to put some trailing targets in and let it go. And there goes the market. Are we going to hold up through 80 this time? I don't know. But here we are. Exciting day today. Guys, I can see the likes here. I know I don't normally ask for likes, but 1.7K on 8,400 people watching. I mean, that's not a good risk to reward ratio here. We got to throw up those likes there, see if we can't get it up.
Throw them up.
Yeah, get those likes up so we can, get the show out to more people. That's essentially the whole goal of this show, right? Just get more people involved and get more people, because everyone's trying to learn. And where do people go to learn? It's usually YouTube or books. And YouTube's just free and accessible. So let's see if we can't get this info out to more people.
Good, I like that. Thanks, Arun. And by the way, I know Arun has that $4 winner on, but how about $1.70 in a couple minutes? Now Meta breaking lower, man. We just talked about this trade that we had on as well. There it is, 193. I told you we're doing a better job holding, and that's exactly what we're doing right now as Meta climbs up the board of profitability. Wow, 191 breaking on Meta. I own this name, so this is not a party for me, but we are now short. So, hey, making back a little bit here to not making anything back. We're making money on Meta. We've only had one short here today, and needless to say, it's nice. So that right there, a good short on Meta into 193, a nice break downside right there, back up to 193. It's a good thing we got that reload and did not get stopped out, because now we're at $2 now. Again, so what a good day, and I want to thank Arun and thank everybody for coming through one more time here today. And by the way, if you're not on the sticky note, we can look at Wells Fargo again. I was a little nervous on the reload, but you know where that went to, 39, and I was like, hey man, I don't know if we want to reload this or not. Please follow me at TraderTV Sean, as we are now 200 away from 40,000 followers. And I mean, right here, I even write the notes down here about WFC now below Monday's low, and that we wanted to definitely short that 39 level. We wanted to go long Meta 188. I mean, instead we're short 193. Okay. And then Apple right here as well. We're looking at that 150. Careful about it back to 152. Yeah, we are careful with it, all right. And we hit that 152 like it's going out of style. And now we're short $1. Look at, they're both $1.80 in the money. Both Apple and Meta right now, both exactly the same amount in the money right now for me as both Meta and Apple. And there it is right now, Arun. Now it's 2 times daily goal. So you are right. We got to start upping that a little bit more as we've hit that again now today. So yeah, we have one red day here in March. And so far, so good again today. But as I just messaged to Brankles, I said, congratulations, Brankles again having another good day. And he said the day's not over. And I only look at that as there's more money to be made today. Not that, oh, I'm having a good day, let's see where we end. No, we're going to end better than where we are right now. So you never want to look at your P&Ls and be like, oh man, I'm happy with this or I'm not happy with it. So that's why what Arun's point is that if you have daily goals, they're only supposed to go up. They're not supposed to go down. You know, once you start hitting them, and I actually believe in them to set yourself up with some targets, not to say that once you hit them, you stop or you slow down. But again, being on a prop floor, you know, one good trade you could have followed by multiple bad trades. So once you're there, once you've hit certain levels, make sure you put enough money in your pocket. And that's why here at Day Trade the World, you guys might want to do this yourselves. We actually have a loss from top target. So like if you're up $1,000 and the most you made on average is $1,000, then it won't let you lose back, you know, $500 or whatever the calculation is back to the downside, right? So definitely be able to stop yourself out if you're not feeling it, or if you hit a target. Let's just say your daily goal is 500. Well, maybe if you go back down to only being up 300, then you stop for the day and you regroup. That's the kind of targets and the kind of reloading and regrouping that I'm talking about. So as we continue to go to the downside here, maybe we'll take out a piece of Meta. It's bouncing around this 191. We can get out another piece right here on Meta as the market is trying to find a hold here at 12,160. But one person that never stops working and is always around, and that's Brendan at the desk. Let's go talk about Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, more inflation data. Back to the upside we go for the dollar in a big way today. 1.25% right now, full 1.25% for the DXY, almost 105. It's been a while since we've been here, a few days anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4 days downside here for the DXY to kick off. Not only kick off the week, but end last week as well. Everything else under pressure here as a result. The euro, the Canadian dollar, and the British pound, all about 1.75 there, you can see for the euro, but 0.8 for both the Canadian dollar and the British pound. Full percent higher, meanwhile, for the Japanese yen, 75 and change once again. But huge move on the daily chart here for the DXY, guys, as we get inflation data finally pointing in the right direction out this morning at 8:30 if you missed it.
Yeah, there's different approaches to, going back to what Sean was saying about goals, daily goals. Everyone has different goals, right? Obviously, you have specific numbers based on what you want. For me personally, mine aren't financial. It's specific. I think I've talked about this, whether it was yesterday or the day before. It's execution. Like my goal is to come in, know what my strategy is, or know what my approach is, and come in and execute. Pretty much, if I were to look at this chart again and see the same trades that I executed during the day, that's what I want. I just want to be able to execute my plan regardless of what's happening, because sometimes your plan doesn't go the way you want it to go. But you know, if you do the math on your metrics on your system or your strategy, that over the course of 20 trades, over the course of 100 trades, you have an X winning percent. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that just because you're running into a cold spell that your system doesn't win, but it's hard to believe that system when you're actually going through it. So it's just one of those things where I know you got to fight that. So for me, it's all about following that approach, regardless of what the execution or regardless of what the numbers are, as long as I can take the hits, move on, keep going. Obviously, you don't want to blow up your account doing that, but at the same time, at the beginning, I think to turn profitable is one thing, but to get there, it's just to start going in that path. I think it's more about execution, knowing what your strategy is, executing your strategy, regardless of how you feel about a trade. There's been times where I've been in a trade, I'm like, you know what, I don't feel good about it. But then I have to remind myself, it's like, it doesn't matter how I feel. this is the mathematical approach to it, and this is what I got to do. So that's why when I take trades, it doesn't matter what they're doing, if they're out of the money, in the money, whatever. That's just all math to me at the end of the day. And I'm going to put up the nat gas chart because somebody in the chat was asking about nat gas, about risk-reward profiles. Man, nat gas has been, obviously March and April are crazy months for nat gas overall. So if you're intraday day trading this, you're going to have fun with this. Just be aware of the risk of something like this. It's not pennies, it moves in thousands. So 244 to 245 isn't just 1 penny. There's a lot more. Divide that by another 10 and there you go. That's how many ticks there are in between each penny. So there's a lot of movement in nat gas. And right here, it depends on what your trade is. 240 is clearly going to be the breakdown point, right? We got there underneath around to 240, through 239.1, and then here we are sitting close to 240. First thing I would do on nat gas is, it's down 6% on the day, but that's not unusual. How does it react to 240 when it does get back underneath? And I think at that point, this is a 30-minute chart. You break it down to a smaller chart. What do you get? Obviously, when you break an important level like this, I want more action like this before we break. Because when you're breaking on an extended move, there's way too much space for a snapback. Versus if you have a consolidation right before it breaks, you know exactly where you're wrong. So for me, nat gas is get to 240, break it, maybe don't break it, but give me some info I can work with before I need to make a decision on whether that's a double bottom long or a broken support that I can go short on. So nat gas definitely moving, so is crude. Crude's down 5-point-something%, I can't see it here, 5.2% to the downside. So there's a lot of action here across the energy space on top of just the financials. And now you're seeing the index equity side as well running up to the upside. Now we got underneath to a 38.80, and look at that. All of a sudden, we catch another bid from that 80 back into the 90s. Like I said earlier, we want that short north of 3,900 on a setup. Clearly, that 95 isn't going to be worth the risk anymore. Let's see how this one plays up to the sell side here as we run up to the upside. So a lot of opportunity going into that European close, especially with the financials in Europe going absolutely nuts over this morning. So let's see how this one closes out.
Ooh,
I know the guys in the midday are going to take care of that for you guys.
Good talk there. I forgot about European markets closing very soon here. Is there different than the daylight savings time right now? You good over there, Prad? I have no idea what that guy's doing. But I'm glad that Prad is back in the building, so that's good. Glad to have him back, and Fahad and our whole team here right now. And we were just panicking. It was like, where's Luca? Where's Luca? But there he is. He's ready to go. So it's going to be a good midday show. By the way, we got out half of what we had left right there on that break. There goes Meta right back up to 193, and we gone. We are pretty much out of everything right now, or else I'd be much more panicked about this, and I don't even want to go short. So, we'll sit here and we'll wait. We'll watch this trade to see what's happening now. But there's the out right there, 191.62 on the way back. I mean, it broke the 200 period to the backside, and that to me, is an out right there. So we take that out. Unfortunately, we did not have an out on Apple. It's because we were just waiting for this one to get down to 150, which it does. And we did not take the short there at 150 already because we were in the short. That was one of the reasons. And then, we've sort of, like we talked about, we've hit our goal. The market is pretty bouncy right now at some of these levels with the up and down. So let's wait. I do think that we are at another spot right now that we could possibly short Apple right there. So I did want to give a big shout out one more time to Arun and to everybody that's out there. We did get that 2.1K. So thank you so much for the 2,000 likes. It definitely means a lot to everybody around here as we continue to make sure that YouTube understands the kind of quality and the fans and the traders that follow us, and that we are a team and a family together. So big shout out. Good job today, Arun. Nice job. Thanks for everything. Me and this guy are back at 2 o'clock. But for now, again, thanks to Brendan. Thanks Bears vs. Bulls. Great job moderating as per usual. I was going to say today, but every day. Shout out Fahad, Prad. They're both in the building as well. And we're going to get ready for the European close and some more bank talk with the midday show. Let's give it over to those guys. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Luca, the Scalp Demon. I'm Sharif. Let's get it going. Trades right on board. Been trading Microsoft all day on this bad boy. It has been very relatively strong right off the bell, 9:30. It's been pumping to the high side. I want to say 9:30. We started off the day at 257. We are now knocking on the door, 265. I initially got in long, 263 here. It pulled back into VWAP, which was part of the plan, at 262.33, add 262.15, and then first out through the break of 263. Then take out a bunch at halves and getting all the way up into that 264.85 area, and then the last little out here at 40. I'm still holding a 30% position, so I've still got a lot left on board. I've been scalping small pieces out, but now it is retracing as the basically the ES retraced, the ES June contract retraced right into that VWAP area, rejected VWAP at 38.96, and did a little dance now with a red candle brewing here, whose low is around 38.88. So happy that I scalped the majority of the trade there. Out now holding a 30% position. Let's see what this one brings. My cost basis is 262.20. So really good cost basis, can basically right in front of VWAP. So I can really let this one come all the way down into a VWAP retrace. I hope I don't actually have to do that, to be honest with you, but very, very happy with this trade. Let's go on to the other one that I had, which was Coin. Coin was a simple move. It was a defend of yesterday's close. The close yesterday was a 62.71. So put a resting stop, buy stop right around there. I think I front ran it by like a few pennies. I sat at 82s, got to fill at 82s, and then basically stair stepping up, looking for a VWAP retracement, holding the last 10% or so for that 64 test. We're knocking on the door. We're at 63.75. My cost basis on that, yes, is 62.81. So about $1 in the money on that. And how many bucks in the money? $2 in the money on Microsoft. So letting those two run. It's been a good morning. I really didn't trade much, to be honest, but the two trades I've had, they've been good. So let those run, Luca.
Yeah, guys. What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day. I am long Apple here. Let's see where this one goes. I think we're going to get another leg up into that VWAP 150. If we don't, then I'll probably just sell this. But that was a strong up move off the 150 level. As you guys can see, I kind of took a long over there and basically scalped it out, ran over here. This is essentially a little bit of consolidation action, so let's see if it could hold for the time being. And give a little bit of a pop on that one. Not really watching too many other things. I'll share a couple trades. What do you got going, Sharif?
Just Coin there. It did the 64 test. We're out. The last little bit, we're out at 64s for that move up on Coin. So that ends up being a great yesterday, what was it called? A close of day defend. I love those levels, especially when something's been relatively strong on the day. It was up well over 4%. I'm talking about Coin. It retraces to yesterday's close. It's almost always a defend. And look, I got out early. It's pumping through the highs now, 64.20. It's moving, looking to test the $0.50, 66.29, the high of day on Coin, Luca.
Yeah, I'm just trying to manage this just very quickly here.
Baby.
Yeah, that was a little move down. So basically, my plan right now is to kind of scalp around this level. I think we, again, test the 90s again. So let's see if we get that run into the 90s. But again, it is one of those kind of floating areas too, so you definitely want to watch out. I don't know if we have the steam to go back to high day like on this kind of move here, but we'll see where this goes. I'm not gonna, actually, you know what, I'll just put a stop in and probably get the loss there. Yeah, let's just take that loss. So what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day, you know, enjoying the show. Hit the like button. I'll share a couple of my trades here. So bottom of my list today is, let's see, just hold on, is Schwab here. I was trying the short at VWAP. It wasn't really breaking 56 and basically trying like the over-unders. So essentially taking the short, scalping out some, getting stopped out on the rest, taking the short, scalping out some, getting stopped out, then trying it the third time, watching it break and hold, and I say to myself, okay, the short is dead. And then I kind of tried off this level, a little bit of size here, not size, sorry, a small position here, just because not really super clean. I figured maybe we go up, back down. We didn't. And yeah, this thing is now like a little bit higher. So yeah, that's the bottom of my list. It was, I think it was worth a shot. And my target was that kind of 55 into the low a day to see if that wanted to continue. I was trading a little bit of FRC. low expectations on this one today. It, you know, obviously starting the day, it was down over here. I didn't know what was going to happen. As you can see, I didn't trade anything here. Then we got that up halt, and this thing printed 36. So I was like, okay, it printed 36, did that kind of up-down dance. I was like, let me try off this 36 because that's where it printed. So maybe short and we go back into VWAP. If we break this level off of first move, then yeah, we might go down there. So I tried it, and it just instantly went back up. I wasn't willing to risk off the top wick there just because that's like $1.50 risk, and then at the same time, does it just like run? I don't get a fill, it runs into an up halt. So again, trading this with caution, basically one stab at it. I took the L, and it is what it is. Of course, it's pay for shorts, you know, kind of funny there. Bank of America, tried a couple, like a lot of my morning was just basically trying a few things and seeing what felt good and what didn't. This was pretty upsetting, but I didn't have the conviction that I had yesterday, so I didn't really want to hold high a day BAC in case we were actually going to run and break. But I think going into the rest of the day, for whatever reason, this 28 and a quarter is holding there. So yeah, that could be a level to watch. Okay, so there's the up move on Apple, and yeah, so the thing is with this trade is I can't multitask this trade in this area because we could get a flush down to like the 40s just because of liquidity today. Liquidity is kind of interesting on large caps. I think a lot of people agree with that one. So that was not as good as I wanted it to be, but basically doing what I wanted to see. So just, yeah, product of multitasking is just very difficult to do, but again, I'll just sit here and call it like I see it. Somebody saying, love your hat. Yeah, it's a great hat. I got this one, I got the beige one, I got the gray one. $5 hats, baby. That's the way to go there.
All right, guys, I am left down to 10% of this Microsoft trade now, retraced, so I took some out on the retracement, you know, in case it really started flushing down. I said we were at an inflection point on the futures because we're at VWAP. We've since broken VWAP. Let's continue, though, because we have one resistance level, and then we're met with another one, which is at 3,900. So we're at 3,900, doing the dance at 3,900, so I guess, long-lived relief for the bulls at this point. We'll see. And then, you know, to break the after the bell highs, I would say 39.10 would be an interesting high there. That's an after the bell high on the ES. But Meta is absolutely pumping to the high side. It's looking to go to break even. 194 is the level. That might be an interesting short area off our friend Meta. For my bear friends there, if you're looking for something short, here we are. We're at another really important level for our friend Meta, 194. That's yesterday's close. We rejected off here between that 10 o'clock to 10:20 hour time period, excuse me, retracing to the 50 period, giving that up, and then, you know, finding that pump up as the market moves up as well. So 194 on Meta, but that, you know, it's going to probably have to coincide with a retracement on the futures, quite frankly. And one might be coming here. Looks like we made a bit of a topping tail candle here on the 3-minute chart on the ES, but, you know, still too early to call it. Let's see how it develops, but looks good for a possible short. I haven't taken it, though, on Meta at 194. Now, looks like Microsoft is, you know, stair-stepping down. It's made its move. I've got 10% on. I mean, what is really the point of getting it out here? I'd rather fill at 265. In fact, if it probably comes up to 265, I'll get greedy and cancel my 65 order and let it run more. And I'm kidding, of course. I'll probably let that 65 fill. But yeah, I'm just going to let this one go. Cost basis, again, 260, 220. I can let this one go all the way down to VWAP, essentially. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'll keep my eye on Microsoft. Coin I'm done with, and I got out at the 64. I shouldn't have done that. It pumped up another 60 pennies, 65 pennies. It gets up to 64, 65. So coin, nice retracement and a defend, again, off key levels yesterday. Not taking a trade on that, though, at the moment. We're going to let that one run. And yeah, I've got no trades on. I'll keep my eye now maybe on some small cap crappers that start showing up on my scanner here. But nothing. Yeah, maybe with respect to the small cap crappers, before I send it back to the scalp demon, is this ELEV that's just showing up. Well, it's not just showing up. That's inaccurate. It's made its move. It started to get going there at 9:30. Started at a $1.60-ish area. Got up to 227, broke view up, now reclaimed it, coming in on some volume. So keep my eye on this one. I also like that other one this morning, maybe more for a short for this upcoming one. I'm talking about THMO. So small cap crapper du jour. It was strong in the morning and
Yeah, made that big top at 527. It's been kind of giving up the ghost since that time. Retracing below VWAP, hovering between the 200 period and VWAP. So we'll see. If this one reclaims it, it might be an interesting continuation. I don't know. I haven't been reading these small cap crappers right these days. They haven't been, evolving into the patterns that I typically trade. So if that's the case, I'm going to stay away from them and wait for my setup to come in, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, waiting for things. I'm just watching a few things. I don't see anything at a level that I like, so I'm just going to be in chill mode. If you guys have any questions or if you guys are looking at anything, feel free to pick my brain. Now's the time, not when I'm managing things. Let's go through a few different things. So just kind of large caps. And again, guys, on a given day, when kind of WFC comes in, they're saying, oh, let's go to WFC actually, because I had a couple trades on this one. I'm trading a lot but not getting anywhere this morning, which is fine because I'm basically managing risk. There's a buyer here, and it's kind of showing again, 38.20. The buyer, in my opinion, is an active buyer off of this lows. So basically seeing it the first time, trying the long, basically over under. So long stopped out, long taking the win on that one. This like a small size, thinking that maybe we would print the 39s this time around, but we didn't. Off that one there. Tried it again here, kind of back down. So we're actually going up very, very quickly here, which is unfortunate. I didn't see this now. But yeah, so this is the level on WFC. So if we get back there today, I would say watch this like 25 into like maybe that low there, so 17s. For whatever reason, it just can't seem to break down. And every time it gets there, it's kind of wick off bottom. So it's like dip, pop, dip, pop, dip, pop, and then 1, 2 again, and then boom, back off to the races. So, I mean, if it's going to be, it's good, right? It is good, obviously. We're already going back up. I'm not going to chase this long because I feel like it's a below VWAP algo buyer that's looking to get long in the quarter mark. And that's why we're seeing that kind of wick off bottom. It's printing, it's reserving this general area. So, yeah, if anybody is looking for kind of bank stocks and what to watch there, this one's pretty interesting. It gave ample opportunity. And then as you can see, it sort of runs into the 39 area and then falls off. And I don't think this is a product of anybody selling it up here a lot, but just a product of the buyer sort of, I feel like the buyer stops, like the algo stops and we fade, right? We fade back into the buy and then we kind of run up, we fade back into the buy. So this is the vibe that it's giving me, meaning it is going to be strong on the bid. I mean, it's showing that it's strong on the bid in and around this level. And then as it kind of runs up, it loses steam and then drops back down, right? So we saw it 1, 2, 3 times. Maybe we get there again, but again, not something that I would chase here just because risk to return doesn't make sense. In this particular case, you see this kind of demand zone, you see the kind of bid is strong in this level. If we get back there, you could justify scalps, you could justify intraday swing to the upside. For myself, if we do get back there, I'm kind of sad that I missed that, honestly, but if we get back there, yeah, this would be like kind of scalp, 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 hold some for the move, VWAP exit, and then I would basically use every 10-cent increment. Kind of feels like a good kind of, gauge, takes them out and go from there. So, yeah, Robert Smith, trading against robots suck. Man, bring back 2020 when where's all the traders at, man?
The retail.
Where's all the traders? Like, all these traders, everybody was messaging me on Instagram, like, yo, I'm a trader too, blah, blah, blah. Where are they at, man? Come on, come back. I would love that.
My friends messaging me, I'm trading Roku on margin. Don't do that, brother.
Yeah.
No, I'm going long. I got a plan. Yeah, no, I'm not making fun of anybody, but it was a tumultuous time.
Yeah, like it's not something, I'm not making fun of it. I mean, it is what it is, guys. Zero-sum game. So you want the other person that you're trading against to be worse than you, right? It's like basketball. You're playing basketball. I mean, you don't want the other team to be better than you because then you lose, right? But you want to, obviously, you want to challenge, but in the market when you're making money, you want it to be easier. I got just to kind of say it that way. Somebody's saying, Luca, can you quickly give an explanation of scalping? So scalping is just buying and selling very quickly. So buy, sell, sell. So and the easiest kind of definition is just like buy, sell, sell. Like you see me take like these fills where I like get long and I get out right away. Like this is just because I'm scalping. So even though I know this is the level, like I'm not gonna like buy it here and like hold it here and then like go for the move. Like no, it's not really that. So it's like in, out, in, out, in, out, out, out. So just continue to recycle over and over again. That's basically, yeah, like within, that's a great explanation, Adrian. It's basically in and out within minutes. You kind of see it here. Yeah, that's kind of my style. Just if I see trades, I'm sort of scalping, recycling, getting in and out. That's the plan on that one. Somebody saying the bots don't lose, Luca, you know this. Yeah, no, I know they don't lose, man. They just, endless liquidity, buddy, endless liquidity. What are the questions here in the chat? Just looking to use a scanner every morning. So tune into Trader TV if you're wondering what stocks are in play, what stocks are doing volume, and the news associated. We come on every day at 8:30 live, and you know, Brendo coming in hot with all the news, everything that's moving. So yeah, you could use a volume scanner, or you could just watch the show.
Or the trade idea scanner, Luca.
Yeah, trade idea scanners. You could show, yeah.
Absolutely. So come to my screen. This is a shout out to Michael Noss setting this up. This is awesome. So this green thing in the middle here, this is the percentage gain scanner. You can set up a bunch of different scanners. You can have biggest losers, biggest gainers, things off VWAP. I mean, it really is endless. The parameters are endless. So this thing in the middle also helps me too, which is to show me where relative to its high and low price the stock is trading currently. So this bar, when it's very near to the end, means that it's near its high of day. So always looking through this. This is the daily chart, the 1 minute, so I can kind of get a picture, the macro and the micro. And then this is the stock window. This shows you everything: the short float, the float, you know, the 52-week highs, everything, the market cap, you name it, the news item on it as well. So depending on which one you click, news will generate to kind of explain to you what the catalyst is. I like to know. And then on the left here is my watch list. So anytime I click on any of these, like if I click on ASML, you'll see the charts come up on ASML. So this is a proprietary one. I set it up for free. And if you subscribe to Trade Ideas by hitting exclamation point Trade Ideas in the chat, you can actually get this in complete setup, because my layout, Brendan's layout, Neil's and Sean's all on their website that you can go in, you can download that just like it's I think it's an XML file. You open it up and it pops up our layout. So very customizable, and shout out to Trade Ideas, a friend of the show, Luca.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Okay, so I'm looking at AMD here. Not really too sure what to think, but it's kind of in this area, 87.50. So these are the lines from yesterday that I had, and this was the wide range. You know, we were trading AMD yesterday, and I want to just delete this line because it's sort of irrelevant right now. And when it was up, it was kind of holding this general area, then gave you that VWAP bounce. The rest of the market going down, you know, AMD falling off into the end of the day there, but sort of quickly reversing all the way back to the top end of the line, right? So starting the day below, quickly went back to the top end of the line. Not really respecting them super clean, but I want to add a few more lines here just for my own sake. This kind of area down here, interesting for demand, and this area up here, interesting for supply. So not really close to that top end of the range, but I want to play off that 88. We are flat on the day, and does this market actually have steam to like rip to the north side? I mean, the morning, for anybody that was trading, I was looking at futures, and every time I would look back at them, it'd be like up, and I'll be like, okay, we're going up. And then I'll look away, I'll look back, and they're down, like reverse. I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty interesting there. So I might try actually, and let me just remove this one here too. I might give this area a try, but I do want to see a pop actually. I would love for this to like pop a little more into like the 80s, 90s areas. And then notice how it didn't really spend any time there. It kind of ripped up and then ripped back down. It ripped up and ripped back down. So this morning was a product of low liquidity. You're getting the whiplash. Not to say that that's a level that, in my opinion, is, you know, a short level slammable. The reason it can't stay there is because people, like, that is the level. Just like low liquidity kind of gets there, like lack of buyers, and then falls back into demand zone and then holds up. So yeah, you know, if I had to favor one side, I would want to kind of favor the long, just because if we zoom out of this name, you're seeing this is a nice little uptrend in AMD. So I think if we fall back here, I kind of like that area, but we are so far away, and this is not an area that I would buy to the upside, but I will try the fade right now. So yeah, if we can kind of go up and then go back down, that'll be like my scalp idea here on AMD. But because I like the long more than the short, I'm taking this with less size than I would take the long. Market is, yeah, going to the upside, probably going to test that high there of like 39.10 if I had to guess. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a break of 39.10 and then a slam back down. Just a product of liquidity hunt, sort of gravitates to a level, breaks the level, does a little bit more volume and reverses. That's been the common theme that I've noticed. So yeah, let's see if AMD can get above this high now for some type of over-under in the 80s. Yeah, as I talk about it, it literally goes to 80s and then reverses. I didn't want it 79 though, or 77. I wanted it a little closer, like 84s and stuff. So yeah, let's see if it can get back there. But if we fade now, it is what it is. There'll be no trade on it. But that kind of feels like a good level to watch for the next, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, see if it gets there.
Google pumping to the high side. I see you, Jelly Gelato. You're yelling Google, Google, Google. I gotcha. Yeah, it's moving. It's still down a 0.25 percentage point on the day. Yesterday's close is this 93.97 for For all intents and purposes, it's 94. So 94, the level here to look for as resistance on Google. It's at 93.70 right now. So in that higher range, I'm not going to trade this one. I'm already kind of committed to the Microsoft trade. Now, I want to just talk about that one quickly because a better trader, that's a caveat here, would add at this position. I'm not that better trader. Right, so I'm just going to hold that 10% position and hope for the dream. The dream is at 265 that I've been sitting at for a while. Why would I say a better trader would add here? So here's what I'm thinking.
I know what you mean by that one.
Say, go.
No, I know exactly where you're coming from. You're just loosely saying, like, well, if I was a better trader, I would have done this because I'm looking at it in hindsight, and it just so happened to work
Hold
this
on,
time.
no, but it's not in hindsight. It's still currently.
Oh, okay.
So it's happening. It's happening currently. I'll make the case.
So do it.
What concerns me is a give up on the futures and a break of 39 to the sell side. That's what concerns me from adding here. But what I see is Microsoft kind of staying sideways while the market retraces south. And because that's the second time I've seen it, let me go to the 1 minute. I think it makes a bit better. Yeah, so this is what, see this consolidation period here where it touched VWAP and bounced on 3 successive occasions and even
AMD
held the
short.
50 period to some extent. This is the reason I got in, because the market at this time was going down and to the right, and Microsoft was going linearly, horizontally, I should say. So that's why I feel this is a relatively strong name, and it's kind of doing that same thing again and holding former area of resistance, now current area of support, flipping and holding that level. So again, a lot of it's predicated on the future zone. That's what kind of makes me more hesitant from punching in, but definitely it's a relatively strong name. And this consolidation area and a break of that 265, 264.88 technically, I think is in the cards. It's up 1.2%. It's got a good catalyst. Everybody and their mothers talking about this ChatGPT-4. I know it's yesterday's headline, but it's kind of a continuation play. It's this tit-for-tat exchange that they have with Google. Who's going to outmaneuver who, and then other players are coming in. So, today is Microsoft's day. That's the way I see it, right? Google, obviously, it's down on the day. It's not that bad. We didn't see $250 billion flow out like we did last time. This kind of tit-for-tat exchange happened. But yeah, Microsoft on my watch, and I'm holding the 10% of the trade now, but maybe I'll be that better trade and add a little bit. Maybe I can add like a 10% position, just so I can say I added.
Yeah, man, just do it, right? Just do it. I see people in the chat saying, be a man, just do it.
Yeah,
I like that one. Yeah, guys, AMD, look how hard that flush was. That was wild. It went 79s, 80s, and then this thing just like straight down. Now it's in like the 15s. So the fact that we sold off so quickly, I'm trying to VWAP bounce on this thing. If we can flush another 10, 20 cents here, I'm getting long for a quick little bounce. We should not be flushing through this level. We should give some sort of bounce, and I just really hope that it doesn't bounce here because I'm seeing some kind of bids here. So I do anticipate that we'll actually sell through these bids right now. And yeah, let's see if I can get as close to VWAP as possible. I'm not really too sure what the target is on this bounce. Probably be like the 20-cent mark. So let's just see right now if it wants to fill me, or if it's going to do one of those classic things there. Yeah, this is interesting how it. Okay, AMD, I see you. All right, I see how it is.
I like how you have conversations.
Yeah, guys, look at that, man. Look at that. Right off the level. See, this is why you can't sit on the book, especially in the middle of the day. They will literally only fill you if you're going to get smoked. So at this point now, I still want it, but it's like, okay, there it is. So yeah, now let's just see. I mean, that's kind of bounce, maybe invalid, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, get some offers out to make sure, because I feel like this is a big move down. We could quickly rip right back up 20 cents. If we do keep selling off, then again, I will just off it. But I feel like in this particular area, if you guys are watching this, if you're like, okay, I'm doing a VWAP bounce because we came down too quickly, you want to watch the tape and you want to see, does it actually continue to sell off below VWAP? So just looking at the tape right now, no, it's actually buying is coming in, so it's kind of dancing around. So yeah, let's just see where this thing wants to go, if it wants to bounce or if it wants to go lower.
Oh no, it's okay. You can keep going. I'm just excited.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you just want to kind of watch this area. So yeah, I'm gonna watch this for the time being, just because I'm in this position, and we'll see. I mean, bids coming in under 87s. 87 was a sick bounce play yesterday in the middle of the day, so I'm just thinking, okay, maybe could be good, but yeah, I'm gonna have to see what happens next with it. If it keeps going, then yeah, I'm just basically repeating the same things here. Yeah, okay. That's the product of trading, man. Especially when you're on something that has to It really depends where this goes. I feel like we're going to be good here. It just kind of gives the feel of like, yeah, so like let's see if this thing, I don't know where target should be here, maybe like 20. So yeah, let's see if this thing wants to bounce a little bit more there and collect those moves there. That would be nice. I think BAC, yeah, this thing like ripped right through resistance and just like up and then up again, making the high, and then there's your kind of flush back lower on this thing. I would imagine that 25s would now turn into a little bit of a short-term support. So yeah, maybe watch that general area. It's kind of down there now, giving the feel that it's doing these kind of wick-off bottoms. So yeah, keep an eye on that one for support and another move up. Not something that I'm going to take. Yeah, there's nothing that I see that's like absolutely great right now. So I'm just gonna chill.
Yeah, so I added a little baby piece onto the Microsoft just so that I can say I added. I'm holding at 10%. I added another 10%. I got in at 263.90. It's pumping now to 264.20, so that little bit there. It bumps up my cost basis significantly, though. I had 262.20. Now it's 263.07 because of the small add there. But yeah, we'll let that one run. The idea is to allow it to curl. I'm seeing a series of successively higher lows. Maybe not necessarily higher highs, but that's a compression pattern that's looking to pop to the high side. That's where buyers are starting to overwhelm the sellers a little bit, hence the higher lows. That's what I'm looking for, that curl, and to test that high of day 264.88. I'm sitting at, I think, 65s or 99s. I forget where I put the order, but right in and around there. Probably front run it. Usually I typically front run these lines. So looking for that curl, looking for that high, that high of area break. Oh, that's a new term, high of area break. I'm looking for probably a break of the quarter. I want to say 30. If it can break above there and close, maybe that'll be a new high since this candle over here. And then obviously the $0.50. So I'll leave that one to kind of do its thing on the futures. We kind of made a bit of a bottoming tail candle below the VWAP, but we ended up closing above it. But we're still doing that dance at 3,900. So, you know, very, very uncertain as to what direction we end up going. To be honest with you, on wow, Microsoft just quadunked all the way down there below 264 now, 263.75, in and around that area. But still, it's range bound, right? I'd say a decisive break of that range would be this candle over here, which is the low. Where's that low? That's a quarter. So 263.25, that would be the break or a new low in that range. Anyway, futures sideways, kind of hard to trade these big cappers when you're uncertain about the direction of the futures. Most of the names are either headed down or to the side. That is except for Google, though. I'm seeing an up and to the right move here for Google. Now only down 0.2% on the day, looking to retrace again to that yesterday close. I want to say 94. This may be an interesting double top here on Google as we come back near day's high. So yesterday's close was 94. Day's high is 94.17. So that general area, that 94-ish area, might be an interesting short, especially if the market starts flushing here. So Google looking up and to the right while everything else is either down or to the side. So I've got no trades on other than the one that I've got on Microsoft here. Nothing in my world. I'm looking, actually, ELEV just reclaimed VWAP. We talked about this one being an interesting play if it broke above VWAP. So now it did, and then it retraced, coming down to exactly 205, holding VWAP, pumping back up to the high side 220, and looking possibly to test the high of day at that 227 or maybe a double top. I mean, these small cap crappers have not had a lot of continuation lately. So yeah, this one is possible. I'll keep it on the side chart here. What am I going to replace instead of this? So I have FRC twice. I don't need that. So we'll put ELEV, and I'll keep that on watch. Comp, SRX1. Good look, Sharif on Microsoft. Thanks. I appreciate that, Comp. Shout out to you, and always an avid viewer of the show, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so that AMD bounce, man, it's, so yeah, look at this, okay? So a little bit of stress, not gonna lie, because a good bounce play, now that I'm out of this position, I can actually take the time to add a little bit of value, kind of explain this here. So essentially, this is a big move down yesterday, and it sort of hit the level and instantly bounced 30 cents, right? So this thing goes 87 all the way to 87.30, so 30-cent win, but like instantly, right? So this is an example of like a VWAP bounce that's good, and I think a good example of this is the fact that it's kind of holding, it sells off, it goes boom, boom, like instantly, right? So if you pull it up, if you put like on today, I'm basically watching it. I'm saying to myself like it bounced, but it didn't like bounce as fast in the same candle. It sounds silly to say it that way, but essentially, you know, a great bounce play, like bounce up right away. This one kind of staying there. So I was kind of watching it. I'm like, okay, where am I? Where's my out here? Where do I think I can get? So I actually get the top wick, but short-lived and back down. So yeah, this is a great example of when you're right but you're wrong, right? When you're right but you're wrong, because yeah, it's not like you know, not all the way up there. But I do feel like the below VWAP area here right now is kind of interesting. It's not really like, now that it's lower, it's like going down and popping, going down and popping. So we could easily continue to go lower on this. So again, I'm watching this area going forward if we could get there. So that would be 86.50 into like 86.20, playing off the 86. I don't actually think, I mean, if we get there very quickly, I don't think we continue, go to 86 and then break 85.80. You know, like as fast as we went down, if we replicate that in the next, I mean, I don't even know how long this was, but if we replicate that in the next 5-10 minutes, then, you know, I love the long, because super extension, we could easily retrace back to VWAP very quickly. So again, I love those very, very quick trades on that one. So yeah, we're gonna see there. Somebody saying any bank names you like for a swing trade with these major dips. Steve Jury, it's tough really, because you gotta kind of like assess the validity of what's gonna happen next, or not validity, but you have to assess the kind of situation of what's taking place right now. You know, you could say, oh, it's at a great level, but then news can come to light. So you know, when traders talk about headline risk, essentially what that means is you might play off of a level, it might look good for the long, you take the long, you might be in the money, and then new information comes to light and Bank of America gaps down to like 26, right? So, and I'm just using this as an example. This, I think, would be the safe, you know, and don't quote me on this, I honestly have no idea, but I think Bank of America being $25 stock, give or take, close to that 25 level, I think this would be the safer bet, maybe, but nothing's safe in this type of market, man. Everything, there's a lot of uncertainty. I would say day trader's paradise. So yeah, just definitely pay yourself as you win.
I think another piece of the puzzle for that thing to figure out which player to kind of play in this crashing market in bank stocks I'm talking about. Look for banks that don't have long dated duration assets, right? It's like these assets that become due like 30 years down the road, and they value them completely like irregularly. They don't actually give them current market value. And so when they come to sell these assets at a loss, they come to sell these assets to kind of meet the needs of depositors or whatever reason they're selling them for, they actually have to sell them at a huge loss, and then that throws off all the different valuations that everything was based upon. So, you know, look for something that has, you know, that's carrying its equity or its assets in short-term duration stuff. So that's what I would look for in this particular crisis. That's what I've been reading. And obviously you have to do your own homework on that, just kind of giving you like a ballpark from which to start. Microsoft, what I'm seeing here is a continued range trade, but I'm seeing lower highs. So unless, you know, we get back up to 264 and start testing that $0.25 again, I'm seeing lower highs and lower lows, even though we are technically still within the range. That 263.25 is that range area, former area of resistance, current area of support, still really holding out. Easy to see on the 1 minute, easy to see on the 3 as well. So again, that $0.25 break, and I'm just going to get out of Microsoft, but you know, still give me a bit of a buffer. We're at 70-ish at the moment. The future is kind of still doing that dance, that VWAP 3900 dance, below VWAP, above VWAP, but below 3900. Yeah, anyway, very, very tough to read for me today on these futures. And so, yeah. Oh, by the way, Meta back to yesterday's close to 194. This has been a level where it's been a good short on two occasions prior to that. So I just want to say something real quick.
It's going up.
Here we go. This was the 194 short initially. The second short gives you $1.50 on that occasion. On this occasion, wow, 194 goes down to 190.84. So, you know, 3.25 or 3.15 there. Right now we're back at that level, but we're seeing lower highs, right? And then maybe a bit of an inverted head and shoulders showing up here on the 3. We're seeing lower highs though, right? And we're testing days high, so possible breakout. So always, you know, keep that in mind when you're taking, if you're taking the short. Definitely my out on that short, without question, would be the break of the high day. That's when I would know I'm wrong. Maybe even earlier if you have to manage your risk a bit more tightly than that. So that's what I see on that, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm taking a long on WFC here, so it's sort of like we're in the day now where it could break and quickly like reclaim back up. So I'm not really too worried that it's like below the line. So I'm basically like light on the position, then adding here, and I'm waiting to see like do we rip back up. I think if we rip back up, my first target on this thing is like 30s to 40s, just because that's where we kind of popped last time. I also took an AMD long because we have quite a big reserve at 86.80 on the bid. So if that breaks, I'll be out of that trade. But if it doesn't break and we rip back to the upside, I feel like we could get through VWAP. I mean, it could break. This most likely is going to break. But again, just to kind of reiterate, if it doesn't break, I think we get back through 87. And then if that happens, we could probably get to like 87.20, like very quickly. So that's kind of my first target with that. I'm not going to off it all at 87.20 if we get there. It depends how quickly we do. But I kind of want to go for like 87, like 50 or as close to it as possible. But again, if that breaks right now, like we are right at the level, then I'll just be out of the trade. In this particular case, because quite a big reserve on it, stop order, because if we go through it, I expect this thing flushes and could be down like 30, 40 cents. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. WFC, just looking back at it, holding for the time being, doing these little wick off bottoms. So yeah, if this thing holds a little bit longer and starts to turn back to the upside, it should be okay to move back up. So yeah, I'm watching this one. And again, going for like, 10, 20 cents,
Google.
Scalp, and then see if this one wants to actually give another pop to the upside there.
Google is moving again now. It is at high of day. So, I mean, we talked about a possible double top occurring at this level. I mean, it's kind of not showing you that at all. The market's printing down. Google's printing up. It's absolutely inverse of the ES right now. Printing high of day, I mean, does that sustain? We're seeing declining volume, though. I mean, that's the thing, too, on Google. We're not seeing an increasing amount of volume, which is kind of like leading me to believe that, I don't know, it might be a little bit of a suspect move here. A bit of a similar move happening also on Amazon, where it's also retracing right into yesterday's close, both of them doing it at the same time, and both of them topping out at these levels, kind of slowing down around these high of days levels. Not seeing a similar move on Meta, Microsoft, Apple, or Tesla. Tesla, we haven't even talked about Tesla today. It's down 2.5%. Yeah, we'll get to that later, but a bit of a counter move, guys, happening here on Amazon, on Google. Something to be aware of if you're looking for a long, or maybe, again, shorts off these levels. I don't know. I'm not taking them. I don't know what to think. I'm in the Microsoft long. I'll leave that. I have defined parameters with which to work. But Google continuing to print. Amazon is printing to the high side. Completely counter market here, Luca. Not sure what's going on, but something's up.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, AMD popping yeah, getting a little bit out there. I'll bring up the chart, but essentially popping over VWAP, getting a little bit out over here, now trying to get 20s, and then trying to get, like my best out will be closer to there, but I'll be like lighter on the position. This is basically, so like to kind of give a feel of like a scalping and kind of like what I'm looking for, what I'm going for.
Oh my
essentially,
God, Google.
the move happens and then the move stops. So I think we can get to 87.20 on AMD. This is on the left here. I'm thinking that we could like rip and get there like right away, but for whatever reason we stop at 08s. So because we stop at 08s, I just say, okay, like let me just take some at 08s because 19s is now invalid, or 18s, and now we're sort of drifting up, which is fine. So we'll see if I can get some there at like 19s, which was like that target. And no, thank you. Thanks for offering though. And yeah, now we'll see. Yeah, that was a nice move into VWAP. So again, I just kind of felt like as soon as we went to VWAP on AMD, we were gonna like rip right through it. And yeah, it was a nice little move. But as you can see, we're sort of popping. We hit like, this is the thing, right? We hit like 16s, and then we like flush back down into VWAP. And I don't really know. Like my trade is like, I feel it here. There's the iceberg. It's the buyer. I kind of like the long. We get that initial move, and now I don't know how far we're going to go. I never know. Like as a scalper, I just kind of, I get in, I get out. So yeah, that's basically why I like to sort of pay myself. I feel like we can get there again, but I'm going to actually, instead of going for like 19s, I'm going to see if I can get 14s on a next pop over here. And WFC is looking pretty good. So it's kind of dipping down and it consolidates. It does this little wick off bottom. Call this a morning star or an evening star, whatever kind of star on the 1 minute. Anytime I see this type of thing where it quickly reclaims, now going back to the upside, we'll probably see a pop here. So it might just be short-lived. But I feel like once we clear like the 25s, we might go here. So yeah, let's watch this and see how fast we can get to, I'm not really too sure targets on this. I might go for like yeah, let's see if we can break above 30s here. And yeah, actually, you know what? I'll just scale this out as I usually do because I'm not really too sure how. I think we could get to like 34. So let's see if we go with 34s. And then on the rest of that position, we'll do 44s. Yeah, let's do 44s there. So yeah, again, I might change this kind of idea in real time, but yeah, we'll see. I feel like at the, my job here as a scalper is to kind of catch that move, and then like when it gives you the move, scale for myself. It's like scale out of it, and let me just make sure. The problem is that I'm kind of. Let me just get my orders out here, and yeah, there we go. Okay, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. Yeah, that was okay. And oh my God, AMD. All right, let me get the rest out of AMD here. It's so hard to multitask, man. And sometimes I don't know why I don't get the fills. What is going on here? Okay, get me out of AMD. So AMD, nice move to the upside. Pretty solid with that one. Yeah, WFC ripping to the upside here as well. So let me just get a little bit more out of this one as well. Yeah, not too bad. And now let's see if, okay, I said 44s. The thing is, though, I change my ideas in real time. And when I'm doing this kind of like alone here, I just have to take what the market gives me. So that was pretty sick, actually. So AMD, yeah, nice little winner just to kind of cover this one. Basically long, that one was kind of sketchy. We dipped down. I see the reserve. Hopefully you guys had a chance to hit that because that was like 87.80 reserving on the bid, and it was just doing a lot of volume. It's selling into this level, holding, holding, holding. In this particular case, I use a stop order because, again, it's holding so well that if it does break below, I just want to be out of that trade because it could easily have broken below. We would have been at 68, and then if we break below and keep going, I don't like that's like a flush, right? So I don't want to be caught in the particular flush there. And I think a good example is if you're worried that it's an active iceberg that's kind of sitting there on the bid. And what I mean by active is they're sitting there on the bid, they're kind of taking the fills, but if you put a stop order below, they'll remove it, take your shares, and then put it back. You can always put your stop order a little bit lower so you don't get kind of wicked out on like a 1 or 2 cent print. That would just be kind of games or whatever. So yeah, not too bad over there. Long, kind of covering VWAP, covering 14s, and then, yeah, that was a sick. This was a gift. I said this, though, guys. I said if AMD rips to the high side, 50s, I said 40s, 50s. I mean, I didn't even notice. That's why I got 57, or else I would have taken it earlier. But essentially, this was a gift, just kind of playing off the highs, right? So I don't necessarily think or want to ride this all the way to 88s because I don't think we could get there, but that was my trade. That was a pretty nice one, doing it at the same time of WFC. And yeah, WFC giving the pop and a little bit of a kind of dip. And now let's see if we can get through this 50 period here. So the same way how we sort of dip down and then cycle over here, kind of like sideways, 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 but it shows you the level is still valid. Thank you. I'll actually pass on this today. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, though. So like this general area, it's kind of, recycling. It's showing you that it's going to go back down there. So I'm still holding the piece. But I'm willing to actually add because if this level is good and if it continues to show that this is like the bottom of the range, then I kind of want to be long and then kind of scalp it and then get long again and scalp it. And unless this thing, if this thing breaks, obviously 38 is like the level that I'm kind of playing off of, right? So if we like 38 to 38, like 10, give or take, or even like the low of that wick, like it should not get back there. If the long is really going to be good, it should not get back there. But at the same time, approaching the middle of the day, a lot of day traders kind of step away, and so when that happens, liquidity kind of disappears, and then with that, they can move it there even though it's not actually like selling off into that level. So just understand the product of the environment that you're trading, and then when you're trading this type of environment, know when to use stops, when to get in, when to size in, when not to. Understand what fake outs could look like. So for example, this could easily go down, fake out, back up, right? But in the kind of morning when there's a little more volume on the thing, you're seeing that it didn't really give you a lot of fake outs. Like it actually held the 20 level like very, very cleanly, if not like super clean, whereas this one actually went lower, right, and then kind of went back up. So they were able to get it a little bit lower before they actually popped this back up. And I just want to say that's a product of 11:30 as opposed to 10:30 or 9:45. Just different time, different amount of volume coming through. So yeah, that was not too bad. I think the AMD trade was definitely a better one than the WFC trade. And then, WFC with the kind of mixed shelf offering today, down 4.6%. I'm just basically playing off the level, but yeah, AMD was not bad at all.
Okay, the big caps are really moving here, guys. Google's moving, Meta's moving, Apple just started moving as well, looking to test high a day, 185, 150, 180. We're at 50s right now. Amazon also trying to break through that top. That was yesterday's close. Again, that 94, 95 area. Meta really moving here, printing new highs. There we go. Meta's pumping to the high side, baby. 159.66 is continuing to go. Not sure what this is about. Let me have a look real quick, see if anything's coming in on our friend Meta. 11, what time is it right now? 11:46. I don't see anything.
The market's at high.
Is it? Yeah, well, the market's moving here. Yeah, so wow, okay, so it looks like this is just a move off the futures, guys. I'm still in the position on Microsoft, right? We've been hovering below 264. I'm thinking about cutting this. We're pumping here huge on Google and Meta. Days high on both. Apple now, we're looking at very close to days high as well. Everything except Microsoft and Tesla is essentially moving at the moment. Yeah, even Amazon, even though Amazon's flat on the day, it's really trying to break through that 95 top. Meta continuing to print highs, now 70s are high. Oh, baby. Geez, Meta, bro. Yes, I know, man, I know. I'm very pleased with this. Nothing else really going on except these stocks pumping. Obviously, I'm not punching in at these levels. Goes without saying. We're not really doing much on the futures either. On the ES, I'm talking about 39.01. We're doing that dance around 3900. Here we go. Now we're testing recent highs. The future's moving 39.03. Let's break above 06s. We've got a recent high, kind of a bit of a double top there at 06s. Then you got more of a level again at 10s. Meta flying now 196. Oh baby. Oh, baby, I'm very happy about this. There we go. Now, Meta moving to the high side. Google, all sorts of yelling back there. There's all sorts of excitement on the floor. We're moving, baby. The futures are pumping to the high side. Let's go another bang.
Yeah, man, that was a nice move there. Absolute banger. Getting the full out of WFC on that pop into VWAP, pretty good. We didn't actually dip down far enough for myself to get back on the bid and get the fill there, but pretty nice, man. Taking all that out. Best fill there was I think 44s. Kind of rejecting initially off of VWAP. I would say, yeah, for myself as a scalper, I kind of go for these moves, right? So somebody before was asking, Luca, what do you mean by scalping? Well, it's basically kind of finding the level, playing it, going for those moves, and then yeah, if we actually like drift up into the highs, for myself, it's not something that I think we could do this, and we did it, and then I just get out. Now, if we keep going, it doesn't matter because I can always just find another trade, and yeah, there's just kind of you know, watching a bunch of different things and, you know, working with them. Somebody's saying NVIDIA. I mean, everything I assume is moving up here. So let's take a quick look here at NVIDIA. Yeah, everything just kind of very, very sharp move to the upside. We're seeing AMD, in my opinion, the strongest of the bunch. And I don't know how the rest are doing percentage-wise, but just in terms of how the bid feels, kind of the velocity of the move to the upside. Yeah, that 88 level's pretty interesting now. So let's see if we break 88. This was a very, very quick move down on AMD. And as fast as it goes down, it goes all the way back to the highs. That's talk about V-shaped recovery on that one intraday. So let's see how this 88 works here. I kind of want to short this thing over 88 for like a one-time stab. Let's see if we can, what was the high of this? I think high of day was like 88.14. So I'm going to watch to see this break 88. And if we break 88, I feel like we might lose steam. So I want to kind of get short above 88. And then if we start to fall back in, I'm going to, you know, cover that. I feel like as fast as we go down, we can go back up, and as fast as we go up, we can, you know, go back down. Not to say that I don't think we get back here. And again, I was talking about the short up here initially when we started the show, and we did fade all the way down, but this was going to be lighter size because I like the long better. And so that doesn't mean I'm right or anything. It just means if you're trading your own playbook and you're trying to figure out where should I move more size, what should I do, this and that. You kind of gauge, you say to yourself, well, I like the long better, so I could short it, but let me do less size. If I go long, it should be more. So, yeah, we got that over 88 there, and going 03s. I don't want to take it 03 short or 02 short, even though we kind of like instantly fell back down. That's not really, I thought we could go a little bit higher there. So, if you're, you know, I'm trading, I'm watching, I don't, just because I see something and it happens, doesn't mean I want to actually trade it, right? So I want it to like show me something very, very specific. Then I kind of plan accordingly on that one. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. If it wants to go a little bit higher, if we fade back down from here, it is what it is. I'm not gonna take any more trades. I'm not gonna chase it down.
Some bamboozlement here in the futures. We get that triple top. Let's call it at 39.06, 39.07-ish area. And then, yeah, we flush right back down 13, 14, some odd points. Likewise with Microsoft. So I got in at that below sub 24 to 264, excuse me. It popped up into 40s. I took a piece out 40s. I still got 10% left. So I'm going to let the other 10% ride in 265. No point even taking it out now. My cost basis just went super high though. So technically I'm in the negative. That was a mistake on my part. I'm not letting this run negative. Do I? I mean, it's still in the range. Even if I let it run negative, what is it going to cost? You know, nothing really. Okay, so I'm gonna hold this. So I'm gonna stick with what I wanted to do before, which was that $quarter hold. So if it breaks through the $quarter, which is what I've kind of defined to be the range of this consolidation area on Microsoft, I'm out. It's holding near 64. There's really no right for me to get out of here. I think that that's wrong just because it went against me. All right, Meta, yeah, 196.20. That's the high on this bad boy. Now we've retraced below 196. We're hanging out at 195 3/4 area. The futures sideways, 38.94. There's all sorts of excitement back there.
I have no idea what's going on.
Neither do I, man. ELEV. I talked about this small cap crapper earlier, and I didn't kind of continue with this. Here it is. It's doing well. If I'm looking from a chart pattern perspective for a small cap crapper, we are seeing a VWAP reclaim. We are seeing a VWAP hold on several occasions, showing that it's respecting that level, and we're seeing consecutively higher highs. We've got a double top possibly to contend with. That's going to be at 227. So that $2.25, that's going to be kind of the critical point to break through here. We're going to need to see continuity towards day's highs. Let's see what the daily presents us with on this one. So this is a mover from yesterday. It started the day out around $1, maybe $1.10 or so. It had a good day yesterday, topping out at 180. Big boy move today is a continuation day clearly. And yeah, there's really not much in the way of levels to talk about. We got to go all the way back to last May to kind of get to the levels where we're at now. It looks like there's a level to be had here at the $2.50. The $2.50 is an interesting, definitely an interesting area. There's a lot of consolidation around that 2.5 that goes back even to March. Who's phoning me? Someone from Rochester. That's probably spam. So that 250 area, that's going to be an interesting area to get through. 227 is a high today on ELEV. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, guys. This is a small short here on SH Schwab here. I just kind of pulled it up, and I'm like, you know what? Let me try this short in case we're going to go back down. But I don't know how I feel about it. So it's kind of like light size. And, you know, as a good example, if you're I want to share something. I got to find it. It's a meme that I thought was really funny. But essentially, if you don't know how you feel about something, just understand that prices are going to probably be in and around the range that you're trading them for a little bit of time. And so if that's the case, you're going to have ample amount of time to add more to it in and around the same range. Like, I shorted this, and it's still at 57.80, so I could still add more. But sometimes I look and I get into small size. I say, okay, how do I feel about this general kind of area? My first kind of take is that I'm going to be wrong. I think I'm going to be wrong on this, so I might just get out of it and take the small loss. But it seems to be not really going up right now. But for whatever reason, there's a lot of size being traded in the dark pool on the bid. That's from 65s into 75s. So I'm kind of waiting to see, does that size get cleared out? Do we actually break 60s, 50s? And if we do, we probably get back to VWAP. And that'll be like my small little win on the small size that I take. But, you know, a product, you might be watching something. You might think you have a read on it. And then as soon as you get into position, you might start to feel a little bit different about the position that you have. So that's essentially what I'm referring to. It's kind of watching it, saying, okay, I see something. It feels like it could be a good trade. Let me take it. You know, with okay size, like small size. Do I feel the same? Do I feel better? Do I feel like I should be adding to it? This is basically what I do. So taking this trade right now and looking at it, I'm not going to add to it. I'm not, because it kind of went down right when I took it. Then it came back. It's dancing around. So yeah, if this thing could easily run and break 58s. It's just chopping around, and even when it goes down, it goes back up before it goes back down. So I just want to see where this thing can go. I feel like at this point now, I can just kind of manage it because, yeah, like 13 cents in the money. But again, in this range, this is an important range right here. So here to here, And I feel like if it clears 57.50, then yeah, the chance that we actually flush into like the 30s and the 20s are higher. So I'm gonna, you know what, for that I will throw out a bid down there to see if I can get it. If I can't, then I'll take the L. But yeah, this is just a product of me kind of feeling it out, seeing what happens next. Do I like the trade? Do I not? If it wicks down and quickly wicks back up and then closes the candle, then I'm wrong. You're seeing 200 lots on the offer right now, and it's not really much for this. I mean, oh yeah, it just took it. So by the time I pulled that up there. But yeah, this area, interesting. I feel like if we get over 58, then I just want to be out of this trade.
Microsoft really pumping here. This was a bamboozlement fully. Look at the sell-off, taking you down to 263.40. Now we're at 264.40 against the market. So lots of bamboozlement and, you know, what they call a specialist breakout happening here where you just get pumped the wrong way, and here comes the sell-off. Not surprised. Let's see if we hold 264 this time around. Wow, that was a whole bunch of volume to get us absolutely nowhere. Lots of volatility on this name. We're talking dollars and seconds. Okay. Very, very tough to trade it at these levels, but what's been consistent is this range that's really continued to develop. And, you know, if you range trading this, you're probably printing nicely. The range started out tight, now it's widening. Now we're talking about $264.50 to $263.50. Started out at 50 penny range, now we're about $1 range. So lots of volatility on Microsoft here, as you know, is near the highs, but again, kind of moving secularly. The market moving down, Microsoft not moving down. But when the market was moving up a little while ago, we didn't see that correlate either on Microsoft. So interesting, interesting little development happening there. And Meta watching this kind of consolidation area below 196. We're seeing continuously lower highs though on Meta. So this might be an interesting retracement. I'd say that looked like a bull flag. Except, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to trade that kind of setup on Meta. That's not really how I look to trade this. It's more off levels than candlestick patterns, to be honest, or chart patterns, I should say. This one, yeah, it's definitely more about levels. At least that's how I trade it. So, yeah, I don't have a trade at the moment, to be honest with you. I'll look at my scanner. Let's see what's coming up here. Let's have a look. MCB, yeah, that ain't going to cut it. ELEV, I talked about it already, and it just broke down below VWAP, so yeah, we'll see if it closes below that. OTLY, that was on the watch list this morning. Brendo had that on the watch list. It made a big boy move up at that 7:30 time slot. It really gave up everything. From up to 245, went back down to 2. That was the notional move, and now it's kind of near the highs. 240 is technically the high. That's after the bell, though. 248 the high pre-bell, pre-market. Now stair-stepping up. So this might be an interesting one. How many shares has it done on the day? OTLY, 16 million, 100,000 the last 5 minutes. It's slower. Yeah, this one's interesting to get maybe off the 50 period. I won't trade this. Too slow for me. Not one that I really can trade on the show. Something that I could trade off the show, definitely. HUBC. Decent. Kind of did nothing pre-market, did nothing. 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock comes in. All of a sudden, the volume starts picking up, and we move up and to the right. 229, the high of day. We're at 226, so we're very much near the highs at the moment. So we shall see what this one does. But my the corner of my eye, I see my friend Microsoft. It's back near the highs there. There we go. We're getting to the $0.50. We're knocking on the door of the $0.50. I'm sitting at 65s, guys. $0.50 or not, I'm not getting out at this level. It's obviously the top of the range, but I'm holding for the dream, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I want to just quickly talk about FRC, coming back to this. So I didn't talk about it. I spoke about my trade, but more importantly, this level here is kind of interesting. 37.50 this morning. It kind of ran into that level. This was the high of the post-open. Now, if that's real or not, I didn't see it, but I'm going to assume that it's real. So for this particular example, let's assume that that top wick being 37.80 is real. So this thing opens at 36, right? It goes 37.80, and then it goes back down, then it comes up, then I get the short. So I remember that. Now, 37.80 is interesting because there is obviously low liquidity on this thing. Yeah, I'm out of Schwab, by the way, taking the L, so not too bad there. Anyways, 37.80 is like the level, right? So I would say you want to map that level for a specific purpose because for whatever reason, this thing opens 36 it goes up, it stops there, and then just turns back and goes and prints almost 34. So that's a decent move. That's almost like a $4 move from top to bottom off the open of that candle. And you know, it goes down, it comes back up, and look where this move stops. And this is at 10.13. It literally breaks the high by 8 cents. Still doesn't break the 38 level, and then reverses back down. And I want to show, like, the velocity of this move here is, sorry, hold on, these things are messing me up here. But the velocity of this move here is the fact that it touches this level, and it reverses, it doesn't come back, and now boom, you have the seller here. So you have the seller at 37.50. So this level, I mean, we're far away from it right now. We're at like 33.35, I think. Yeah, 33.50-ish, give or take. But essentially, if we get back there, I would watch that level for both, one, a squeeze in case that short seller is still short, and then we get there and they try to get themselves out for a break even. That could be a magnet into the level. If we break 38, does that mean we're going to go higher? Or do we get there and is there more to sell at that level? Because that is the level of somebody interested to sell the stock based on the fact that that's where it was in the morning. It went down, it went all the way back. The selling started at this level. The selling was still there at 10:30. Will the selling still be there in the afternoon if we get back there? That is based on the bounce level that I'm just seeing now. So a little bit of resistance overhead there. Now again, this thing's you know, it's a coin flip, right? Or not a coin flip, but it's a wild west because this thing, you might think you're going to risk, you know, 20 cents. You're not. I would say give it to 40 if you're looking at this. So 38 into 40 is like the overhead resistance. And yesterday 45 was like a decent level. Wait, no, was it 45? No, yeah, it was actually 50. Never mind. I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, for the time being, we're going to go to Brendo at the big desk for Happening Now. Welcome back, everyone. Are we? Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Okay, so it looks like it's a battery issue there. We'll get that taken care of ASAP. In the meantime, looking still at the same stock, guys. Someone was yelling out Netflix in the chat, and I'm like, I haven't looked at this in a while, and they would be absolutely right. It's up and to the right on NFLX. It was a great yesterday close bounce. How many times have we been saying this on these big cappers? The close of the day prior seems to be a hell of a level on these guys. All right, so we get that move up, kind of like a weird head and shoulders pattern brew up. It's on the 1 minute, so take it for what it is. It comes down to yesterday's close, 295. Obviously breaks it a little bit. It is Netflix. It's not going to stop right at 295. It comes down to about the $0.50, 294.5. But it's been one step up incrementally, 302.69. Now the high. We're almost $10 of notional range. In fact, we are $10 of notional range because the low of day is 292.28, 302.69 the high. So we have moved $10 on this bad boy. NFLX, don't know if there's any specific catalyst. Let me have a look real quick here. Click on FLX. And I'll have a look at that after.
Wow, WFC.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Yeah, nothing really coming here. Netflix to announce first quarter 2023 financial results. Okay, so they announced the day that they're gonna result. Okay, so then Oppenheimer maintained them today with a outperform with a target of 415. That came in like at 5 in the morning. So maybe that's what it is. Like it's a continued move up off the upgrade. Well, it's not even an upgrade. It's a maintain. Of coverage at outperform. Maybe it's a new target. I don't know what Oppenheimer's initial target was, but anyway, it's 415, which suggests $115 upside from where it's currently trading. That seems nice to some people. I could see some people jumping on that. So possibly the reason here we are seeing an NFLX move. In the meantime, though, I won't jump onto that. That one was obviously one that I missed. I haven't been trading that one lately. In fact, I was talking to Brendo at the big desk earlier yesterday. In fact, I was like, probably time for me to take Netflix off my big tech watch list and maybe replace it with NVIDIA. And the reason I said that, Tim, was just because of sheer volume. The amount of volume Netflix does on a daily basis, especially in the pre-market compared to some of these other big tech names, is like bupkis. Like, Tesla will have done a couple of million shares. Meta will be at 350. Apple maybe at 750, and Netflix will be at like 25,000 or 30,000. So maybe time to replace it with NVIDIA, Luca, for me anyway.
Yeah, guys, I know you guys are talking about CS, so I just want to show this here. And let me just get this up on the screen. I tried a couple shorts on it today. I had one okay winner. I held that, and then it kind of went up, so I covered the rest for break even. Tried it again, lost. Tried it again, lost. And I was like, you know what? I'm done with the stock. I don't know how high it's going to go. Maybe 220. But the thing is it didn't have, it's SSR, it didn't have a feel. Like you could see, I didn't short it here. It didn't have a feel of like this was going to be the top, and then we're going to like fade for the rest of the day. And then when I saw it back here, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to chase it short in front of the 50. Like we could just barcode here very easily. We're now back at 90s, but something notable just to kind of look here. I mean, you know, the book's obviously thick on this one. You're seeing, and this might be a product of it being SSR, but lots of size on all these gateways. It was not, when I was trading it, it was less this morning. In the afternoon, it definitely thickens up over here. And I'm just kind of looking down. You got the buyer there at 185. Now, again, not too much size, but I think 185 and 190 is notable for this one. And then, I mean, it doesn't really go down more than that. So I would say, yeah, just watch that 190 level where it's at right now, and then maybe 185. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing below 180 at some point. But again, it's a tough trade to just like kind of get into. And I know somebody was asking Luca too, and I know you were asking when we were like over here. It's just like, it's just grinding lower now. I'm not going to get short here, but notice the volume. That's the only thing that I notice here. It's like very, very light volume doing nothing. Then it starts to go down. Volume's sort of picking up into VWAP. Doesn't really hold for too long. Kind of drifting lower. Yeah, maybe this thing just wants to continue to drift into the abyss. But again, I'm probably not going to have another trade on it. I think if we get back there, now that we have some levels, you could probably say to yourself, like, yeah, 15s into this high is like that resistance point. Now, what are the odds we actually get back there and it provides a quick pop, short, and drop? It is SSR. You got to kind of wait to get picked up there. So, yeah, I'm just going to chill with it. I'm not really going to trade it, but I know people were asking about that from before. Yeah, I did have a couple trades on it, and just it is what it is. It just didn't materialize for myself. Maybe somebody traded a little bit better than I did. But yeah, anytime CS is in play with this kind of liquidity, oh baby, lots of fun to trade it. But finding a way into it is a whole nother story. Yeah, didn't do as good as I could have. Let me just quickly look at BAC here again, because that level that I kind of mapped the resistance from this morning, breaking through, dipping at the 50, and popping again. So I feel like this is a very, very fast move off of over 2850. So I would say keep an eye on this level, like over under 2850. I mean, we did it already, and now we're going down, so it's probably done. But yeah, just maybe remember this level in case we do get there, because could do it a third time. But yeah, I wouldn't want to see it anytime soon, at least. Maybe towards the end of the day could be interesting. But yeah, for the time being, it's sort of channeling in between these two areas, that 2850 and 2820-ish, give or take. Do we now break down and go to VWAP? I don't know. The range today is a lot different, or I should say the feel of it today is definitely a lot different than the feel of it from yesterday. Yesterday it was definitely holding this bottom area, this bottom area for so long in the morning. Just kind of, I had like the recycle longs, like long cover all day, and then kind of holding that like 2850, and I guess that's reason for the resistance. So it kind of feels like this market is showing you that the lows from the previous day on the gap downs are acting very cleanly as the resistance of the day. So did it once, did it twice. I didn't actually recognize that. Kind of wish I did. I would have taken the short. But yeah, I guess it's hindsight too there. So AMC, yeah, AMC from yesterday, that was a really good short. Sean had that short off the halt from up over here and kind of going back down into the 440. And now, yeah, this thing is just like, it's SSR. It's just drifting into the abyss. Where does it find support? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe like $4, maybe $3.75 will be my guess. But yeah, this thing is really, really slow right now, so I'm definitely not going to look to trade it. I definitely want to be trading things that are moving. Wow, AMD. So this is the thing. I wanted this higher. It didn't go higher. I wasn't willing to get in. I thought like there'd be a little more time. There wasn't. This thing rejected 88s, and now we're all the way back at 87. So, you know, as fast as it goes down, it can go up, and it could go down, right back down again. I think I'm not going to do what I did the last time, which was the long, just because now it feels like, okay, why are we back here? Like, if we're back here, we could easily get to, like, 86.50. So let's watch that 86.50 level So 86.50 into 86.20. I feel like there's a chance we could get there, and then I want to kind of do something in around that level, unless something shows me otherwise. And also, guys, keep in mind the 86.80 reserve buyer. Just because, I mean, they didn't fill, to my understanding, because I had a stop, so I would have got stopped out there. They didn't fill, and then it had that up move. If we get back there, do we get back there and bounce very quickly? That's what I'd be watching, because again, that reserve buyer could be a lot of size, and if it is, it would still be sitting there, to my knowledge. So this is something that you definitely want to watch the tape. You'd want to be very patient on. You want to be, you know, looking at the 87.80. Do we get there? Does it stop and then quickly bounce right away? That's your tell. If it kind of goes and then prints below right away, then invalid, not there anymore. So yeah, I think that might be a good look. Maybe I might try that long, just kind of one time. But at the same time, it was good the first time, so I should probably take a little bit less size the second time, because if it gets back there, most likely it fills and goes down, and that'll just be a losing trade for myself.
So I'm looking to defend this 194 level on Meta. Already scalping a little piece, long 25s. I'm fine with adding into 194 itself. I've got a dip trade set up there already, but I already had an opportunity to scalp a little bit as it's popped like 20 pennies immediately, or like 30 pennies in fact. Immediately was able to get a couple of outs there, but definitely looking for former area of resistance to act as current area of support. That 193 level we kind of rejected off several times into the morning before finally breaking out to the down to the upside. Now looking for that level to act as a level of support. We shall see. I like the reason I got in at 25 is so you know, I never really sure if it's going to make it down all the way into 194. It's kind of like an area. So I've put my first area, put it at 194.25. That's why I got the quarter fill. And then I have a 194.05 resting order in front of the whole dollar to kind of get that long as well. So looking to defend at these levels. We are also at an important level on the futures. We have a trough, the bottom of the trough. Earlier was at 38.75 on the June contract. We're at 79s, so possible, you know, hold here at these previous levels, but 38.65 is the day's low. That was a wick though. The better level, I'd say, is where the majority of the action took place, which is at 72. So you got to stay around 70 or so, in and around that area. I'm taking out a little bit more here on Meta as it maintains its hold above and flirts with that $0.50. So give me about 25 pennies worth of room. There we go. Back through the $0.50 again. I didn't get any out there. Okay, I'm not sure why that happened. But anyway, yeah, flirting with that $0.50. Looking for obviously a hold here, but I'm ready if it does come into the whole dollar, Luca.
Yeah, so I got, I'm basically chilling right now, waiting to see what happens next. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Crypto Gangster saying, educate the chat homies why the VIX is pumping. So the VIX and the market are inversely correlated, give or take. So essentially, when the market goes down, the VIX will go up, and when the when the market goes up, the VIX will go down. People say the VIX is so it's essentially volatility. It's measuring volatility. And yeah, usually it's just kind of inverse to the market. So, you know, if the market is going down the way that it is right now, like kind of this like down move, you're going to get like an up move in the VIX. So let's see, is that the AMAX VIX? Yeah, AMAX VIX over here. So this is 5 minutes, so let me just pull up the 5 minute to give everybody the kind of gauge on that one. You know, like this is up, down, 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 up, right? Now, the market is not breaking lows, yet the VIX is breaking out. So it is not, you know, pound for pound. I would not say it's pound for pound tracking it inversely. That's not the purpose of it. If you look into the structure of the VIX, you'll find that it's essentially based on the options, you know, the options, and they kind of, you know, use that to kind of discover what the volatility is, and then they, you know, package it into ETF and then show you volatility. So that's what it is. It's a fear gauge. It is showing you volatility. When it goes up, there's more volatility. I never really understood why there could be volatility going to the upside, but the VIX will go down. I mean, it's still volatile if it's going to the upside, but just a product of the way it's structured, right? So anytime you guys are dealing with products and looking at them, you want to know how they're structured, because it could say, oh, it's a fear index. Oh, it's inverse to the market, but yeah, you know, you want to understand the products that you're in. I'll give a little quick example too. It's like when you buy a sort of like a money market mutual fund, it's holding bonds, right? So you're not actually holding cash. Those, I mean, these are like very short-term treasuries. So people are like, oh, I'm in, you know, money market mutual fund. It's risk-free, like it's cash. Well, it's not cash. It's actually 98% Treasury bills, which are very, very safe, the safest instruments in the world of kind of finance, or so they say. But yeah, if those go to zero, then yeah, you lose everything, right? So that would be systemic risk right there. So just understand the products that you're getting yourself into is basically where I'm going with this. And then you're going to have the answer as to why things go up or down. It's easy for me to sit here and give you a quick definition of it. But again, there's a different story when you're actually trading it and you're invested in it. You want to know as to why things are going up or down, or get a financial advisor and speak to them. That's probably the easier way to do it, right? Easier way less stress. And yeah, thank you so much, Hayes Records, for the super chat. Man, I need to stop smoking while I trade. Well, yeah, the job is hard enough. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, the job is hard enough, right? Yeah. So if you're smoking and doing the job, like this is a very intense, especially day trading. This is a very intense job, and you need to be locked into what's happening. So yeah, I mean, when you smoke, you're obviously going to be, kind of more relaxed. So it'll give you that calm demeanor. But at the same time, are you processing things very quickly as fast as you can when you're not? So yeah, just I would say don't make the job any more difficult than it is. And if you're just doing it as a hobby, then I mean, whatever, do whatever, But yeah, I would say don't do that. There's a time and a place for everything, obviously. But again, thank you so much for the super chat. Always much appreciated. Guys, AMD off that bottom, so it didn't even get down to the 80s. It off 98s, and just like boom, insta 30-cent move to the upside. This is, let me go back to the 1 minute to show you like the velocity of the move here. Gets there, doesn't really do anything, right? So no selling. So again, we are at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, midday. I don't know if there's that many traders as opposed to in the morning, but look how it sells off into the level. So we literally go 87.90 all the way to 87 where the buyer is probably sitting because there was the iceberg there. And we just get there, and then it's just like, and it's like it will not sell into that level because who's going to sell into a buyer that's massive, right? That's the support. And then that's it, off to the races again. So it shows you it the first time. The reason I did not take it is because I thought it was at 87.80 and I wasn't really watching the tape. But you see it the first time, right? You get the move. Don't bamboozle yourself and forget about the level. Like, let it come back to that level and then say to yourself, wait a second, it's still there. And you know what? It's actually sitting higher, and we are below VWAP, and there's no selling. If you're willing to take 100% of size over here, second time around, I mean, you could still take like 30%, 40% of size if it's kind of away from the level. And if you really want to size in closer to the level, you still get that opportunity. So yeah, different ways to structure it. And yeah, that was a good look there. Hopefully somebody caught that. Somebody saying I'm bamboozled myself. Dougie, yeah, I do that all the time, man. Dale saying 6 beers in and a smoke. I'm doing terrible but smiling. I mean, you know what? If your goal is to smile, then I think you're doing a great job. But yeah, no, definitely don't make the job more difficult than it needs to be. That's what I'll say on that one.
All right, took this meta long, and then I made a mistake. I actually hit the flatten key by accident, which is such a fat finger to mistake, but it is what it is. We get some decent outages on it. Let's zoom in here. How come it's not letting me zoom in? Okay. That's a mistake. It ended up being a really good hold. Anyway, we get 25 long, and then we scalp through the 40s and into the 50s, into the 60s. And then I came here just to hit like a 25% out through the 70 break, and I hit the wrong button. So it is what it is. Now it's moving to the high side, holding the $0.50. It looks to continue possibly. The last 3-minute candle had a high of 76, so I want to see continuation through that. But back down into 194 could be an interesting buyback for me now that I made a mistake on it and look to get back in. I want to see how it acts around 194. I took out my dip trade because when you hit the flatten key on P Pro 8, it takes out all your resting orders as well. So just note there if you are using the platform. Yeah, but here we go. Now looking to test 60s again. 76 is definitely going to be that first green minute candle to make a newer high. And then look obviously for 95. 96.20 is the top, guys, on Meta. So that should be a target for you as well if you're looking for the longs. But the futures near the low of days at the moment, 38, 80, 75, towards the lower end of the range. But a higher low nonetheless so far that is, on this little trough that's developing at the moment. Oops. Let's come back here. There we go. Yeah, last time we got around, where did we get it to? 74s, and then this time we kind of stopped at 77s. We're moving back up. Let's continue back up maybe for another VWAP retest at 95s. But if it continues to head down, I'm definitely looking at that low of day. 65s, 38.65. That's the bottom wick, but a lot of action though taking place at that 71. You got to say 70 area. This was kind of like a one-off wick. There's quite a bit of action around that. Yeah, 71, 70 area. So that should be interesting as well to see what we get around there. Someone's saying Riot. I haven't looked at Riot. I know crypto was obviously moving yesterday. Let's have a look at our friend Riot over here. Load, load, load. There we go. So here's Riot. Oh, that's Biddle. My mistake. Let's load up Riot. There we go, Riot. And that's a 3-minute chart. Let's see where we are with Riot. I want to open up my indicators here, so then we'll go, where are we going to go? EMA VWAP, there we go. So now we got our indicators live and a 3-minute chart on Riot. Yeah, you know, it's kind of range bound, 659 to the downside, 708 to the top. Not my cup of tea. It gave you a couple of, several possible rejections for a short off that 690 level, that being yesterday's close. You had that big break initially, obviously at 10 o'clock, and then a lot of retracements coming into that 690 level, and then retracing back down south. In fact, making a newer low, 659 now, the newer low on Riot. I don't know, not for me. Yesterday was probably a bit of a better trade. It was more directional because of what BTC was doing. We know like the whole exodus, you know, from cash into crypto or from banks into crypto, you know, all the decentralized bulls pounding the table saying, we told you so, look, the banks are going to fail. So we saw a couple of good days on crypto, and then you got a couple of good days here on Riot, but nothing sustainable. So from a swing perspective, not my cup of tea either, Luca. Oh my goodness, Meta continues to pump to the high side. Actually, oh, this is gonna frustrate, you know what, out of me. I had this trade, man. I had a great price. Here we go. We're knocking on the door, 195. I think we got up to, where did we get up to there? 88s. Okay, so stepping up is Meta, holding that 194 level at least for now, and the high day again, 196.20. So Keyshore says, is that platform DAS Pro, and do you trade off charts with hotkeys? No, this is not DAS Pro. Although I know DAS has like a white layout, so I can see why you could confuse the two, but this is P Pro 8. It's a proprietary software with Day Trade the World. If you're anywhere other than the United States, you can get on that by hitting exclamation point DTTW. In the chat, that'll bring up a link, and then you can learn all about Day Trade the World. I think Bears versus Bulls just actually put it in the chat. And then P Pro 8 is the software we use on the trading floor here. And how many offices are there worldwide again? 300 Day Trade the World offices, almost 300 all over the world, all of them using this type of software. So you can kind of get the idea, the scale of it. Yeah, so it's very efficient, to be honest with you. A lot of hotkeys. Your question was the next question was the hotkeys. Yeah, so you can set it up really the way you want on this bad boy. That's the beautiful thing about it. You can have shortcuts for limit buys, you can adjust price, or you can go in on an offset. There's so many ways. I remember when I first started trading this, I didn't like it, and I went up to Arun, I saw him at the gym, and I'm like, I don't know about the software, man. He looked at me, he's like, what's wrong with it, right? And so then when he said that, I'm like, maybe it's just me who's stubborn and doesn't want to learn new software. And that's basically like essentially how I started with IBKR. I hated Trader Workstation. I despised it. And I would always make mistakes, and I'd blame the software, I'd call it buggy, and then now I've mastered it. So I think there's always that learning curve with the software you use. What's going on over there?
Yeah, no, I'm just like, I was like, okay, let me try this AMD long because maybe this is the area. So stopped out and then stopped out again. So both done. And again, what could be happening here is like, reserve buyer, it's running up. Maybe it's the reserve buyer like buying, then they're not there anymore. So yeah, maybe give it the area, but I was not willing to. It was just kind of like, let me try it. If it works the first time, great. If it doesn't, so be it. It is what it is. Yeah, so I'm not really too sure what to think, but for myself now on AMD, I'm probably just going to be waiting for the next level to see if we can get there down into that 8650, 8620. That'd be a really nice level, guys. Apple all the way from 150 back into 152, triggering the high. So common theme in this overall market, showing you the top, getting back there, triggering the high by, you know, not too much. I mean, the previous high was like 80s. This thing goes 85s and then reverses back down, so by 5 cents there. And then, yeah, just all the way back down. So I would be watching that 150 level. That could be interesting. We're at 150.50. And if anybody was watching this morning trading, we sort of bounced off the 150.50 a few times before actually selling into the 150. So let's see if it gives the exact same pattern. Let's see if it gives the exact same pattern of the 150.50, bounce, 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 flush into 150, and then reverse again. I would not be surprised. And I kind of want to take longs at 150 if we can get there. Market kind of approaching that low of day area. I don't know if we can sell off and break that low, but I would not, yeah, I'm kind of watching the 38.70s into 38.60s region for a dip and then rip back up and then move back. That's kind of what I'm eyeing here. So we'll see if that one wants to come to fruition. So yeah, eyes on Apple and AMD for the long play and being very patient to wait for those levels.
Yeah, someone asking me about my stop loss offsets for futures trading on IBKR. I don't actually trade futures on IBKR. I never have. I have the futures data allowances because I need to see the charts and I use them often. But no, I don't actually. I know it's a little tricky with the offsets because when you program your stop loss offset in the general settings, it applies to all your hotkeys. Man, the market's flushing here. I got to talk about this. Meta is absolutely tanking to the downside. It's coming to a VWAP retracement, 193.50. Does it stop here? It blew through that 194. It made me look like a fool for talking about 194 as a level of support. I get the trade. Maybe it was good that I fat-fingered here and I didn't hold because it khodunked on me. But yeah, 193.5, that's VWAP. Do we hold this level? We didn't really see the exact move on the futures. I mean, we did. We got a couple of points to the downside here. Where did we drop it from 83 to 75? Okay, so we dropped a bit. But Meta really going south here. Microsoft also stair-stepping south. It's now also below VWAP. Microsoft also, yeah, it's looking like a flat bottom break, honestly, here. Where do we go from here? 59.21. That's the low of day technically, but pre-market we were hovering around that 56.50, 56.75-ish area. So that's an interesting area as well. Let's see what these other big cappers are doing. Not much movement. Meta, Microsoft moving the worst here at the moment, and the future is definitely near that that trough we were talking about, which was that 38.75. We're back at that 38.75, and yeah, do we hold this level? That's going to be real interesting here. This 38.75 inflection point. Oh, we'll see. I'm not jumping into anything at this moment because these futures, this market, all over the place. FRC also flushing to the downside. Where do we get that break? From 32.5, now we're at 30.69. It's been one red candle after another. This is the 1-minute chart on FRC. Now down 22.75% on the day. Luca, what's Apple over there? Okay, so Luca is tied up at the moment. Let's continue with what is happening here on Meta. Yeah, we're still at that VWAP area. I'm not taking any buys. I'm not trying to guess where any bottoms are. We're still continuing to flush. Now we're about almost $4 removed off the highs here on Meta. We're pumping to the downside, breaking through 193. Lots of volume coming in to support this move here below VWAP. I don't know where the levels are. I'm not respecting any levels, so let it go. You start thinking, you know, should you punch in short here? Definitely not. That's not going to be my move. 192.50. Let's see if that breaks. That's a 200 period, and there's a little bit of a trough here maybe to support that move. So we shall see. Keeping my options open. Let's see what the scanner is up to because I'm not going to take any of these big cappers here at the moment. MLEC, what is this? Okay, so this has been halting up a lot and not really giving an opportunity to trade. How many shares has it done? 2 million shares. 304,000 done the last 5 minutes. Okay, so it's moving. It actually gapped down on the day. It was down 6% to start. Now it's up about 85%. This one's moving. It started off the day, where did we start off here, with no volume at $9 now, or sorry, at $5. Now we're at $10. $10 the high, $9.92 the high. Not sure what the headline on this is. It's called Mulik Sciences. I think this is a continuation, is it not? Let's have a look at the daily real quick here. That's a weekly, my bad. Daily chart. Is this a continuation? No. So this went, yeah, that's where I'm remembering this from. End of February, February 27th. It had a big day. 645 was the low, and 15 essentially was the high. Now a continuation play, but I'm not really seeing a headline come in for it lately to justify this new move on it. So yeah, not sure what to make of this either. Let's have a look a bit more detailed here into the price action. So yeah, it bears pulling it up because I need to see the spread and everything. So let's pull this one up. MLEC, it's on the NASDAQ. Yeah, Meta's holding view up here, so let's switch MLEC on the NASDAQ. Here we go. Yeah, it's a 9 penny spread, 10 penny spread at the moment. Probably a little tricky to trade 7 pennies. This one's a tricky one. I'll probably stay away from this one. Futures finding a bit of a bottom at the moment. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from MLEC. That's not for me. It's just too spready to trade. Yeah, the futures finding a bit of the bottom again. That 38.75 holding, now moving up back into 84s. Some good bounces to be had here. I'm seeing Apple bounce. I'm seeing a bit of a bounce on Amazon as well. Likewise with Google. Not so much on Meta and Microsoft though. Neither with Tesla. So this future is bouncing. We'll see what it does, but yeah, a bit of a range trade at the moment. You good to go? No, still working? Okay.
Couple minutes here.
All right, no worries. All right, we'll keep going. Let's see what the chat is up to. Someone's saying, Logan's Pop, saying long on Tesla, 183. Okay, so I hope not today, or I hope that's for a long-term trade, because 183 was higher than the high of day. High of day after the bell has been 182.34. So I hope that's for your swing trade. If it is, let's have a look at it from an intraday perspective and see what we can glean from here. Tesla, yeah, you know, it had a big month of February, right? A big month of January. Even it was moving up in parts of Feb when things were moving down, right? So Tesla had that continued move up on some good news. It came into the 200 period moving average here on the daily, but that's as high as it could go on that last move up. Coming in as a really clear area of resistance, that 200 period on the daily. So got a high, I want to say, is what was that? 217.82, so almost 218, and then it retraced as low as 164 the other day. Hit 164 right on the dot. Now it's kind of flirting with a few green days here, maybe bottoming tail, hammer, possible reversal, who knows. Some interesting catalysts coming out of Europe today for Tesla about, you know, the Model Y being the best-selling EV in Europe, overtaking Mercedes. I thought it'd be the Model 3, like I said this morning, but it actually was the Model Y, which is more expensive. But that does actually make sense upon further reflection, because SUV is definitely a bit more in demand than sedans. At least that's how I see it. I just actually gave up my car yesterday. I had a lease. I had a Lexus NX 300 2021, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I want something a little bit bigger. And so I put it out there on Facebook Marketplace, see who would take it over. And I cannot tell you, the demand for that car is crazy. So if you're a used car dealer and you're in the chat, do you know if there's a lot of demand for that car, or just mid-size or entry-level, not even mid-size, entry-level SUVs, entry-level luxury SUVs? I don't know, because the demand on it was crazy. But a lot of people getting denied for credit. I had like 5 or 6 people getting denied who had like 700 plus credit. Here's why. I locked in a 1.9% interest rate because I got it at the lows, right? That's what made it attractive to a lot of people. So the person who gets approved for 1.9 from a credit risk profile perspective is different than the person who gets approved for 8.9, right? And so now I think the lease rate was like 8.9 or something like that. So a lot of people were not getting approved, despite the fact that they may have been approved earlier. So it looks like the car company, finance companies, their stress test is a little bit higher here, at least in Canada. So finally somebody got approved, and it's gone. So now looking to move on from that. Good to go?
Yeah, guys. Yeah, that was a great lesson there. Someone's saying van life homelessness is why the mid-size SUV. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe on that one.
Van life.
Anyways, guys, nice move up here on Apple off that 150.50. So essentially, not the same pattern, similar pattern there, but doing the dance at 150.50 and then breaking the lows and then just boom straight to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles in a row. Not too bad on that one. Yeah, no trades for myself yet. Just basically waiting to see where do we go. I want to take a look back at some of these bank names to see if we're anywhere special. Let's look at Bank of America. I know it's at 28 right now. And let me just connect this here. Bank of America. Let's see where this thing is. A 28. Yeah, 28 was like the bottomish area 1, 2, 3 times, then the dip and the rip. So I wonder if 28 holds, but more specifically that low. So I would watch the 27.90-ish area on this one. Maybe it wants to kind of dip down and then curl back up and then, you know, do a little bit of dance over there. I might just be chilling. I may just be chilling on that one, but yeah, it's just gonna be patient with it for sure.
Okay, should I take it over? All right.
Yeah, just give me a sec here.
Yeah, no worries. Meta doing a bit of a bounce off yeah, I mean, it didn't really bounce off VWAP, guys. Broke 193 and then moved right back up to test 194 again. So do we do this dance with 194 that we did earlier now that we're below it? So tough to trade these names, but guess what is moving again to the high side and at high of days? Nobody's business right now. Google moving up again now 1.15% on the day. Don't know why this is moving. Your guess is as good as mine. We talked about this. Maybe Microsoft was going to get all the love today because of ChatGPT-4, and Meta was going to, Microsoft was going to get left to this, or Google, come on, wake up. Google was going to get left to the sidelines, and you know, it initially worked out that way, not so much right now. 95.09, the high on Google up 1%. It's a nice little bottom. Again, we had, I was trying to see maybe if there was going to be a double top at that 94 level because that was yesterday's close. Nuh-uh. It takes it decisively, and it breaks through 95. So 95, again, 09, the high of day on that. Nothing for me to trade at these levels, though. I'm going to keep my eye on Meta here as I'm eyeing a VWAP hold. 94 didn't hold, but VWAP looks to be a bit more in demand, being bought up here by some buyers. Again, it's going to have to jive with the movement on the ES, right? I'm not going to take this secularly and expect it to run against the ES. That's not the play here for me. So as we continue to stay near the lows on the ES, I'm going to kind of shy away from that trade. Lucky Cheese says, Sharif, you smoke in the Maple Leaf? No, not at the moment, but thank you for reminding me that. Obviously, you guys know that the Maple Leafs, quote unquote, are legal in this country, of course, for recreational, medical, and other purposes. And so are some other things I'm seeing here at Young and Wellesley. Some other stuff coming up here at Young and Wellesley that's on the corner there. I'm not going to say what, but it's interesting. Sean says, the Shroomies. Have you seen that store?
No, but I know.
You know of it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Somebody's saying Citi is making new lows here, so let's have a look at this. Last I checked, Citi was, I think it was...
Man City?
What was it? Well, yeah, Citi. Well, this is the transition into Citi.
Anytime I hear City, I think Man City.
What was that? I think, was the level 45 the last time? It might have been 45 that was holding up last time. I haven't really looked at Citigroup the past few days, but I remember somebody was saying look at it maybe a couple days ago, and I think it was on, it was at 45. Okay, so this kind of bottom that broke, but yeah, we're kind of at the bottom end of this range here, which is a random area. But if you look at the daily on this thing, it's kind of at the lows here. And these lows are like 44.60, 44.50-ish. I wouldn't be surprised if right now we do go a little bit lower on it. But yeah, maybe could be a little bit of an interesting level. I mean, it is down 5.9%. Oh, so baby. Yeah, the shorts are maybe a little bit better to be had there. But yeah, this is I don't want to, maybe I'll just chill with this one. Let's go back to WFC because that level was a little bit more interesting. And initially, I actually had the bid out over here that I didn't get, and we had the next leg up. But now it's kind of, now we're sort of back into this range. I feel like now the level might be invalid, just because it's kind of like less clean. You know, if it was going to be good, it would have held right here, I think, and then it would have went up. So now we actually might get a 38 test, which 38 didn't really get tested today on this thing, besides in the pre-market. So, market open, bounced off 38. Where was the opening print? Yeah, the low was like 38.15, and now it's kind of teetering with that 38.08, 38.10-ish area. So, yeah, maybe watch that 38 level specifically for an interesting setup on that one. JJ saying shorting Tesla. Yeah, let's have a look here at Tesla. I know Tesla was like decent at 79s, 179. Well, not really, actually. The thing is I guess like for myself, if coming into the day, seeing the type of day that it is, I just wanted to kind of stay away from Tesla. I was like, I'm not gonna stress myself out on that one. Yeah, so whatever. But let's go back to City. Maybe there's something to be had there. It's yeah, no. You know what? I'm just gonna wait for WFC to see if this one wants to do a 38 test. I mean, it's going up now, but if we do dip down to that 38, I might justify to myself get long in front of 38 there and then figure it out from there. Yeah, let's see what everybody in the chat's saying here. Shroom vape pens, that will end. Shroom vape pens, no, is that even a thing? Shroom vape pens. Yeah, okay, anyways, that's like, I don't know anything about that, but yeah, shroom vape pens, okay, interesting.
Shroom vape pens, interesting, okay, well,
yeah,
that's interesting. Guys, Meta's looking like a short here, man. I know Sean's short Apple. He's short 151.30, I believe, which is basically like top wick over here. I'm looking at a flat bottom break. Again, I don't like trading these chart patterns on these big cappers. I really like the levels better. It seems to be respecting the levels a bit more than chart patterns. That seems to be more of a small cap crapper type thing, at least lately for me anyway. Yeah, here we are stepping down. I don't know. I'm not taking this right now. I don't feel it. I don't know exactly how to think about this one. I really wanted that 194 defend. It didn't materialize, so we're going to move on from that. But yeah, I don't really have anything else at the moment. What is the chat up to? BBBY at the dollar. Yucky. Let's look at BBBY. Why not? I remember when this was like trading like, it is trading like a buyout at the, I want to say the 3. Ugh, where is it? How come I can't load it? All right, we'll load it over here then. We got a chart over here. Where is that? Yes, there we go. BBBY. Yeah, it's at $1.03 right now. Wow, it's not a good looking chart. Why is this taking so long to load? Let's go, BBBY. There we go. So we're down 10 and almost 11% on the day. We got a top, I want to say, of 117 here, and then it's just been like moving down, stair-stepping down, holding below VWAP, projecting off key levels. The 50 period looks like to be interesting here, likewise with the VWAP. Trading like a buyout, right, where if you can get, like us, like a day trade the world, we can basically get in and out for free by using rebate gateways, right? And so someone like this could basically sit on the bid and, and then look to sell on the ask, make 1 penny spread, or even sell back, right, for a break even, and then get at the rebate. As long as we're adding liquidity into the market, that becomes quite complicated about adding and removing liquidity. So I won't get into that, but there are ways to trade this to make money, even though it looks like the notional value is bupkis. Yeah, it's a strategic type of trade. Brian Fritz saying ChatGPT predicted this crash. Did they really? How could they? They don't have access to 2022 or 2023 data. Wasn't it restricted only? ChatGPT one I'm talking about, restricted to 2021 data. My understanding, though, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, is that people could build APIs into ChatGPT and therefore expand its database by giving it access to their own databases, and therefore ChatGPT could learn, consume, absorb all that data that they're, connecting to it, and then use its AI brain to kind of dissect that data and spit it back to you in a generative way. That's my understanding. Fact check me on that if I'm wrong on that. Anyway, yeah, nothing here, nothing going. I smell lots of food behind us. Do you smell that too?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
It's, lunch is in.
Oh,
lunch is in, I guess.
Hey man, I offered you the protein.
No, yeah, I'm good. Thanks. I appreciate it as always,
I ate
man.
it.
But yeah, no, you ate 2.
Oh, I hate it, baby.
Yeah,
I've got
nice.
more.
Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out Maximilian D, €5. Thank you for that, my friend. He says, Sharif, you watched a City game yesterday? What is this man Haaland on? Anyway, good trading to you guys. Thank you very much. My man Haaland had 4 or 5 goals yesterday. I forgot. He had a hat trick. You know Erling Haaland?
No,
He's a giant. All right.
Okay.
Number 1, he's a giant. He's fast. He can shoot.
this the,
he can run. He can jump. The dude can do it all.
Yeah.
The dude can do it all. He's breaking records in the
this
Prem.
guy,
It's
yeah.
hard to score goals in the Prem, bro. Right? It's hard. And he makes it look like an absolute joke. And I gotta tell the viewers out there something. I'll admit it.
6'4".
When this guy came out of that Dutch club, or I think he was at a Dutch club, pretty sure, maybe a Norwegian club, I'm not exactly sure. I know he was in the Champions League. I thought this dude sucked. And then when Dortmund started talking about making moves to get him, and they're like, oh, you know, he's the next big thing. I'm like, what are these guys on? Boy, was I wrong on that. This guy's an absolute killer. Look at, we can't show you videos here because of the copyright stuff, but if you love soccer and you know, if you watch like, you know, every now and again on World Cup or stuff like that, no, this guy, he wasn't in the last World Cup. You need to go and watch his club football. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, huge win by City yesterday over, I believe, Leipzig, 7-0. Liverpool, Real Madrid matchup today, 5-2 on aggregate. That's going to be a great game. QB's Mo 85. What's NOK? Do we know what NOK is? We'll have to Google that. Okay, we can't just like not let him know. 50 NOK says SMB bottom at 38.
Norwegian krone. Makes sense. We're talking about
Come on, man.
Holland.
Of course. So stupid. I
Thank
should
you
have
so
been more
much.
alive to that. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. He says, or she says, no sure. S&P bottom at 38.44 for the third time today. Are you talking about the SPX or are you talking about the ES June contract? Let's look at the SPX. I have the SPX up here. Can I generate? Okay, so the SPX, let's look here at a 3-minute. I can't bring it down. But yeah, I'm seeing 38.43. You said 38.44. So yeah, it is 38.44. That you're looking at the SPX, okay? I mean, you're more than entitled to use whatever you want. I use the futures. I don't know. That's what we're taught here, to be honest with you. So I'm using the futures rather than the SPX. I don't know. Do you have any comment about using SPX versus the ES? Using the index as opposed to the futures for your levels? Do you have any comment on that? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I think like they're all the same levels, right? So you know, when you're looking at the product that you're trading, like it's all going to be like relatively the same. So if you're looking at the ETF versus the futures, it's going to be the exact same. And I'll just give a little side-by-side comparison. If you want to look at the chart here, it's I mean, this is the SPY off the open, right? It's like kind of up, down, like the same thing, right? So I mean, in terms of levels, if you're trading the SPY, then use SPY levels. If you're trading the ES, then use ES levels, of course. I'd say that, I mean, the SPY, it's all relative, so you're just looking at the daily and then mapping your levels there. But I would say like most likely the ES levels are more important. Yeah, definitely more important.
That's what, I mean, Brad, he made the case to me when he was on the show that Arun made the case to him why the ES should be used. I was going to ask Arun, but he's involved in a debate with Fahad as per usual.
I think more people, more people trade the ES versus the SPY. The SPY is more of like I would say, you know, people include in their portfolios if they're like just buying a simple market ETF, or options are kind of, you know, people are trading options, 0 DTEs on the SPY, whereas futures, you're actually getting traders that are buying and selling futures, the futures contract. So I would say the futures are probably more valid for a trade. I trade the SPY, and somebody was asking before too, saying, Luca, do you ever trade the SPYs and the Qs? Essentially, I trade the SPY because I can throw out like stop orders, especially when I'm on the show. Like, it's just easier for me to manage. But the fact that it touches so many different prices, you're gonna want to use an area on, like, I mean, you're using areas regardless. But whereas this is like the bottom on the ES, like it's a very clear bottom at 38.75.
Exactly.
The ES can come down to 38.75 and not break the low, but SPY can come down to the level of 384.30 or whatever this is. Call it 384.30, yeah. And it can go 384 like 25, 22. So it can actually like break the low, touch the price, and this doesn't have to, and then this bounces, and then this bounces, but this actually touched the price down below, and this didn't. And so for that kind of reason, you want to kind of open up your range a little bit on the SPY. Like, even though it's easier to manage because it's going cent by cent, and you could throw out stop orders that are maybe more effective and easier for you to manage, at least for myself they are. I would say, yeah, just watch out for the fact that if it gets to a level, you want to sort of open up the area, open up the area on the SPY as opposed to the futures. Like the futures, the level is the level, but the SPY area there. So yeah, I don't know, maybe hopefully that helps you there. Okay, yeah, what else are we looking at? I got nothing else on board. I'm basically chilling. We got about an hour left here. And yeah, I'm kind of exhausted. If Apple gets back to 150, I'm going to try a long off 150. I don't think we get back there. And AMD off of the 86, let's go back to AMD. These are the two kind of long candidates for the day. We didn't actually get close to the 50s. So we turned around right off 60s. I still feel like we could probably get back there. It was very choppy in this area in the morning. So I'm thinking that maybe it's going to be a little bit choppy, and then maybe get a chance to pick up some fills over here, and then maybe runs to the upside. But yeah, the short off 88 and the initial long was not bad. That was really, really good there. Hopefully somebody had that. John saying CS. We could pull up CS again to have a look where this thing is. Oh yeah, a little bit of a spike there. So yeah, maybe a product of short selling. Short covering off of yeah, a little bit of a volume spike on that one. Is there anything here on the? I mean, the bid is pretty thick relative to the offer, but it's CS. So yeah, maybe we just keep going down at a slow pace, and yeah, down, up, down, up, down, up. So it's like.
Yeah, very choppy.
Yeah, somebody's saying WAL strong all day. Yeah, WAL. I'm not really getting involved in these names. These are really good when they first happen, but then they're inside and it's challenging to trade, right? So it's sell, 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 and then it's inside day. So I don't really want to get involved because it's too challenging, man. It's challenging because, I mean, unless you're playing the outer, you want to wait for the levels, right? So for example, the low here would be an interesting area, the high here, interesting area. But here's, it could touch too many prices, and I don't want to say up or down. I'm not really too sure where we go. But yeah, no, it's funny how, WAL up 1.5% today. A little bit of a dead cat bounce, I guess you could argue. Somebody was saying Luca XOM. I could have a look here at XOM. This thing, I haven't looked at XOM in so long. I'm surprised to see this at 100, actually. I think if you were looking at this, I maybe would have tried to bounce at 100.
This was last year, exactly 1 year ago, this was the trade because of the war, right?
Yeah,
yeah. All the oil.
Yeah, so XOM's actually down today more so than everything else.
Yeah, well, oil's been getting flush lately.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think yeah, that 100 level is interesting. But it only did 21s or 22s off the initial bounce there. So I don't know if it gets back there into the 100 level. Could be a good look. But I kind of feel like it would get there and break. Maybe if this thing wants to go up, it should actually make a higher low right here to then trend higher. But for myself, I might try 100 bounce. I kind of like it. Does it get there and break? Yeah, probably. So maybe I size into it accordingly, scale myself in. I'm not really looking for this low to hold and then we drift back to the upside. It's not really what I want to do, but yeah, maybe it gets there. Somebody's saying, how about Oxy? Yeah, I could have a look at Oxy. I know the Oxy levels were very clean, so this thing's probably at the, below 58. Okay, so this actually gets interesting because this was in such a clean channel for such a long period of time, but at the same time, yeah, so I want to draw here to here. Yeah, so this was the level. Okay, and so we actually broke that before. Okay, so I'm late to the party here. We're going down, but then there's got to be some type of level here, I want to say. Yeah, 50. So this is probably get a wide level, but I would say 50 into here, 53.50. So we're kind of far away. I doubt that we get there today, but that would be my next kind of level, 53.50 into 50. It is a wider range, and I don't know if these wicks are real here, but I'm kind of going off of this level right here, which is 51.61. So it kind of had the up move, and then it went bounce, 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 bounce up, and then bounce, and then started the higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So I feel like if we wick down, if we get there, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, I would watch that going into 50 levels. So everyone's level, I feel, is going to be a little bit different on this one. But for me, it's a wide range of 53.50 into 50. I would want 50 to hold for some type of bounce play or long. And I would probably say the middle is better. So a 51.50-ish area. If 50 is going to be a good long, and it's kind of at 55 and opens at 55 tomorrow, if we flush into that level, 51 should hold. It shouldn't go 50, 20, because then it's probably going to test 50, and that would be another big move down. So yeah, I don't really know what to think on that one. But I would definitely watch the tape at those key levels if you are going to be trading it, and just be discretionary in terms of how you structure that one. I'll say best of luck. Probably not going to be trading it. Maybe XOM. If XOM comes down a little bit more, might take a fill on this one. So we'll see how that one goes.
All right, guys, looking possibly for a nice little futures trade here off that rinse and repeat 75 level. So got into an ES at 77 is not my ideal price, but looking for like a 4 or 5 point move, maybe into 80s, maybe, last time it gave you possibly 85. Is not going to get greedy. So keeping my eye on that one. I'm also in an FRC long. I'm looking to defend 30 here. I got a decent position going at the moment, but I'm definitely looking for that 30 defend and a possible break of the 20 period moving average. It's kind of consolidating now above 30, but this could be a flat bottom break, so I have to be alive to that issue as well. So on a couple of trades at the moment, looking to defend 38.75 on the futures, looking to defend 30 on the what's that called? FRC. Now coming back down into that 375 area. So what I'll do is I'm going to add at this position, and then if we continue to break down, I'm just going to release. There we go. So I'm out of that trade. That goes back a little bit. That's on the ES, so that's a loser. That no good. I hope I didn't get bamboozled on that one. Try to defend 375, but you go back to the well one too many times. So that one stops me out as we get that 38.72 print. No go on that one. Quickly back now into FRC. That one moving, holding that 30-40 area. It's been kind of doing a little bit of a dance around there. Kind of tightening up the range. I do like this. I think that we may get a move to the high side here, constantly seeing higher lows. And there's obviously a seller coming in at 45 because 45 has been an obvious top going on a while. There's obviously a hidden seller there as it's not reflected on the book. So there we go. Finally breaking through that. Am I on the right thing? Is this thing messed up? Okay, so this chart's messed up. So my side chart that I'm relying on here is a bit messed up. So my data is not factual. I don't think we broke 46. Did we? No, I'm looking at the tape here. No, we didn't break. We're at 45. We haven't printed 46s yet. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm accurate. There is a hidden seller at 45. Definitely someone stepping in and smashing the ask there at the 45 level. So if this one gets going, it really may get going anyway. Dan Emmons saying the Treasury Department is reviewing U.S. banks' exposure to Credit Suisse. Interesting. Okay, so we have an interesting bank play here, possibly afoot. So let's have a look at what the banking sector looks like at the moment. Looks like some of the biggest losers on the day are these banking sectors. Schwab, the only one standout that's actually positive on the day. That's as a result of the position that they came out yesterday. I think Bettinger, the CEO, came out and said, that they really don't have long-dated duration assets, these treasury assets that really hamper down someone's balance sheet in instances where they want to get liquid. And he kind of gave the picture that a lot of the money leaving these smaller regional banks is flowing into their banks. He cited 42 billion. Ironically, 42 billion, the amount that came into Schwab, is the exact amount that left SVB on that particular day where where that huge run happened. It was 42 billion, I'm pretty sure. So interesting there. Anyway, FRC now coming back down below my entry point and looking to test that 30 level. I want to see how it acts around 30. 30 was definitely the area of support last time. We don't want to hold for a flat bottom break though, so we'll be looking to defend around there. And if it breaks 30, Gonzino.
Yeah, guys, AMD's back at that level here, so it's getting to the area now of interest for a little bit of a demand. Let's see if we could flush lower. I didn't want to really try it. I think there's a chance we get to 50s. So yeah, let's watch this area here. This is kind of the only kind of idea that I have, to be honest. This one, an Apple 150. Other than that, I'm sort of kind of looking at everything, saying to myself, yeah, I don't want to trade anything else. It's just kind of chopping around. So just chilling. WFC, man, the long on this one is good. And I feel like 08s. I thought let's see if we get a little bit down there. But yeah, look at how it rips away from the level. So still looser range, but still might be valid on that one. What are you saying? FRC's moving here?
Absolute monster trade for me on FRC. Exactly what I wanted to happen. Happened. That 45 level
breaks, that 30 holds is exactly what I was talking about. We get that piece out. I'm out of the majority of it, even though it's retracing back down. There we go. Coming in back down. What a volatile stock. Thankfully, I had a resting order hanging in and around there for that particular scalp. Just wanted to mention that real quick because I had been going on and on about it. Sorry.
Yeah, nice trade there. Guys, I am bidding on XOM, so I'm waiting to see if I can get a fill here. And then somebody's also saying like Oxy. I was just kind of talking about it. Oxy, I'm going to let it go, but that 50-50 level is kind of interesting. I don't know if there's like any size there. I guess liquidity is a little bit better on Oxy here, but yeah, I'm not really too sure. 50-50. Yeah, I don't see anything there, but yeah, it's turning off the 50-50 level pretty cleanly. So yeah, I guess Oxy, sort of watching Oxy, watching XOM, watching AMD, watching Apple. Just being very, very patient with everything. NVIDIA's 235 below VWAP here. I know somebody before was talking about like, oh, NVIDIA resistance here. Yeah, the 238, it's like a wider range, so that's why I'm not really trading it. I want to kind of stay away from it for now. But yeah, can't seem to get even above 239. So yeah, this thing maybe wants to go and test 234, but I feel like 225 is more kind of interesting. Craig's saying, guys, play on oil at 65 area. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't trade oil, so I don't even like. I have no idea. But let me just pull up Trading View for oil. I don't even know how to like pull up oil contracts here. That's how little I trade this oil futures. Yeah, here we go. Okay, and this is Pratt's thing here, so I don't want to mess this up too much. Where's the daily on this thing? Okay, yeah, here we are. The good old days of when you could have got paid to get oil. That not too bad there. Okay, yeah. So you're saying 60. This is the double. I see what you're saying. So a little bit of a double bottom there, and then kind of having the next leg up. Yeah, maybe you get a little bit of a bounce there at around 60. But now this level, keep in mind, this is 62-ish, right? 62-ish. So yeah, 60 is a little bit kind of down here, and I'm not too sure how I feel about that trade, but. Yeah, I'm not really, I'm not an oil guy. I would almost say that like use that level, like 62 into 60. And yeah, it kind of is now where this was, right? So we sort of went up here, bounce, bounce down, bounce, bounce, bounce down, bounce, bounce up, and then going back down there. So we'll have to see with that one. But yeah, we're gonna go to Brendan at the big desk over there for a quick update.
Hey guys, yeah, crazy day for energy markets here. We'll give you an update on the latest for oil as we make session lows currently for crude oil futures. Absolutely getting crushed. Brent right now down 6.5. NYMEX light sweet crude, it's actually more than that right now. I'll show you in a sec, but this quote saying 6.9% to the downside as all focus remains on this banking fear and potential fallout as we saw over in Europe and even in the UK through London. Today, banks getting absolutely crushed, halting most of them to the downside throughout the session on volatility. So there it is on our quote, the J contract front month, 7.5% right now for crude oil. Just made a new low through 66 for oil futures. So some of the equities that follow along getting hit along with this. But if you zoom out a little bit, you can see yesterday was a huge down day, if you remember as well. Now another 7.5% on top of that for crude oil today. Very, very negative, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you for that. And yeah, guys, so XOM kind of turning around off that bottom. So I was bidding like a little bit of very small position at 26 to see do we actually get a flush into 26 as a reminder. Didn't get that fill, so holding. Again, I kind of mentioned bottom if it wants to make a higher low and maybe kind of reverse trend off the 100 and sort of inch its way back to that 101. I don't actually want it for that trade, so yeah, I will just be letting that one go. And yeah, just to kind of repeat one more time, the Oxy 50-50 level for whatever reason looks pretty solid. Like spending like a few minutes over here and not really doing anything and then kind of reversing off. So yeah, I'd watch that level, but again, down 7.4%. Maybe a lot of pressure, but again, but also middle of the day. So maybe, yeah, I'm not really too sure. Apple back down to these kind of lowish areas over here, 50-50 for anybody looking there. And yeah, let's go to AMD to see if this can get into the region I don't know why my line keeps disappearing, but I want this line to stay here. So yeah, let's see if this thing can get back into that region. Until then, I will be chilling. Somebody's saying Tesla 175. Yeah, Tesla 175 probably down 3.85%. Might get tested today. But yeah, what was the low there? 164 or 168? One of the two. Anyways, this thing now kind of fading off. Yeah, maybe gets a little bit of a bounce if we do get to 175. But wouldn't be surprised if it does turn around over here and go. Yeah, BAC holding that general vicinity of the 90s, going back to the upside. I don't really know what to think with this one. I'm not going to trade that one as well. And I haven't looked at Google today. Let's look at Google to see where this thing is.
Stronger-ish?
Stronger-ish, yeah, up 80 basis points. These, yeah, I don't know. These, okay, we're getting here now pop on the market. So, yeah, maybe this pop continues off of the lows. And, yeah, okay, yeah, that's a nice little spike there on everything, actually. What time is it? Oh, 105. Yeah, that was a nice move up on everything, really.
Oh, we're moving,
yeah,
baby.
We're moving here.
And I'm out. How did that even happen? Okay. That's quite frustrating there.
That's trading
I'm not going
for
to
you.
talk about that. I'm just going to, yeah, okay. So there we go. We get that move on the market. I don't know why my orders had not triggered there. Anyway, let's look at FRC. Okay, so great, those orders triggered. We get that pop through 38. We're along 40, so another 40 penny winner. We actually break through 31 at the moment, but yeah, let's see if we can continue here. I'm still holding. We just tested the 50 period. That was really my initial out. I said to myself, I'm going to defend 30 for a 50 period retracement. We get the 50 period. I'm out of that. I've got a 15% position left at the moment. So I think the best thing to do is to let this one run and possibly curl into, I want to say 32.5. That's the next level of resistance that I see if we really break through that 31. And yeah, and really get going through that 31, which I think is really kind of also the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. Anyway, I'm looking at the 1 minute chart on this one. I should be looking at the 3 on my side chart. Give me 1 minute here to flip it. Maybe I see something different. Yeah, okay, so I'll look for, yeah, okay, so it's the same thing. The 50 period on the 3 minute chart is that 32.25 rather than the 32.5 that I was looking at. So basic general area, I'm definitely looking for that 31 continuation. Bit of a double top here. 30.98 on one pop, 30.97 on the other pop. So this pop over here was 97s, this one was 98s. Yeah, I'm not selling, I'm holding. And yeah, I'm really frustrated because I had 70 dips, set up 38.71 dips on the futures, on the ES, and it didn't trigger for whatever reason, even though it went way past it, and then it popped up to 84. So that would have been an absolute monstrous trade. But no such luck for me. That's what I was complaining about there, guys. But the FRC trade looking good, moving northward on that 40 penny plus in the money, but looking for that decided 31 break to the high side. Luca.
Yeah, man, that was an interesting move up.
Very annoyed by that.
Not really sure, like this market, you know, will surprise everybody. It'll surprise everybody. It's, you know, just when you think it's going to dip and rip, it dips and then dips again and then rips. And then stops, and then just stops. So I would say if you have the conviction for it, again, the Apple level 150.50 is good, playing off the 150 area. The fact that we already dipped and went up.
Busy?
And dip and went up there, and even the AMD level. So those are the two kind of long candidates. I am calling it over and over again because those are basically the levels. If you guys have any other questions, let me know. I'll address some questions in the chat right now. Somebody's saying, oh, Lily's grandma. What's going on, Lily's grandma? Are you actually a grandma? What's going on? Yeah. Look at Silvergate. Sure, no problem. So Silvergate, I feel like if you're a grandma investing in Silvergate, oof, that's not, maybe that's not, you know, that's a rough one. This thing is down from $25 on the daily. But yeah, this is, we're channeling here. We're like in a very, very tight range. It's, you know, nothing really too special. Top being 50s, bottom being quarters. I think yesterday, was it yesterday that it had the run? When was it? Let's go back here. No, it was the day before yesterday. Was it Silvergate? Oh yeah, it was Silvergate. Yeah, this day was interesting where it like ran to 3, then it had the melt up, and then fade back down. Then you had the confirmation, couldn't get back above 320 there, and then just kind of fade into the abyss. So that was actually an interesting time to trade it when it actually did something. Right now, I would say like, you know, it's not really, it doesn't look too spectacular, honestly. From the daily, I mean, it's not doing anything. You know, it's negative, so it's down. Do you think that this is support? I don't know. Like, we could go up, we could go down, anything can happen. But yeah, intraday, nothing is happening. So I would say stick to things that are moving as opposed to things that, yeah, are just not really doing too many things. Somebody's saying Oxy giving the fail. I don't have a bid on Oxy. Oh no, Oxy's all the way back up there. So yeah, not at that level. And yeah, what other questions? James saying, what just happened? Why sudden spike? Yeah, no information, just kind of popping off the lows, right? So I just feel like if the bid is strong on some of these areas and then no selling comes through and it just kind of moves away from that level, you're getting that sort of spike off of the lows. So yeah, I would watch just kind of to give you an idea on the daily on like the overall market. It's like 38.50 was that support, and we kind of tapped that. I think we did on the 13th. That's as it's showing. And it's funny when you don't trade products, you don't remember if they actually did that or not. I'm like, I think it did the 38.50 bounce. I can't remember because I don't trade it, so I don't really know. But essentially, yeah, kind of dipping down here. Maybe it wants to spend a little bit of time here, but the more that it creates these sort of wick-off bottoms on the daily, the more it sort of tells me that it doesn't want to really go down unless new information comes to light, and maybe you're going to actually get a relief bounce. For whatever reason, our software doesn't show the previous day on the daily, so like this was actually a green day all the way up, and now red day back down. So yeah, it's I'm not really too sure what to think. And I just think it's okay to chill, right? It's okay to definitely, if you don't know what's going on or you don't have a good read on something, you can definitely just sit back and chill. That's always an option. Somebody's saying bonds sold off. Yeah, that could be a reason for anybody wondering. Basically, bonds selling off means rates going up, means equities going down. So always going to be sort of correlated for the most part, or it used to be correlated much stronger than it is now. Ever since those yield spreads, man, yeah, things have just never been the same. What banks are doing well in stocks? That's a bizarre question, just because I don't know if you're referring to on the year or whatnot.
Is flying.
Yeah, man, everything is just kind of moving. Even like Oxy straight up, XOM straight up, Apple straight up, back down, and then back to the upside.
Pump it.
Yeah, STU, London closing may have had an influence for sure. Anytime that European markets close, we get sometimes we get moves on our markets, sometimes we don't. But yeah, definitely a product of if European traders are kind of signing off for the day, then you maybe get like a kind of reversal of one move or the other. But yeah, I'm not really too sure. Master Gunner saying, Luca, Tesla blew up my account 3 times already. Hopefully not going to be a 4th. Well, you know, I mean, if it's Tesla that's blowing up your account, maybe, just maybe, stay away from Tesla. I don't know. Like, no, just continue to do whatever you think is right. Best of luck. Yeah, hopefully don't blow the account again. Tesla is definitely the most stressful name. So it does the most volume on average, but it's definitely the most stressful name to trade from my experience. So I would say if you're new to trading, yeah, stay away from Tesla, or like size like way down, just because it's it always does interesting things, and it always makes a move into the area that it wants to be without everyone. It just tries to stop everybody out there. Yeah, let me just see here. Meta is going for highs. Google, Rocket, yeah, everything's sort of ripping up. Somebody's saying Brazilian. I have no idea what you mean by that one.
The BOVESPA, did it close? No.
No. I think
it's like 1 hour off us, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
See, the thing is too is we might be delayed. Some people might be watching the stream and be delayed. So
yeah,
you might
live.
be talking about soccer and then reference something, and they might be like, no, I'm Brazilian or something. So yeah.
You never really know exactly what the reference is.
You never really know, but you guys could always hit that live button. I'm pretty sure. Refresh the page on YouTube if you think that you might be delayed. As of right now, it is 1:13:30 in the afternoon EST time. So yeah, or Eastern time, I should say. So yeah, basically 1:30 chill, or 1:13 chilling. Like a villain and waiting patiently to see, do we get back down to the... I mean, those lows were the levels, man. Like that AMD was the level, that Apple was the level. Yeah, what do you got going on?
I got the FRC trade, guys, $1.30 banger. We defend that 30 level. My only regret is I didn't add more on this 30 level because I was scared out of my mind from this stock. I mean, it's just so volatile. look at the notional intraday value. It's down 20% on the day, taking a long on a stock that was down 25 some odd percent at the time I picked it up. So got into a 35% position. This was a quarter. That was a 10% add. Scalp through the 80, a couple of outs here at the 80s, get another out at 31.20, and then another out at 31.66. Initially, we had like it was like a 30-40 long, 30-35 long, so that's $1.30 plus for the top there. Nice trade on FRC. Looking to retrace, like I said, I think that was at 32 level was the good level. 32.20 is where the 50 period is on the 3-minute chart. That's a level I look at. Google, high of day now, looking at 1.6%. To the high side. This one was like super sleepy in the morning. We even saw the rejection off yesterday's high. It was negative. Now it is decidedly to the high side. And we're looking to, I don't know, where are we looking here? Let's go to the 15-minute chart, see if we can get any levels. Yeah, so right away we're looking at that level going back to March 9th. The top there was exactly where we're at now, 95.55. The day prior to that, March 8th, we topped out at exactly 96. So 96 was a level. You got to say the whole dollar level is typically, an interesting area of resistance. Let's go to the 30. We get a double top possibly here at 96. We had a top March 6th and March 8th at 96. So this will be, recent highs if we're able to take this 96 top. And it's in the face of a market that's down 1.6% on the day. So tech, obviously here, well, some tech, stronger than the overall market. We kind of expected that because we said, well, who's going to benefit from these, I don't want to say interest rate cuts because they're not cuts, but you know what I'm saying, like the fact that we won't be going as high or maybe even not going higher at all if you look at the latest 50-50 possibility here of a quarter basis point versus a no hike. So tech stands to benefit from that, obviously, because tech is more sensitive to the cost of money. We know that as part of the macro stuff. So let's go to the 4-hour quick here on our friend Google. 96, definitely the top on the 4-hour. Next by that 98. Nice little peak there at 98. And then above that, we're looking at that 100 level. Obviously, goes without saying that the hundo is going to be an interesting level. But let's get through that 96. 95.68 the high. We're a mere 32 pennies from that level. So let's see what our friend Google can do. Microsoft, no slouch either, my friend. 264 double eights, the high, 264 and a quarter we're at now. Here we go, baby.
Here we go, baby, guys. What a move up, and then it just doesn't stop. I don't understand this. This market is something else. Yeah, as fast as it goes down, it goes back up, it goes back down, it goes back up. Wild, man. Wild, wild, wild.
Wild thoughts.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. I don't even know what to think here. If you guys got any ideas, any trading ideas, feel free to let me know. At this point in time, I don't want to trade anything. I'm just I feel like you have to definitely wait for the outsides to make decisions. So, for example, on Apple, that would be going into 152, or it'd be that, or like that 150. And then if it gets there, if it's going to be good, it shouldn't spend any time there. It should like reverse right off that and then move. It's I don't really know what to think, so I'm just basically chilling. Somebody's saying BBBY in front of 1. Jason, that's a good look, Jason. I kind of like that idea. BBBY, where is this? Oh, we're actually at 1. You know, remember when this thing was at, where was this? Let's pull up the daily on this thing.
Remember I looked at this? Remember we were looking at it, it was like $1.30, it'd been consolidating at that level for a while. And
yeah, this is like, ugh. So we were at,
that's on YouTube forever.
We were at 5 and 6, and it was going down, and I was like, I mean, they're going bankrupt, so they're going to 0, right?
Boy.
They're going to 1. So this thing is now at 1, ladies and gentlemen, or almost, I should say. And just to give an idea here, there is some size at $1.
Hopefully,
but the only thing is, you want to like look at like below, right? Like there's nothing below. So like. And it goes from 1 into like fractions of a cent, right? So if you guys are wondering, basically rules of exchange, whatever, 1, 101, 102, but then below it goes 9999, 9998, 9997. So you're not gonna really get much liquidity in between. You might just find that liquidity at like the cents still because it just hasn't been there. So I just think, like, let me scroll up, and you can't really see it here, but essentially 99, you're getting some 98s, right? So nobody's like sitting there at like 9997 as of right now. But I'm sure robots will readjust if we actually break that level. But yeah, that one is not. That's not a bad look off that one. I just feel like
Yeah, you got to assume there's going to be a defend of that one.
yeah, like one is that's the size, that's one. So yeah, it's not a bad idea, not a bad idea. Let's keep that on radar to see if we actually get there. And best of luck if anybody is trying to trade. Greg Trail saying Luca trying to act like he didn't see that. Oh, you guys.
My shirt unbuttoned, and it was like Prad just went to that shot, the split shot of you and I. I'm like, oh god, that's on YouTube forever.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Hopefully it wasn't too bad there.
Yeah, that's
I fixed it pretty quick. Man, it's the microphone, man. It kind of messes with this. But this is super stretchy. This is Lululemon, right? So it's like, no, man. This is okay. Pull it. Look how stretchy this material is, right? It's super stretchy, right? The whole point is. It's supposed to be like comfortable. All right, guys, back to these futures. We retraced right into the VWAP area on the ES June contract, but look at this. It's acting as a level of resistance. Surprise, surprise. First we get VWAP, then we get 3,900, then we get the high a day. How many resistance levels to the high side are we going to have today? We're down 1.64%, a mere 65 points, thanks to the European banking system now in question as a result of today's sell-off. That obviously an interesting play there. You know, nobody's spared. I mean, I don't really understand too much about it except the fact that Credit Suisse is having an issue, and the Saudis were like, we're not backstopping this anymore. 10% is the max we're going to give in terms of equity. We're not buying anymore. That's I believe is it their sovereign investment fund or sovereign wealth fund? Fact check me on that chat. But yeah, the Saudis not willing to put up the money. They're too busy trying to buy Manchester United. They already bought Newcastle. Shout out to my Prem fans. You guys know Newcastle owned by the Saudi investment group. And they're doing all right this year, man. You know, they don't have any super big names, but playing really good under Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe really taking that team under his wing. Eddie Howe is a hell of a manager, man. Young manager, and
Eddie, how does he do it?
Wow, look at this guy, bang! We haven't done this today.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel, and never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I like how the never forget is in front of him, and then it goes behind him in case you forgot.
Yeah.
You know, and then that tells you never forget. Yes, baby, pineapple and pizza, running gag on the show. But yeah, here we are at another inflection point on these futures. We get off that bottom 39, 75-ish, 30. What's up, Luca?
So somebody's like, Qatar buying Manchester United, not the Qataris, dude. And then they say, Qatar buying Manchester United, not the Saudis, dude.
Yeah, well, it was a competition between both of them. They were both vying for it. The Qataris were coming out one day, and then the Saudis wanted it the next day. Yeah. No. It's a competition. Nobody knew what was going on. The Qataris already own Paris Saint-Germain, right?
Yes.
They own that. That's a huge club.
Yeah.
Champions League-wise. That's a joke, of course, because they always choke in the Champions League. Everybody who watches soccer knows that joke.
Yeah, my brother's huge Mo Salah fan.
Oh yeah,
Like
I'll wear my
huge.
shirt. I'll wear that shirt soon.
Yeah, he.
Come summer.
Yeah. Remember when you started here, you would have all the jerseys.
All the
out?
jerseys.
In
Yeah,
the
and
summer,
I
though, obviously.
can't. They told me. Sean sat me down before I came on the show. He's like, "Look, man, you're gonna have to wear a shirt on the show. Like, you can't just come in jerseys and
But it was
t-shirts
also
stuff."
summertime too.
Yeah, but
When
he's
you were-
still.
yeah,
He's like,
yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
wear a shirt on the show. You can't
Yeah.
come on with cutoffs and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I mean, guys, in Toronto it's freezing, and supposedly we're getting another 30 centimeters.
What?
Like, I don't know if this is going to be
No.
true or not. I'll believe
Are
it when
we
I
really?
see it. But we already got not one, not two, but now 3 snowstorms that are coming through.
And they all waited till March.
Yeah, why?
Barely got anything in January, barely
I
got
know.
anything in December, maybe a few sprinkles here and there in February. All right, we're retracing again above VWAP. We're looking to test that 3,900 again. Here we are on the ES. You know, we're getting to that more liquid part of the day. It's a 123. You know, we're moving in closer to that 2 o'clock hour. Traders back at their desk, algos being turned on. And here comes, I guess, some bigger money because we're moving up on the ES. We're still within that range though, 3,900. Definitely a level I'll be looking at. But on the day, technically, the high is 39.64, but we're looking here for an after the bell high. The after the bell high was at 39.09, right? 39.10, 39.09. You guys get it. So a break of that is definitely an indicator that we might have some good upside potential, and who knows, 54s may be in the cards. I don't see it today. I think that the negative catalyst has dampened market spirits for the buying, at least with this negative European headline. That was tempered somewhat by a positive PPI print, producer price index. That's the cost for manufacturers and other producers for their input costs, right? Which is usually, if it's higher, it's usually funneled to the consumer and will be reflected down the line in the CPI. So good PPI print today. Month over month, I think it was better than expected. I forget, man. I gotta look at it.
I'm
so
just
many
laughing
data points on the day, you forget what's what.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah. Guys, as a trader, you look at so many different things. You look at so many different data sets that it's tough to remember things. And you hear me from time to time. I'm like, yeah, guys, Apple bounce is gonna be sick at like 87.50 if it gets there.
Yeah,
and then it's like 87.50. What am I talking about here? I'm like, oh man, CPI last week was pretty sick. Wait, when was CPI? What day is this?
Like 3 weeks
what year
ago.
are we in? I have no idea. No idea. Somebody's saying Alibaba could be a good look. I am looking at Alibaba.
Man, I haven't looked at ADRs in a while.
Yeah, I haven't looked at them. I tend to stay away from Alibaba, honestly. If ADRs are in play and it's something Chinese related, and for whatever reason NEO's in play, I would much rather favor the NEO trade as opposed to the Alibaba trade, just because Alibaba is it's just a little more challenging for myself to trade. But yeah, if there's a really good level on it, then for sure definitely something to eye. That 80 is pretty interesting. It kind of bounced ahead of that on 80 at 80.15 in front of 80. And I don't know, this started the year and we were up at 120, and then we went all the way down. And I was saying the start of that move, I think I pegged this. No. I might be wrong on this. Oh yeah, no, this was my other idea. Okay, yeah, never mind. But anyways, going back to that initial idea that I was kind of talking about, it's like we started the move at like 98 or something, whatever this move was in and around this region. We sort of went up, down, then we gapped down, and we never looked back since. So that was actually like interesting. You could probably look at something like this for next time, where it kind of goes all the way up, it comes all the way back down. It started the year at that price. We gap below, then maybe that acts as resistance. So it is on the daily, but this is now the overhead level of maybe longs or bags. So you're going to get resistance at 100. It showed you the resistance, and I think this day was earnings, if I'm not mistaken, because I do remember the up down of 100, and then it just never looked back since. This thing's now at 80, and I'm just kind of looking at it, trying to figure out where are levels on this thing, and I don't see anything really until maybe, I don't know, 75, give or take. But I would say I would not be surprised for this to just channel, see how it's kind of the sell-off is subsiding. It's just kind of going sideways a little bit. It's like sideways, down. So maybe go sideways, down into maybe it wants to just, follow this.
Can make a song to that.
This general trend here. Which is very, very
Get Pratt on that. He'll make a nice beat to that with no bass and no drop.
Yeah, I don't know. When I draw too many lines like this, I just I go you know what? No, let me just take all these lines off. But yeah, maybe it's in a downtrend, so I would just kind of respect the trend that it's in. But yeah, for intraday levels, 80 is there holding, not too bad. Spin One Master saying Luca's the Columbo of scalping.
Columbo. Shout out to Columbo. You ever watch that show?
No, I have no idea. Columbo.
What?
What is Columbo?
He's a detective, bro. Oh, well, it's probably past your years. I mean, it's like an 80s show. Columbo,
now I gotta Google this.
Yeah. You know that Yes TV or whatever? There you go. There he is.
This guy.
Yeah, Columbo.
What was he doing?
I'm assuming he might have some Italian heritage too, so he'll be fine.
Okay.
Is he Italian? Of course he's Italian. What am I saying?
I gotta watch this later.
He's Italian. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I never watched this.
Oh yeah,
but it does look familiar. I think my I don't want to say it. I was gonna say I think my parents watched this.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Yeah. No, this is like 68 over here. We're going way back over here.
Is it from the 60s? I thought it was the 70s and 80s. I'm not sure.
I'm going based on this.
You're right. 68 to 78 on the original.
Yeah, but thank you. So I don't know if that's a compliment. Thank you for pulling that up. I might take a look at that one later. Yeah, pretty interesting on that one. Someone's saying, Luca, you seen the offer yet? Is that another show, The Offer? Okay, maybe I should do this on my own time. Oh, this is The Offer.
Well,
yeah,
we got time.
We got nothing but time
Yeah,
here.
baby.
The Offer, I've seen The Office, though. The Office is great. The Offer, not so much. What is The Offer based on? What is this? I don't know. Maybe you could tell me in the chat before I waste time seeing this. Yeah, Columbo, just one more question, ma'am. Oh, that's probably his catchphrase over there.
Oh yeah, that's that. I love that.
Is that
Okay,
what it is? Yeah.
probably no.
Somebody's
that makes
saying,
absolute
just one more
sense.
question,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, after he corners you, and you've already said the story, and now you've got all the facts.
Okay,
There you go.
I've no. This is all new to me.
Oh,
as you
that's
can
my
see, I'm
cup of tea,
smiling,
baby.
just
That's
thinking,
all
okay,
I
I gotta
did.
watch some of this after. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, somebody was saying Luca, Baba fundamentals plus cheap energy from Russia can't compete with anything on the market. Yeah, it might be a good look. Just make sure you do your due diligence on that one. James North, thank you for the super chat. CDNS, how do you trade all the time if it gets there? Oh, wait, how do you trade all-time highs if it gets there?
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. No, I mean, do you like punching in at day's highs?
Not really.
Neither do I.
Not really. You
Do
know?
you like punching in long at all-time high? I don't, but I personally don't.
So the thing is, the first thing is that this stock is a $200 stock with very, very low liquidity. I mean, there is liquidity, but when I say low liquidity, like when I loosely reference low liquidity, I just mean like you look at it, it's like the spread is large, it's not doing a lot of volume, like, you know, you probably could get filled, I mean, unless you want to take like extreme amounts of size, but I'll show you here, CDNS on New York. You know, it's, yeah, so here we go, CDNS on NASDAQ, yeah. I mean, like, you see here, it's like very, very like light, like 1 share, 10 shares, like 100, like that's like relatively a lot. If you filter the tape here to like 999, it's like nothing. It's like a ghost town, right? So if you do this to like 99, it's like, yeah, like not much traded. The book is like super, super light. So that's what I mean by that. And I just wanted to like mention that because intraday, you could easily have a trade on this thing and it's kind of giving you the range there, but not really, it's kind of scary because it's not really doing anything, kind of chopping around, not really giving like velocity of moves. So yeah, I'm not really too sure what you see, but maybe you're going with the fact that it's at all-time highs and you're just questioning like, how do I trade this at all-time highs? I think every stock will have a different personality in and around all-time highs. It really depends. So for example, if like Apple is breaking out of all-time highs and there's a lot of interest in it and a lot of day traders are on board, a lot of people are trading the options, buying calls out of the money, like it could just keep going because so many people are buying call options. As it gets to that price, the people that sold those calls have to hedge, so they buy, so they're buying the highs because they're just hedging their position, and that is like enough steam to keep this thing continuing to go to the upside. But in this particular case, I don't think it will be similar to that, right? So there might not be people, you know, buying call options as aggressively as they would on something else. So who is going to be the people that are buying this at all-time highs? Maybe people are waiting for dips. So in this particular case, right, it sort of made a high, continued, then it channeled, then it made another high, then it sold off all the way back down. And it fell in the supply zone, right? So guys, this is the daily on this thing, so just to kind of zoom out on it. And then it did it again, right? It went here, it made an all-time high again, and then it reversed again. So it kind of went back here. This is kind of that resistance. It sort of tapped it, it broke, and here's the thing, in my opinion. This all-time highs is a little more sketchy than the previous. The way that I sometimes play all-time highs is, depending the name that I'm trading, but I actually remember a trade similar to this, in the sense it was PG, like Procter & Gamble at the time, so a little bit of a better liquid name that does a little bit more volume in my opinion. But anyways, breaks the high, don't chase the highs, let it come back to the level and watch it at the level. So if it breaks the highs and then dips back into the level, does it actually hold the level for then the next leg up? So in this particular case, because of the nature of this particular stock, it's not really, you know, it's less volume, it's going to chop around more, so the range is going to be a little bit more. But essentially, I almost want to say like this was like the resistance, and like this is like the support, and it's sort of, you want to watch, like it breaks the high, it comes back down, does it hold the area, and keyword area, not level, and then now it's kind of going back up. So I wouldn't be a buyer of this name over here,
Rogers
but
to the
if it's
Jets?
it doesn't matter the stock. I'm using this as an example because you sent the super chat, but it could be any stock that makes an all-time high, comes
Still a
back down
Packer?
to the area of the resistance or the previous break of the all-time high.
Okay.
Watch to see if the area holds. If it does, you could justify like long, risk off the bottom, and then go. But the thing is in this particular case, I feel like you're wrong if this breaks like 180 to 175. But like you're getting, I mean, in this in this type of example, maybe you're getting long at 195. So, I mean, 95 to 75, that's $20 risk. So $20 risk, it's not going to happen intraday, but $20 risk from a swing trade, you want to go for $20. So does this have the steam to get to 225? It's an all-time high, so there's no previous levels. So you're basically watching the tape. Are there buyers of this name? So yeah, a lot of things to consider. And I just think in this stock, I would stay far away from. I would not be trading this stock. I would not swing it. I would not, invest in it. I would not. That's just my feel. I would not. I just don't see anything on it. But I'm just giving an example of other, all-time highs and kind of how they take place. It's always going to be different. It's never going to be kind of like a cookie-cutter example. But if you're building kind of strategies around it, I feel like the all-time high strategy can be intraday, depending on the name. But a lot of the times I like to look at it from a swing trade perspective. Did it break, come back, hold that level, and then does it trend up for the rest of the day? And then your target is like the high of the move, followed by like your next kind of psychological levels up. So yeah, I would just kind of use that kind of method. But again, do whatever makes the most sense to you. Build something that you think is repeatable. Again, I'm not going to be trading that one, guys. Schwab is almost at 60. Schwab is almost at 60, and yeah, this thing. I mean, I had the right idea covering the short. I kind of short it, cover it all the way up, all the way back down, hold the level back up. I think the tell was as soon as we sort of went up from this level, and I was like, oh, there is a buyer here, okay, and there's just kind of been a buyer. So I guess yeah, Schwab is like a name that maybe this dips and their financial health is a little better than the other names. Like they're not a regional bank, right? So, everything sells off and then people buy back the names that have more financial strength and aren't exposed to the other sets of kind of systemic risk. I mean, Schwab, think about it this way, right? Regional banks sell off. It's a systemic risk.
Yes.
People say, let me pull my money from this regional bank and put it into Schwab.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, right?
So kind of Schwab, great buy, regional banks, great short. But yeah, that's, you were talking about that the other time.
Right? But that's the net effect. The money's got to go somewhere. It's not going to go in a mattress.
Yeah.
Right?
Why not?
Yeah, it's all a different discussion. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like it's going to go somewhere. They're going to look for the... Look, and that's what I said to you. Someone was asking me earlier, which play would you take for these regional banks or these beat-down bank names that we've been seeing the last couple of days? And I said, look for ones that are not holding long-dated securities. All right, I got to take a piece out here as we're on the SPY. I'm long on the SPY, 02s. We're in the 50s. I'm really sized up quite heavily here on this one. So trying to scalp out some through the half dollar. It's one symphony of scalps at the half dollar as we flirt with VWAP and 3,900 on the ES. So printing very nicely on this one, but looking for continuation, kind of a double top or a bit of a top brewing at that 3,900. Not quite making it up to 3,900 though on the ES June contract, but I'd like to see a retake of that. That's probably going to translate to a 60 or 70 print on the SPY, give or take, just based on where the current price action is. So looking for that decided break through the half dollar, that 386 and a half break. It's retracing back into my entry now. Obviously, I have to be patient with it as we do that dance with 3,900. Again, kind of like a riskier trade, so that's why I kept de-risking a little bit on the way up, taking those profits. The initial ad was at quarters, added another position at 10s, and then caught the bottom there at 82, so that was a very big winner. Anyway, Renata saying, I've talked about this Google 96. You probably weren't around at the time, but yes, absolutely, I agree with you. 96 is a definite level on Google. Who keeps calling me? Car Finance Enterprises. Who are you people? All right, let's go to the hourly here quickly on Google. Where are we here? Hour. There we go. I'll get to that super chat in a sec. Yeah, but there we go. There's a 96 level, Renata. I totally agree with you. Going back to March 6th, going back to March 8th, and now today. 96 definite level. You want to short it in the face of a strong futures market? Go ahead. Not going to be me. That's not my trade. And I won't be punching long up here either. I'll tell you that much. Anyway, back to the SPY because I was on that. Now retracing closer to my levels, long 01s. I'm not defending this level. I've already made my ad. We have to continue here. Otherwise, if we break these lows, I'll be out for the remaining portion, Luca. Oh, yeah, I got to mention these super chats. Sorry, quick.
Yeah, feel free.
Spinomaster, $5. This one's for you. Luca, Google. Spinone Italiano. How do you want to take that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even. I mean, yeah, that's good.
Did I say it right?
Yeah, I think you said it right.
Okay.
I've never actually heard of this dog breed. So for anybody wondering, as am I love dogs. So like all
Likewise.
dogs, I love equally. That's great to see. And you said your other breed as well, this one. So yeah, going for the kind of fluffy breed. I dig it. I dig it. My preferred dog is first. I'll let you guys guess. Take a guess what my favorite dog is out there. I'll give you 10 seconds to guess.
German Shepherd. Did I get it right?
Well, let's let everybody
Oh,
guess
I
if
thought you
people want to
pointed
guess
at me
here.
like I did.
And yeah, if you well, okay, I feel like now everyone's gonna say, okay, here we go.
Frenchies?
Poodle, Husky, Great Dane, Chihuahua.
You got to give a
hot
hint,
dog.
bro. Like we
Okay,
can't just
whoa,
like
whoa, whoa.
randomly know the dog. You got to throw a hint down.
No hint. No hint.
Yeah,
Let's
man.
just see all
It's
this
just
stuff come
completely
through.
random.
Oh yeah, I love how like it's like yeah, okay, so there's a
The
keep
chat
'em
going
coming.
nuts. I love
Keep 'em
it.
coming.
All right,
Yep.
bang.
Okay, let's do like another another 10 seconds here at 1:40:20. I will announce my favorite dog breed, and you know what? I will actually put it on Google, and then I will show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm good, bro. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you guys for partaking and guessing. Love to see everybody coming through.
Yes.
I'm seeing some funny comments there as well. Somebody said Doge.
Doge?
The dog
That's
Doge.
hilarious.
Yeah, another person was like, oh, I can't even read. All right, great guesses, everyone. My favorite dog breed. If you guessed, German Shepherd. Sharif right away knew.
Boom.
German Shepherd, my favorite breed. One
baby.
day I will own loads of land and have like 6 German Shepherds running
So
around.
intelligent, bro.
So
And
intelligent.
They demand respect because
Yep.
their size, their ferociousness, their intelligence. They demand respect. I had 2 growing up. Haven't had a lot lately. Like the last while, it's been smaller dogs because of the condo. But growing up, when I lived in a house, definitely had a couple of those.
Yeah, you know, German Shepherd for me is the way to go. Great guard dog, smart dog, very intuitive. Yeah, so that's my kind of dog, and yeah, why not have a few of them because they're that good. Thank you for everybody for guessing here though. That that was great. And somebody said Joe Biden. I don't even know what that means. Somebody said hot dog. Yeah, Joe. I don't even know what that means there. Oh, Shiba too. Somebody said that's actually I know that's an expensive dog. Yeah, some can get like really pricey there, but yeah, great. Thank you for guessing. Beer Money Scalper saying I'm a cat person. I love tigers too. You know, tigers are great. I would definitely own a tiger if I could. Maybe a couple tigers, couple dogs, maybe a cheetah here and there. And yeah, that'd be my house. Call me Mike Tyson one day. Okay, somebody's saying Tesla. It's not really doing it. I mean, it's kind of back down. I would watch the low there in 175 and then 180 VWAP. It kind of double topped above there. I doubt we get back there. It's down. We're sort of in the abyss, kind of fading.
In the abyss.
So yeah, not really doing much there. I just want to put AMD back on this screen here just for myself. Yeah, is AMD reversing off? Wow, look at that. Hey, see, this is the thing. When you remember levels, like remember those levels, and hopefully somebody's hitting that 88 because it double topped 88 once. And now double top 88 again, and not even getting to 88, doing 95s and then back down there. So hopefully somebody was watching that one. And yeah, that was, so the long off this level is good because it didn't actually even dip into there. Like the low there was, I think 57s or 56s. And then yeah, all the way back down. AMD giving you crazy range today. Up, down, 88's the top, 86.60 the bottom in support. Now sort of falling back down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for this thing to like go back to VWAP the same way it did once, twice, and now maybe 3 times the charm. Somebody's saying something else in the chat that I wanted to get to. Oh yeah, no, never mind. I just read that wrong. So yeah, that's maybe AMD good look there, and yeah, Apple kind of same thing. Just to go back to this one at the high of day, wouldn't be surprised if it takes a high, that being like touching 152 and then reversing back down. But kind of feels like the long is just a little bit better. At least at the bottom there. So yeah, I would watch those areas if they come back into play. Yeah, I got nothing else on board. I paid for FRC shorts. I mentioned this already, but it just hasn't like the long off 30. You had that. That was sick. That long off 30 was like sick. And like I don't know if there was like size there, but like this didn't break 30. Kind of barcoded. It had the first up move and then kind of drifted all the way up. Now at 32 and rejecting. But again, I'm not really too sure what to think with FRC. I would definitely stick to I mean, coming on the show, this was my level, that 37.50, and I didn't really expect it to get back there, and it didn't. It's just kind of drifting down. You know, maybe it gets the view up and respects that area, but yeah, for the time being, not really too sure what to think on that one. Oh, Sean's saying, oh, you did.
Aww.
Hey, 13 years.
Guido the pug.
That's funny.
Love that.
That's
Sick
funny.
name. It's on his Insta page, guys. It's on Guido's
Oh, he's got his
Instagram
own
page. Okay, there you go. You can pull that up. All right, guys. I don't really have a chat. I mean, where? You got it? Put it up, Bradley. There we go.
No.
That's not it.
I put it on Instagram.
It's on Sean's Instagram, guys.
I put it in the chat.
In the chat. Okay, there it is. I can pull it up. But come to my screen, Bradley. There it is. It's Guido the pug. Look at this little
that
pug.
guy.
Go down.
Look at
There's
this.
Baxter.
This is Baxter?
That's my daughter hugging him.
Hey.
Going down. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Oh, that's adorable.
Wow.
What a cute
My
dog.
guy.
Please bring your dogs to work.
My guy.
Yeah.
See him on the Green Bay Packers? You go up. Right there.
Where?
Right there on the left.
This?
He's
I'm the,
on his Green Bay Packers.
of course you did, Sean. Of course you did. I love that. Yeah. Now I don't have any jerseys for my dogs, but yeah, I know that's very popular in Texas. People, have you ever been to Texas?
No.
Oh my goodness! During football season, there, lots of dogs come out in clothing, and
yeah, I
usually
can
it's
imagine.
football-themed clothing to support the local high school team, college team, and obviously, professional. So. All right, yeah, not much else going on in my world. Looking for some longs, I mean, Renata, if you took that 96 short on Google, you got at least 60 pennies, excuse me, as it came down all the way back to 95.40. I think it topped out at 96, so you would have had to front run that. But good call on that, Renata. I saw that with you, and I like that 96 going back days on Google. So yeah, it might be a rinse and repeat type day. We're printing lower here on the future, so I'm going to have to get out of my SPY long, and that will be a loser for me on that because it continues to print lower lows here, and I'm going to get out of that. So even though we had some nice winners on the top, this ends up being a loser because I do hold the majority of the position to the downside. So SPY, no go. Not at the moment, Luca. So let's see what else we got going on here.
Yeah,
Mike?
James sending the super chat. Thank you for that one. Saying lost Wi-Fi. What was the dog? I have 2 Pomskis. So just very quickly, just to quickly show this again. Sean's dog, great dog. What a beauty. Look at that. And oh man, I love that. Look at that. Dogs are the best. Dogs are the absolute best. And yeah, somebody said I could see Luke on a farm with a dozen dogs. Yeah, absolutely, man. And as long as there's an espresso machine, some dogs, I'm a happy camper for sure. Yeah, guys, this market is something else, but everything is basically range bound. Somebody was asking about gold, so just to quickly comment on gold. I speak about this briefly. I like to take a kind of, wider or sort of like a zoom out stance on gold. I don't know if this is going to load lots of data here, but essentially, I love the gold trade. Now, it is a long-term trade. I always say this when I talk about it. In a kind of inflationary environment, gold is not bad to hold, I would say. Like, it just kind of seems to hold up. Now, if you were looking to make money since 2008, obviously gold was not the thing to be in. You are flat from that trade. Yep. I mean, look at this. We're going way back here, and look how much sideways action on gold took place. Like this, up, down, giving you like a solid kind of range. This is GLD, the ETF, but yeah, you're going to want to look at gold as opposed to the ETF. I'm just using this as a proxy for explanation. But yeah, essentially had the run up, right? Had the run up and then kind of sideways for a very long time. This is just since 2020. I'm not going to go all the way back. But yeah, very sideways. But we're now going up. And I think, see, the questions that I have is, they say that they found the reserve in Uganda. And they say they found all types of gold. No, go ahead. They said that they found all types of gold there. And I feel like that was the stop out. And now we go all the way up on gold. So in my opinion, again, it's a long-term trade. Gold is a long-term trade. I say this as well, and I think I got this from Greg. I don't know somebody who owns a lot of gold and is not wealthy. Now, that's kind of like in and itself, just to kind of say it like that.
Very well
said.
But
yeah, if they decide to go back to the gold standard, which would be interesting. I mean, I don't really know if they do or not. But yeah, if the petrodollar fails and they need something and they just decide, okay, let's go back to the gold standard, that would be wild, man. Gold is going like 40,000 an ounce. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, gold will
No,
be
you're
going
not
up.
wrong at all, because I was reading an
Yeah.
article that central banks are buying gold en masse.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Whatever the reason is, I don't know whether they looking to go back to that gold standard like you were saying right now, or some inflationary hedge for maybe their U.S. dollar stockpile. They were worried about that devaluing. It hasn't been so lately. It's been pumping back up the DXY, right?
Yeah, and like so.
And
I
a
just
lot of
pulled-
reliance on the U.S. dollar too, like you were saying, for settling.
Yeah, I just pulled up the like longer term time frame just to kind of use this here. So essentially, like this is where the price of gold was, right? And then this is where it was 10 years ago. We're now back at that price. So it's, you didn't necessarily make money. But if you want to talk cup and handle, you know,
Oh,
pattern
baby.
on the daily, like cup,
this guy.
little bit of handle, breaks 2,000,
It is a cup and handle.
straight to 10,000.
That's nice.
Like we're like 5x from here. Like so, like you want to talk about buying the highs? Like I might buy the highs of gold because if it goes back down, I'm just buying more.
Well, the cup and handle is always a nice buy because you buy the consolidation top there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And then you
yeah,
get
yeah.
continuation. So by definition,
Yeah.
you're buying near highs.
Now,
right?
again, long-term
Yeah.
trade, you know, the real question is where's gold in the next 10 years, right?
Right.
That's kind of the, 10-year cup and handle is more valid than
Absolutely.
intraday. There is no intraday cup and handle.
Well, I mean, there could. It's supposed
it's
to be
not like cup and
fractal,
handle-
but it's crap.
Yeah, like cup and handle is like
Yeah.
this.
It's a long-term
like,
development.
you know,
Yeah,
10
someone
years,
was
like
laughing
not,
about that. Why are you
not
laughing? I
intraday.
mean, the longer the pattern develops, the better, to be honest with you. And that's just kind of how I know it. The levels become more important.
What is with today? And like, so Gregory's saying, are you guys doing drugs? No. Actually,
Why,
I didn't even
bro?
have a sprue on the show today. Everybody has difference of opinions
why
for.
do we look like we're doing drugs? What's going on?
Somebody, it's the because Sean, I heard you talking about it in the morning, and you're like, no, man, I'm just like the life. Like, what do you mean? And I'm just like, I'm laughing because it's like we're
why
here,
are
like,
we on drugs?
Yeah, and I feel like in this particular case, like somebody's like asking because of kind of what we're referring to.
Why? What's so crazy? It's a cup and handle pattern. It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Well, when I say maybe because I said 40,000, and then he's like referring to that. Like obviously
yeah,
it's a joke,
okay,
man.
well,
Obviously
yeah,
it's a joke.
okay.
But no, for the most part, I like the gold trade. I like the long-term kind of long. It's a long-term trade.
Pump
you know,
it.
I'm not looking at gold tomorrow and the next day and next year. Long-term trade. Like, where's gold in the next 5-10 years? That's the question that I have. And I just think, you know, for the most part, in a recessionary environment, in an environment where the flow of funds moves from equities into fixed income, and a lot of people reposition, it's you know defense mode. So yeah, gold is just a piece of the portfolio,
Gold,
at least for
baby.
myself. And yeah, I think it is a long-term trade there.
Yeah, we're pumping to the high side. I got back into SPY there, so let's go ahead and take a little bit out. There we go. So we get that nice fill. Where am I long? I'm long 70, so about 30 pennies in the money. But this is going to have to hold up as we really do retest view up. So make some of that loss back. Looking for continuation through that 386. But 386 a bit of a top now as we top out here. I'm looking at the ES and the SPY at the same time. Yeah, back into VWAP, looking for continuation. Really want to test 3,900. If we can really get going here on the SPY and test 3,900, maybe even that 3,907, 3,910-ish area, that would be just aces. So futures gods, if you're listening, that's what I want for Christmas. Another little out there as we are pumping to the high side, and I'm pretty long. So let's let this one run, Luca.
Oh, geez, I'm looking at something. I gotta look at that. I gotta show this one.
What
here.
is that?
It's so tweet. In 2008, 25 banks with 373 billion in combined assets failed. In 2023, 2 banks with 319 billion failed.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, no, the leverage is real, man. The leverage is real.
Oh, yeah.
I hope things don't collapse, man. Like I really hope that they don't, because that would be a bummer. I love going out eating pizza and drinking beers at the bars with my friends.
Yeah.
I love that.
I
Man.
I don't
So-
want things to end. I mean,
Yeah, I don't want things
as
to
much
end.
as I have a great buying opportunity, you will probably present.
Hey, you know, it's
like,
I'd
can I
rather
tell
not
you?
have the buying opportunity. And we
Hold
keep,
on. If I
enjoying
told
life,
you
know?
right now, if I said to you, Luca, I can take you back to March 2020, would you go back and buy those holes?
March
of course
2020?
you would.
Well,
And my buddy bought those holes, and he bought it with a strong heart. Okay, so you brought up gold, and I want to bring this up because it's so apropos and it segues perfectly into it. His dad gave him a lot of gold as inheritance, and he hated it. He's like, I don't want this gold. He wants to liquidate it. He wants to buy equities because he sees more upside in equities. So he liquidated all his gold at that time.
Should have loaned it out.
Good point. I mean, I don't have
keep ownership.
the answers to that, to be honest with you, but he liquidated it, got into equities at that time, bought Square at $38, took it up to 300 plus, and now
Wow.
he trailed it all the way back down. Yeah, shout out to my buddy Alfred. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Bang, Alfred. Miss you, buddy. But yeah, Alfred, shout out to you on that one. We're moving to the high side here, ladies and gentlemen. On the futures, we've just taken VWAP 38.95. We're pumping to the high side. I'm scalping out here on our friend, the SPY. Now it's moving up 386.20. I'm long 385.70, so 50 pennies or so in the money. Looking for that 3,900 retest on the ES. Let's go, baby. Let's pump. Let's take out some here as well. We get that nice move up. We're printing heavy. Pumped about this trade, Luca.
Yeah, good, nice job. It's so funny. Everyone in the chat's like, Alfred the Bag, name dropped, he's retired. Somebody saying
He doesn't watch the show, so it's okay. I'll send it to him after. It'll be like,
rest
yo,
in
you're
peace,
famous,
Alfred
bro.
working at Wendy's. No, man, he
Nah,
cleaned
he's
up.
not, man. Come on.
He cleaned up there. He cleaned up from the sounds of it.
Yeah, no. He made good money. I'm not going to make fun of the dude. He made plenty of money. Man, okay, I'm not going to say the amount of money that he made on Tesla, but he made unspeakable amounts on that Tesla. He got into Tesla in 2019. Him and I were talking at the gym, right? He's like, look, I'm selling everything, and I'm like, you're not going to diversify? He's like, what? Diversify? I don't diversify. He's kind of like that Buffett, Munger type person where it's like, well, I don't need to diversify. I believe in this position. I'm a value investor, and I'm going all in. And he put everything in the kitchen sink behind that, and he printed heavily on Tesla. I'll just tell you that. We're taking out another piece there as we are pumping into the north side on these futures. Look at these outs, bro. Long 30, 385.70. Now $1 in the money on the SPY, and we're printing. We're still printing, so taking more outs there. Let it run. Good trade.
Good trade there. Well done, well done. And yeah, speaking of Tesla, like before the melt up on Tesla, there's a lot of people buying a lot of calls on that name. That was Gam Squeeze Central to the upside. And yeah, a lot of people made a lot of money on that. So it's nice to hear other stories of that one as well. Yeah, definitely interesting there. Tesla, man, was like the long and the short off the top. Like when it was like pre-split 1200, like that short, like oh my God, that short. That was a banger short. Yeah, now not so much. Now just kind of like in the range. Guys, AMD trending up into that 88 level. So I would say watch the 88 level. Yeah, we got like 3 minutes left to go here, so I don't know if it gets there in the next like 3 minutes or so, but that 88 level is pretty interesting. But it is now I mean, this is like high or low, right? So it is in the range, but I don't know if 88 holds up exactly very cleanly the way that it did. I mean, double top, but you know, last time it really dipped and then came back. This time kind of feels like we could maybe continue to the upside. Market making the higher low, going to the upside there. So yeah, I would watch the 88 level into maybe 88.50 if you want to really expand your range, but more so I would say 88 like and a quarter. Could easily break the 88 level, but yeah, watch that 88 and a quarter level for like that final kind of stand of resistance. That's kind of the high where it was yesterday, sort of breaking 88. Doing the 88 quarter and then back down. So yeah, maybe we do that this time around. We'll see what happens there. Maybe have a trade on it, but yeah, maybe I'll just wait for 88. That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for 88 to break to kind of take it like short up here and then hoping that it would go back down. So I missed it the first time, missed it the second time. I feel like now third time, if I get that, maybe I'll just be wrong on the trade. So yeah, maybe I'll be like a little bit lighter there and just be very patient with it.
Another rejection off 3,900 on the ES June contract, break above it. Touch it. Now we're back down 4 points, 3 points below it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we talked about this level. VWAP's a level, 3,900's a level. The high of day or the aftermarket high of day is a level. I want to say that's 3,910. So many resistance levels to deal with here on the move up, and that goes for these big cappers and it goes for the SPY trade equally, I believe. So scalping into 387, now coming back down into that 386.20, so only 50 pennies in the money after being like $1 and change in the money now. Have to watch this one retrace, but it coming down back into VWAP. Did we hold VWAP this time? Like, what a tight range. VWAP's at 38.95 or 38.94, and then you have 3,900 right there. So the range gets super tight in and around that area. I won't be adding on the dip of VWAP, Even though, you know, a more aggressive trader might be looking for that reload, I won't be adding. I don't have enough conviction in the trade. I don't know if we'll continue through 3,900. So we'll see. I think there's another minute left on the show. So it's been a good day. It's been not a bad day. Good trade on coin. Good trade on FRC. A banger, not a banger on Meta, a decent trade on Meta. The main one, though, was the Microsoft trade and this SPY trade here. Those were the two main ones. The other ones were a bit smaller. Good positive day today. Pumped about that. Let that continue. Good day yesterday after a pretty bad day Monday, Luca.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, these markets are interesting, man. It'll definitely continue to be interesting, and we'll see what we get going into the afternoon. Yeah, definitely watching the same names I mentioned. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the show, and if you did, hit that like button. We got 2.6K likes there.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
I would have liked to see his hand like being like artificially made to go like that, like through animation, not him actually doing it.
Yeah, windmill. I don't know if Fahad is capable of the windmill.
And then maybe like they could have put somebody there. In case anybody is wondering what kind of person Fahad is, Fahad has a background. His wallpaper on one of his computers is him stepping over Lucas during basketball while they were playing. Who's there? Yeah, there he's right there. He's stepping over Lucas. That's the wallpaper, and I see that every morning when I sit up at the big desk there. So shout out to Fahad. Guys, we are overtime. It's been a hell of a show. Happy hump day. We'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a interesting afternoon here. Cue the afternoon rally again. 2 days in a row, we seem to be headed back to the north side. 2 days in a row, it seems to be tech that's leading this pretty decent rally underway right now. It is the NASDAQ, just 0.4 left to go before we get even